Hello, good morning, Pokemon fans. How are you doing today? Welcome to the Pokemon TCG division of the Philippine leg of the Pokemon Asia Championship Series Master Ball League. My name is Arvin Adriano and I am joined today with
Again,
Vincent Auson.
we are really excited for today to see the matches that we'll be having for the Top Cut 32 for the Masters TCG division.
Right, so yes, we will be showcasing at most 5 featured matches from the top 32 top cut of the Pokemon TCG Masters division in this Master Ball League. So, um, yesterday we did have more than 500. I don't know the exact
515, if I recall properly.
515
Yeah,
Masters Division players duke it out in 8 rounds of Swiss, and now 32 of those 515 players have qualified for day two and will be duking it out for the top prize.
and for this year, for the season, we have more, I think, travel awards
Hmm.
for the winners compared to last
Right.
season.
I believe there will be, I think, a total of.
For the Masters, we have the winner and the
Hmm.
finalist.
Right?
And then for the juniors, we'll also have one. And then for the seniors, also one.
Right. So
This
total of 4 travel awards from
travel awards
across
plus
all the
invites.
divisions. Exactly. So 32 players on today's uh, tournament will be duking out. Again, in the TCG division, we will be featuring 5 of those. We will be starting with the top 32. And I think we'll be showing the format of today's tournament. It will be single elimination where a loser of a matchup is immediately eliminated from the tournament. Each winner will play another in the next round until the final matchup. So it will also be a best of three, although yesterday we did play best of ones, but in this, for the top cut part of the tournament, we'll be playing best of three, where a player will play up to 3 sets, where players declare the winner as soon as they win 2 sets out of the three.
And to take note, this is the return of the best of three in the top 32. Uh,
Hmm.
Previously, we haven't had this for a while
Right.
in the circuit.
Right. So yes, that is correct, Vincent. And I am excited. I want to see how our players navigate this new kind of format where it's best of three. I want to see them manage the clock, manage their plays, and everything. So yes, this is the new increase of our total number of invited players into the World Championship. So last year, after the Nationals, we had 12 players go to Hawaii for the World Championship. But for this year, we have a total of 20 players for. I think this is just for the Masters division, right?
Mhm. Also, as an added note, unlike before, where if the winner of the leaderboards is also the champion,
Right.
um, the slot gets eaten. But this
Right.
time around, it's passed down through the leaderboards.
Right. So by hook or by crook, it will be a total of 20 players, even if the winner or the champion of the Ball League will also be like part of the top players in the points wise, right? So 20 players will go to Anaheim, I
For this
believe,
year, yes,
for
for
this
Anaheim.
year for Worlds. All right. So these are the participation rewards. Should be next. Or I'm sorry, league points placements currently for for the first place we have 300 LP earned. The prize for that person or for that player is a direct invite to the Pokemon World Championship with, as what we said earlier, travel award in all 3 categories in the junior, seniors, and masters division. We also get that one of the top 4 prizes, a top placement reward playmat, as well as card sleeves. And for second place, you will get 150 points. You'll also get a travel award together, only for the Masters Division though. You'll get also the top 4 prizes, top placement reward playmat, and the card sleeves. So for the third and fourth place, you get 100 points, top 4 prizes, a playmat, as well as the card sleeves. And this goes down actually up to the 8th place. So 5th and 8th place got 75 points, the playmat, and the card sleeves. Oh, we still have more points giving away up to the 128th, Vincent. I didn't know this actually. So for the 9th and 6th, 9th until the 16th place, you do get 50 points. As well, no, as well as the 17th and until the 32nd, which we do see all of these players here today, will get 25 points. All of them get card sleeves and the playmats. So I think that should be good. Seeing everyone here today getting at least playmats and card sleeves.
And it's
But
also actually the points. The
mhm,
LP is also important, especially if you're chasing after the leadership, the leader points.
right,
With
exactly.
the top players, I think at around 300. So if you fail to get to at least the first or the second place,
Mm-hmm.
you'll actually still be able to be in the running for the leaderboards.
Right, exactly. So these players, aside from the Master Ball League, for the whole year, ever since the Premier Ball League at the start of this season, have been accumulating this what we call league points. And again, we are sending the top players who get the most league points from the whole season, 20 of those players, to the World Championships, including, of course, the champion and the finalists in today's tournament. So aside from that, right, we do get 15 and 10 points to up to the 128th uh, uh, player in this tournament. But yeah, let's move on into our
The most exciting part.
the most exciting
The most
part,
exciting
the
part.
rewards. What do we get from playing Pokemon TCG in this tournament, Vincent?
We are getting a stamped Buddy Puffin promo card.
Exactly. Yes, everyone who has participated in the Master Ball League, even not just the players who qualified for today, but even if you just play for day one, you already get a very special, only exclusive to the Master Ball League Buddy Poppin promo card. It's a very
It's
very
it,
interesting
it's
card.
really it looks good.
Right, I've seen the
Foil
card.
the
Right.
foil is awesome.
It's very nice. I'm so jealous. I don't have one of those. I really
Yeah.
want one. All right. Aside from this participation prize, we also have top placement rewards. I think we have a visual of these ones here. We have a very cool playmat and a very cool card sleeve as well, featuring the Master Ball League graphics. We have Mewtwo featured in the center, and of course we have their popular Pokemon around him. And I think I already have procured the card sleeves. They're selling them in the merchandise store as well. It's very cool. And aside from this, we have or moving to the top 4 prize. So if you win and get into the top 4, not only do you get the playmat and the card sleeve, but you also get your trophy. Of course, if you're a finalist or
Yes.
a runner-up in top 4.
But more importantly,
Yes,
ends or work.
yes.
I think last time we had which was the promo price?
I believe for last year, I don't
No,
remember
for,
actually. Was
I
it
think
you?
it's
Right.
right.
So we're moving on to our game right now. Let us introduce the players. We have here on the left side Xia Lin, also known as Leo Lee.
Locally, and also on the right side we have Ira, Pineda or Ira, and I think Leo is running the Joltik deck, and Ira is running the Terramax, right?
Right. So that is true. Leo Lee here is playing a very special deck. I did not expect this deck to even like show up in
The
the top
meta, right?
the meta for this tournament, but surprisingly, 4 players in the top cut out of the 32 are playing this Joltik Electric deck. As you can see there, the active Pokemon for Leo is that Joltik, and has also played Nest Ball to get another Joltik. Well, did he play Nest Ball to get the Joltik, or was
Yes,
it
he did play
Tandem Unit?
I think he used tandem unit to get in the Iron Hands and then another Joltik via the Nest Ball.
Right. And this is a very special card because although you know Joltik is very very feeble with only 30
30
HP, but its attack is very
It's a tax to good to set up the support Pokemon on the bench,
Right.
because not only does it charge up with for energy, it also charges up with electric and gas.
Right, exactly. So very synergist. It really synergizes to the lightning Pokemon that Leo plays here with the Iron Hands, the Miraidons, the Pikachus. But we see here Ira going second, playing with the Terrabox, using the Terrabox deck, starting off with the Lily's Clefairy EX as the active Pokemon. Now playing Crispin, which we know when you play Crispin, you search your deck for two energy cards. One you can attach to your Pokemon, so she's I would predict get either a psychic
Psychic,
energy
it's
to
most
attach
probably
to this
psychic.
Lily's Clefairy, and then another energy to go to her hand. But we see here benchmark of great Pokemon players is every time you get to pick up your deck for the first time, you check your prize cards. Although we did not see, I believe we do have special for this year's tournament. Vince, we do have camera for the prize card, but we'll probably show that later when one of these players pick up their prize cards. But let's
Mhm.
see what Ira does here. But what do you think, Vincent? What are the win conditions for both of these decks?
For the Celtic, they need. I think Leo needs to focus on getting solid knockouts with
Mm-hmm.
the Iron Hand and also the Miraidon.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, for Ira, it depends really on what Leo does with the setup. However, with
Right.
Terramax, it's very versatile.
I agree.
Very
Yes.
very. It has. It reminds me so much of the Lost Box,
Mm-hmm.
where unlike in Lost Box where you are locked out per
Mm-hmm.
decision, in Terramax you are given a lot of options and you can adjust and pivot as soon as the field changes.
Right. That is true.
Mm.
That's true. I agree. So that was interesting. So instead of getting a psychic energy or attaching a psychic energy from the deck, Ira has chosen to attach the fighting energy and get the grass energy into her hand. But apparently, the psychic energy was already on her hand, so she has attached that to the Lily's Clefairy here. Now has two energies, but I believe the Lily's Clefairy's attacks, is it only two energy or is it three? But anyway, I believe I agree with what you said there, Vincent. Ira's plays here will have to depend, or she will have to adapt to like counter Leo's plays or what Leo does. So looking at her list, she does play quite a few walls that she could do against Leo's deck. I'm just shooting
Mhm.
shooting the wall here, but I see her. She has the cornerstone Ogre Pawn EX that can wall against Pokemon that have abilities. She also plays the Farigiraf
Oh,
EX.
okay. So I think it's really important here to know how to respond
Mm-hmm.
to 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 Joltik box,
Mm-hmm.
especially since you're expecting a Miraidon or an Iron Hands to come in and knock out your opponent or
Right.
your Pokemon. I think what Ira could do here is she could use the Cornerstone to uh, wall off the attacks from Miraidon,
Mm-hmm.
and then also hit hit hard with it for the
Right.
other Iron
It
Hands.
is weakness is most of the I think all of Leo's Pokemon is weak to fighting
Mm-hmm.
Pokemon, so that cornerstone Ogre Pond EX can definitely hit hard with those. But also I think because Farigiraf EX ability um, walls off a damage from any basic Pokemon, I believe.
Yes, it does.
And I think most of Leo's attackers
Are
are
basic.
basic. So I think we'll see what. But I do see the Girafarig, the baby Girafarig in
It's up. It's up.
Ira's bench already.
She's setting up the wall.
Right, and I
The
believe
Great Wall of the Great Wall of
the Great Wall
for
of Farid Giraffe
for
EX.
giraffe.
But we see Ira is already ahead in price cards. She has attack with the Lily's Fairy EX in her previous turn, and has knocked out one of the Joltex and has taken one prize card. I really want to see what the I really want to see what the prize card she took though, or what both of the players' prize cards are. But hopefully we can see that later. Let's see. I think Leo has already attacked and or used an attack and
Yeah, that's why you see the grass and the electric energy on
right,
the Pokemon. That's how powerful the Joltex attacks are.
right, exactly.
It helps you set up, and with the way Leo did it, he prepared another Joltik once it's knocked out,
Right,
and since it's a one pricer, it doesn't hurt so much if he gives it to Ira. But
right.
when he comes back as a revenge with the Iron Hands or the Miraidon, then she's going to feel it, especially since Lidis Keferi is only 190 HP.
Right, exactly. Well, let's see what Ira does here. She is looking up this heavy baton. I think this heavy baton basically just moves, or when the Pokemon is knocked out.
Knocked out three energies from the knocked out Pokemon can be passed on to
Right.
the one that has it.
So basically recycling these energies in case this Iron Hands EX gets knocked out. But let's see what Ira does here. I see in her hand very prominently there is the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, as she has already played in the bench, using the Teal Dance ability to attach.
She got Ultra Ball.
Yeah, right, so
No, I think that's the Power Grass.
is is it a power? I don't think she runs
Is it?
power
Is it?
glass. It's
No,
I
it's
think
a,
I believe it's an
it's
ultra
a
ball.
Ultra Ball.
Right, so she has used Steel Dance ability to attach that grass energy into the Steel Mask Ogre Pawn and draw one card from her deck, which was that Ultra Ball, which she can use now to get another Pokemon from her deck. And if I were Ira here, yeah, play this
Let's
Noctowl first.
Noctowl. Get the Aero Zero and prepare for the knockout.
Exactly. So the Noctowl is also a very powerful support card. Once you evolve your Hoot Hoot into this Noctowl, it can use its Jewel Seeker ability as long as you have
A
a
Terra
Terra
Pokemon.
Pokemon in your board. You can search for two trainer cards, any true trainer cards from your deck, and it goes to your hand. So very very powerful in my opinion when it comes to getting the resources that you need to play your deck here. So I believe Ira is looking at the
I think
Earthen
she's looking
Vessel
for the either Earthen Vessel, or I think she has
and
also
the
Area
Area
Zero.
Zero. Yes,
That's the important one for Terra boxes, since
exactly.
it widens the bench up to 8
Mm.
and
But
gives more freedom for Ira to put Pokemon that could answer
that
the bench that Leo has.
that is true, but I'm not sure if she needs it right now. She is looking at the Sparkling Crystal and one other card here. I think yes, the Earthen Vessel. The Area Zero we might have to see later, because I even if she plays the Area Zero under depths right now, she does not have a lot of means aside from the Ultra Ball to get more Pokemon into her bench from the deck or anything. And also, because we know Area Zero under depths is a Stadium card, it will also affect Leo's board. And we know Leo here is also playing a Terra Pokemon, which you see here is the Pikachu EX. So it will make have both boards have bench spaces up to 8 Pokemon. So I think it will be a double-edged sword if she plays that right now. So that I think, or I believe,
It depends also on the advantage, since remember Lily's Keferi's attack, Full
mm,
Moon Rondo,
mm,
gets benefits from a large bench. It reminds you of the Eternatus VMAX
right,
back in the
Eternatus
day.
VMAX and Rayquaza
Yeah,
VMAX, Rayquaza
yeah.
EX. Wait,
Way back.
we're showing our
Our
age here,
age. Oh my
Vincent. We
gosh.
shouldn't be doing this, but anyway, so we I think has Ira given her final answer from the Jewel Seeker. I think she has already played Ultra Ball though.
She retreated.
She has retreated. I think she got the
Oh, the wall is
Farigiraf
up.
EX.
The wall is up. The wall
Right,
is
so
up.
and place two energy switches to charge up the Farigiraf EX and use it attack to knock out this Joltik, I believe. So Farigiraf EX attack does 100, I believe 100 or is it 120 to the active Pokemon, and it also does damage to the bench. I think it's 120 to the bench as well.
Yes, 160 damage and then 10 damage to the bench.
Oh, 10.
Oh, sorry,
Right.
30.
30 damage. I was thinking of Wellspring at
I
Wellspring
think
Mask
it's
attack.
basically like Zacian.
Right.
Zacian EX, one of the new cards coming out of Journey Together.
Right. So I believe Ira has attacked the Joltik and or knocked out the Joltik and put 30 damage into the Miraidon in the bench.
Now, now Leo needs to find a way to either knock out the fairy giraffe, but I don't think
Hmm.
does Leo have an answer for that. That's the question.
That is the question. So again, Farigiraf does not take damage from any basic Pokemon, and as you can see here, Leo only has
Basic
basic
Pokemon
Pokemon in
EX.
play.
This is going to be interesting.
Alright,
I think
so
have you seen the list, Leo's list?
yeah, Leo's this is again very interesting. The Joltik deck.
Does he have anything? The
He
Galvantula.
does have the Galvantula. He can play Galvantula to attack this Farigiraf, and but unfortunately, both of his Joltecs were already knocked out. He will have, I think, a difficult time to get those to evolve those into Galvantula. So he does play one copy of Super Rod, which can put those Joltecs back into his deck.
Also, I think it's interesting. He, based on Leo's list, the only way for him to win this is to use all the four bosses in his deck.
Right,
He needs to gust away the Farigiraf EX
right.
and then knock out any of the Pokemon in the bench. And I think that's why Ira didn't go for the Era Zero, so that
That is true.
Leo will not have any more targets
Right.
for the Pokemon.
That is I agree. So it will be in Ira's
Advantage right now.
advan or no, it will be in Leo's advantage if Ira
Yeah,
places more down of door, more weaker Pokemon like the owls, the Hoot Hoots, the Noctowns, or even the Fan Rotom. I didn't. Of course, you usually use Fan Rotom to charge up your bench, but we don't see that because again, Iron Hand's EX attack amp you very much, even though it only does 120 damage. But if you knock out any Pokemon with that 120 damage, you take
and
one
one
more
extra
prize
prize,
card.
and I think the play here for Leo is to target the Noctowl
Right,
that
those
the Ire
Noctowns.
has. But the question is, will
Will
he be
he?
able to
I think
get
he
the
already played
bosses?
Arven though. Did he?
Yeah, he did.
I-
No,
I'm
was it Arvin? Yeah, I think
Arven,
it's
he got
Arvin.
the Earthen Vessel and no, he put it in the discard pile. I'm sorry, I wasn't able to catch what he did there. So if he does have, or if he's able to find boss's orders from his deck, or even like one of the or his A spec prime catcher to guss out the Noctowl or any one of the Pokemon on Iris bench, I think it would be beneficial to for Leo in that case.
And I think based from Leo's list, he has a way to uh, retreat for free or with lower energy cost.
Yeah, we have. He does have a lot of retreat mechanics here, like the rescue board and even the future booster energy capsule. Unfortunately, though, I don't think he's gonna be able to use any of those because this Iron Hands EX already has
The baton.
the heavy baton on it. But we see here Leo attaching a psychic energy. Very unusual energy to attach to an Iron Hands, though. But this is what the energy that he needs to attack with. Amp you very much. Unfortunately, I believe he just passed his turn because again he cannot do any damage to this Farigiraf EX. So I think this is Ira's turn now, playing another Crispin.
I think on this point, with the time, with with the time happening, especially since we have a total of 45 minutes
Mm-hmm.
for a best of three, what Ryu can do is end this as soon as he can,
Mm-hmm.
and then prepare for the next match.
Right, I
Because
agree.
right now, if he doesn't have any bosses, he could not get any boss as an answer to
Right.
whatever Ira's doing. He's going to be stalled until Ira just wins it in the end.
Right, I agree. So again, this best of three with 45 minutes, and you need to win two matches, or not two matches, two games in this match so that you can move on to the next round. I believe Ira is ahead when it comes to prize cards. Might need to get an update on the graphic here because I think Ira's already taken two prize cards,
Yeah, and I think
knocking out
this is
two
where
Joltecs, right? Mm-hmm.
Ira's just going to whittle down the Pokemon that
Mm-hmm.
Leo has.
Right, here we
With
see the Super Rod from Leo getting those two Joltex and one Lightning Energy from the discard pile back into his deck. I believe he will need to find a way to play those, or again, look for that boss's orders to move Pokemon around on Ira's side. This is a second Pikachu EX coming into Leo's board, and he has also attached Metal Energy to that
Actually,
said Pikachu EX.
if Leo was able to prepare the Galvantula,
Mm-hmm.
the shocking web attack is 50 damage plus 80 if the Galvantula has an electric Pokemon, electric energy in it.
Mm.
So that's 130. And then the compound ice adds 50.
Right, so that's
So
a
it's
total
going
of
to go
180 damage.
180.
Right.
And I think it's not enough, but it's enough
Mm-hmm.
for Ira to feel the damage.
Right, exactly. At least do Leo do that, do any kind of damage to the Fargiraf EX. But we saw Leo play the boss's orders to put the Noctowl into the active and knock it out using Ampu very much. Leo taking two price cards.
This is what I said earlier. The only way for Leo to be able to have a fighting chance
Mm-hmm.
here is to use all his bosses, all his gusts, to be able to set up for an actual kill that's not the very giraffe. It's
Right.
going to be problematic for Leo down the line if Ira doesn't provide any more targets for the knockout.
Right, exactly. So we see Ira. If I was Ira here, I wouldn't play any of the more feeble Pokemon, the Hoothoots, the Fanrotom. I don't think Fanrotom is gonna be useful or in
Yeah,
any way.
I think also the key here for Ira is to be able to at least get Pokemon out that don't get KO'd with
Mm-hmm.
either the Iron Hands or the Miraidon, which is attack is around 220 HP.
Right. So even if Leo finds a way to get a Galvantula into his board, he would still struggle against this fairy graphics. But we now see the Pikachu going to the active over on Leo's side, and he has also played the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX with the Blood Moon ability. So Blood Moon Ursaluna EX attack is one colorless energy less for each price cards your opponent has taken. So we see our Ira has already taken four, so that means Ursaluna, Blood Moon Ursaluna EX
Only requires one energy for
just
it to
requires
attack.
one colorless energy for it to attack. So let's see what they can do here. All right, so I think even if the Pikachu EX here just attacks with the Topaz Bolt, it does not do any damage to the Furry Giraffe EX at all. So we're gonna have to see if Leo finds another boss's orders, perhaps a Prime Catcher,
There we
any of the
go.
Gust.
So the oh wait, that's a the
That's Alicia's
this appeal.
appeal. Wait, that
It's a
caught me out of the
it's a
price.
it's I think it's confused. It switches one of your opponent's basic Pokemon and then confuses it.
Right.
So I
Yeah,
actually
Alicia's
forgot.
appeal.
I
It,
actually
it
forgot
says
about the
switch
Lisa's appeal.
in one of your opponent's bench basic Pokemon to the active spot. If you do, the new active Pokemon is now confused. So
So
it's like
technically he doesn't have four. He has
d-
five.
he has five, six actually with the Prime Catcher
Oh yeah,
as well.
because
So
yeah.
he has six gusting options, and yeah, Ira did have that Teal Mask Ogrepon EX and was just knocked out with that Topaz Bolt attack from the Pikachu
And I
EX.
think they're both down to to two prices
Two
each.
price cards
This
each.
this is where things get a bit interesting, especially since with just one boss,
Right. Another one,
Leo
another
can
gust.
win with the just boss either the Fez that I had to put down or the Clefairy EX.
Right. So is there any way for Ira to actually just take it here though? She is down to two price cards. Do you think she has a way to get a two price knockout from this part?
If she could take out any of the Pokemon in the back lane, she can't with Pikachu
With
EX.
either of the Pikachu EX,
Since
no?
it's the Dash Root Heart ability
Right.
where if the Pokemon gets knocked out, it gets only up to 1 HP and 10 HP.
Right. So it's like a focus sash if you're in the
Yes,
video game.
in the video games.
Right. But we do see Ira play the Pheasant Deputy EX with the flip the script ability to draw 3 cards. So you can use flip the script ability if in your opponent's previous turn one of your Pokemon was knocked out. You can use the ability to draw 3 cards just for free. But we see here, oh no, I think although I think this is safe now for Ira to play the Hoot Hoot because the Iron Hands EX was already knocked out earlier, so it's kind of safe for her to play this Hoot Hoot. It is not a target for 2 prize cards.
Yeah, I think what Tyra's doing here, she's preparing her bench so that when she gets the Hoothoot out, get the area 0,
Right.
and get the boss, knock out either the Ursaluna or the Miraidon that Leo
Right.
has. But she needs to survive this round, this
Yes,
setup
exactly.
stage.
She needs to survive one more turn. She cannot win. Is there a way that we do see the Terapagos EX come into play here with the Iono play, so we're not gonna see a boss's orders from
From
Ira.
Ira. It's a smart move. It lessens the cards in hand by Leo.
Right.
So it lowers the chances that Leo has any of his gusts or any of his bosses.
Right, that is true. So Iono, if you once you do play Iono, both players shuffle their hands into the bottom of their deck, and they draw cards equal to the number of prize cards left. So both of them draw 2 cards, and we see
Wait, I think Ira can still win it, especially now since Varishiraf EX has only 160. So she could also knock out those in the back line with the attacks. Or
that
unless
is
she
true.
could actually get one of the Pikachus. If Leo doesn't
Sure.
switch out the current Pikachu in the active.
Well, yeah, the current Pikachu has taken, I think this is
160 damage
160 damage.
with the free giraffe attack.
Right. Although he cannot, yeah, he cannot put the 30 damage onto the bench Pikachu because it is a Terra Pokemon. I think, or
I
I
think she
believe
put
she
it
put
in
it
the
onto the
Miraidon.
Miraidon. So that Miraidon is I think is low in HP. It has 120 damage on it, I believe.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see, especially since the Miraidons were eaten gold.
Right.
So we can't see the damage in it. But, however, I think the Miraidon currently has around 60 damage based from the previous
60.
attacks.
I think it's already 120 now.
Oh wow, it's 120.
But we do see here Leo retreating
If
the active
Leo
Pikachu.
has the boss, he wins this game.
Right, yes, but
This round, round. That game.
right. Let's see what he does here though. I believe that was a pass
Oh,
over to Ira.
see, this is where things get interesting. Remember, she got the Ultra Ball. She gets the Hoot Hoot.
Right, for the Jewel Seeker, get the boss's
Yeah, that's round
orders
game
to
1. That's game 1.
right. So it
to
goes
Ira.
to Ira. Boss's orders to promote either the Pikachu. But I believe she
She
chose the
didn't need to.
Pikachu.
She just needs to knock out one of the back lanes. See, I told you, Ira just needed that line. And Leo, that was the critical moment for Leo. If he wasn't able to win that moment, Ira's going to get the win.
Right, that's true. That was very unfortunate on Leo's end, but I think the MVP card there was the Iono.
Yes. Actually, the Leisha's Appeal. I'm going to call the Leisha's Appeal.
Well, it was very unexpected. We got
Yes.
surprised, although it did not win
the game.
the game. But Iris Iono, because I believe it's either Leo already had that boss's orders in hand, or even if it didn't have it, it was still a good play for Ira to
Yeah,
limit
yeah.
Leo's
hand
size, right? To
And
two
I think
cards.
right now, what Leo needs to do is he needs to prevent Ira from getting the fairy giraffe out.
Right, that is true. And now Leo has chosen to go second, which I think is standard playing this deck because you want to immediately use the Joltix attack to charge up your bench, right? So pretty standard, I think.
But I
Starting
think
with
that's
this
going to be
games.
problematic, especially if Ira gets the giraffe out
Right.
first. Because
we'll
it's
see
going
here.
to be we're going to see a repeat of the performance
Right.
of the first
That
round.
is true. So Leo has to work around that Farigiraf EX wall.
Actually, we also wanted to see that I think Ira currently is one of the top in the leaderboards in
Right.
the Philippines.
Right.
There's
Not to
also
mention,
she's
she's
the
the only
only
lady
only female the in the top
in
32,
both the top 32 and even
the
the
leaderboards.
leaderboards.
So it's really they've been she has been having a really good run this season.
Right, right. That is true.
That's why it's really exciting to see her face in the top 32 this way.
Exactly. It's not surprising though. The past few years, Ira has been really one of the stronger players in this the Pokemon TCG here in the Philippines. But we'll see what happens here in the second game because again, this is best of three, and we do have just above 23 minutes left. Hopefully, Ira can close this out. If not, we will have to go to game three with little time, and it's gonna be interesting to see either or both players manage time in these next games.
Yeah, especially here in the Philippines, we're not used to best of three matches.
Exactly. Yes, this is
So
definitely the first time we have best of three in major or
in a
in
while,
major
since in
events
a while,
in a while. I think
and especially since the best of three is only done at the finals,
finals and
finals of
usually
the.
in the finals. I believe the last time we had best of three. Again, I'm showing my age. but last time we had best of three in like major events. I think it was 2021. Or was it 2022? We had best of three in for top cut. But we have here. This is what I wanted to see,
Yeah,
Vincent. The
the
prize
prize.
cards.
Okay, so on the right side, you have Ira has the Wellspring.
So not very bad. Although this interest the Pheasant Deputy EX could be in it because it's also in the top part of
Yeah,
the prize cards with it. So usually or you don't have to follow, but usually players you would take prize card from the bottom up.
it
So
depends.
yeah,
Sometimes you get it
yeah.
from the middle.
That's what
or
I'm saying. Usually, but not
usually,
always,
not
right?
always.
You don't have to, but usually they take from the bottom up. So if Ira follows that way of taking prize cards, she would get the Pheasant Deputy late
First,
game or last,
yeah,
last
last.
from the bottom up, right? But we see here Leo Lee opens with the Iron Leaves EX future Pokemon, which I don't think is an ideal start to
That's
this
not
deck.
an ideal start for the jolting deck, especially since the the Vernier wouldn't have any gas on it.
Exactly. And yeah, pretty much very useless in this matchup, I think. But we do see here Ira going first, have that Fan Rotom on the active, and using its ability Fan Call to take up to 3 colorless Pokemon that have, is it 80 HP or less?
80, no 100.
100 HP
100
or less, I believe she will get. If I already get again the Hoots can be they're more of a liability than an asset to this deck right now, given that or not to this but to the matchup right now because Leo again has that Iron Hands EX that can easily take 2 prizes from knocking out either of those birds.
I think this is where it's a you have to balance out the risk
Mm-hmm.
and the advantage. Since would you want to lessen the advantage that you have if you don't put down the hoots out and the
Right,
noctals, and
right,
it
but
gives you enough. But then at the same time, you also have to figure out if just give it's risk management
right,
basically
exactly. But
for
yes,
Ira.
we do see here the Girafarig taken from that fan call. I believe she got a Girafarig, a Hoot, and a Noctowl from the fan call. But of course, she cannot play the Noctowl yet.
This is where this now the only way for Leo to not have a repeat of round one
Mm-hmm.
is to be able to knock out Giraffere.
Yes.
However, the problem right now is does he have enough on the bench to be able to knock out that threatening
Right.
giraffe?
I agree, but I don't think Liu has a way to, even with the boss's order. I think he's playing Arvin now, but even if he boss outs this Girafarig, he has no way to do damage on this turn because he has to if he wants to attack with Iron Hands or even Miraidon, he needs the attacks of those Pokemon are not cheap. They need at least three energies to attack.
Yeah,
But
this is why the Joltik box is
mhm,
really strong against Pokemon that allows you to the slow start
right,
decks. But for a Terra box player, it's a really um, bad matchup, I think.
right.
Especially since
I agree.
the Terra box can set up faster than some of the decks out right now.
Definitely. So we're probably just gonna see Leo here find a way to promote his Joltik and charge up his Pokemon that way. But we see here he has played Arvin to take Earthen Vessel, and he has a change of mind. Taken this Future Booster Energy Capsule and attach it to this Iron Leaves so that it has free retreat. Playing that Earthen Vessel now to...
Charge up the Joltik.
Right. He has not discarded... Okay, he has discarded a Crispin from his hand to search his deck for this Lightning Energy. And another energy, of course. To charge up this Joltik. And use the Joltik's attack to charge, I
Yeah,
believe.
I think that's the only. I think that's what Leo wants to do for this one. Joltik charge would just charge up two grass basic energy
Mm-hmm.
and two electric basic energy to their Pokemon in the bench.
Right. It,
Oh, sorry, in the Pokemon, in any Pokemon anyway. They like
right. So we see here, right, promoting the Joltik, attaching that lightning energy to it.
they're going for the Jolting charge.
Right. So searching his deck now for
Two
two grass
grass and
energy and two
two
lightning
lightning
energy if
energy.
he has those, and attach them to his Pokemon any way he likes.
The
Let's see if he
question,
attaches it to. I I would attach it to the Iron Hands right now.
I think one electric on the Iron Hands and one on the Miraidon.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's just putting all of them into
oh,
the Iron
the Iron
Hands. There.
Hands.
I think still works. His win condition here is again he Ira does have two squishy, well technically three currently right now, but I think this Girafarig will evolve into the furry giraffe soon. But the Rotom and the Hoot Hoot are still very big targets for the Iron Hands EX Ampu very much.
Yeah, he needs to make sure that I think by this turn, Ira needs to make sure that she can evolve the Girafarig to Furry Giraffe,
Yes,
and then we'll just see a repeat of what happened in round one.
right. I don't see an Ultra Ball or any Pokemon search. Does she have an Ultra Ball in hand, or is that it's not very clear from what I see here, but I don't think she has an Ultra Ball anyway. Let's see what she does here, though. She does have another Hoot Hoot in hand, but I don't think
I don't think
even
she needs a knockdown.
right. Oh, I believe she got this Hoot Hoot from the previous turn, and I don't think she has a Noctowl though. Even if she has a Noctowl, even if she evolves the Hoot Hoot into the Noctowl, because she does not have a Terra Pokemon in play, she cannot use the Jewel Seeker ability anyway. Although we have here the Wellspring Mask Ogre Pawn, another one of those Ogre Pawns in this Terra Box deck. That is a Terra Pokemon. Essentially, she could play the Noctowl now and get a Jewel Seeker that way, or play the Jewel Seeker that way. But we see a Latias EX thinking about it. Yes, the Jewel Seeker is there
She's
from the
going for Jewel
Noctowl.
Seeker. We have to make sure now. I think
She
Ira
has
could
to get that Ultra
the
Ball,
Ultra
right?
Ball. Yeah,
Or a way, at least a way to get the furry giraffe into play. I do see the Ultra Ball on top of her deck and the Sparkling Crystal. I'm not sure if that is the play right now, though. But let's see what Ira does here. What she's cooking up in her head to do here in her turn. She does have to hurry up, though. 14 minutes or a little bit under 15 minutes left for this match. And she has to close it out early. And Leo is definitely on the back foot here. Looking at her options,
It's a
she
Crispin
taken
and Ultra
Crispin.
Ball.
Yes, she does need an Ultra Ball at least. But I don't think she has a way to attack it. She does not have enough energy. Even if she pulls off the Farigiraf evolution, it will not have enough energy to knock out this Joltik. So she has played the Ultra Ball. We will 90% get the Farigiraf here. There we go.
It's out. The wall's out.
The wall is up. She has played Crispin to even if she uh even if she charges the Farigiraf here, she needs a way to retreat the Fan Rotom.
She has Latias out, so the Fan Rotom can easily
That is
retreat out.
true. I forgot. Latias EX ability makes that all basic Pokemon in your board does not have a retreat cost. So she has retreated the Fan Rotom and knocked out the Joltik. Taking one prize card and going over to Leo's side of the game, promoting the Iron Leaves EX with the future
The Vernier.
booster energy capsule as a pivot because this Pokemon technically has no retreat cost right now. But again, Vincent, Leo needs to find that boss's orders to gus away
He
this
needs
furry
to
giraffe. Yes, he needs to
weave
do it
in and out
fast.
again. Yes, with the time running
He
down.
needs to do it fast. He has 12 and a half minutes to do it, but aside from that, he needs to win one more game after this. So he has played the Fezandipity EX and used Flip the Script to draw 3 cards. Played Nest Ball here. Are we gonna see another Joltik or another attacker, perhaps? Another Pikachu? It's gonna be either a Pikachu.
Or Ursaluna. Right.
It's,
So I think
it is the Blood Moon
the Blood Moon
Ursaluna.
Ursaluna. I think Leo's already preparing it for the obvious advantage that he's
Right.
going to have with the
Mid
price
game.
count.
Exactly.
But right now,
It's not
the-
yet there though.
It's
Ira
not yet
only has
there.
taken one prize card from the Joltik knockout. So
I
this is
think
Blood Moon.
Leo's trying to to thin the deck out so that he could
Mm.
get the bosses or the gusts that he needs.
Okay, kind of works, but I don't usually like playing the Blood Moon or Saluna early
Yeah,
because
that's not ideal.
yeah, because although it is strong late game, although Leo here has
Okay, here we
obviously
go. Amp you very much.
amp
Thank
you very much to that hoot hoot. Is he gonna do anything else here though?
That's 2 prizes for Leo.
All right, there we go. He has knocked out the hoot hoot and has taken 2 prize cards. I'm curious to know what price card he has taken though, and like what price card Ira has taken as well. If she was able to get the Fezandipity EX
that's true.
earlier, or did she do bottom up again as well? We'll see. So over to Ira's side, she has promoted the Latias EX, and if I'm Ira here,
She
do
can
I?
easily pivot out with the Skyliner ability.
Right, of course, everything on her board except of course the Noctowl and the Farigiraf have free retreat.
She can just retreat the Latias and switch to the Furry Giraffe.
Right, exactly. So she has played Ultra Ball here, discarding 2 cards, specifically the Psychic Energy and one other card that was not clear to me. To be able to search one Pokemon from her deck, any Pokemon at all from her deck. If I were her, I would play. Should it be Cornerstone? Should it be Terrapagos? Let's see here. Let's see. I think she's looking at the Mew EX here. If she does genome hacking from the Mew EX basically requires 3 colorless energy, but you can copy any
Any of the
attack
attacks.
from the opponent's active Pokemon. So she could if she charges this Mew with 3 energy, she could copy any of the Iron Hands EX attack. Right? She could also amp you very much, but I don't think that's ideal right now. But instead of the Mew EX, she has chosen to play and get
The
a
Hoot Hoot.
Hoot Hoot into play.
You can see here that Ira's just setting up, preparing for the
Does
next.
she only have that one card left in in her hand?
Yeah,
Was that Iono? Alright, Iono.
it's
Okay.
a Iono.
So she has played Iono. Both players shuffled their hand into the bottom of the deck.
This is why it's important. I think Ira was trying to decide to put down a Mew or the Hoot Hoot to see if she could draw more cards,
Right.
especially since she only had one in hand.
Right. So again, Iono again is a very strong card at this point. Disrupting Leo's hand again down to 4. And Ira here has chosen to charge the Fan Rotom with 1 energy card and chosen to attack with the Furry Giraffe EX doing
60
160 damage
and 30 to the
and
bench.
32 160 damage to the Iron Hands and 30 to the Miraidon in the bench. Now we see Leo play the Lysias appeal again.
It's out.
It's
It's
out again to gust away the Furry Giraffe and promote this measly Hoot Hoot. Confused Hoot Hoot. Knocked out Hoot Hoot with the Ampu very
Hoot
much.
With the who? With the who?
Taking 2 prizes. So Leo is down to 2
Four.
prize cards now. And over to Ira's side again promoting this Latias EX. So we'll see what can Ira do here though. She is kind of on the back foot here, even though she has 1 game advantage. She still has 7.5 minutes
The only way
to
I
do
see-
something.
The only way I see it is that Ira could just put the Fairy Giraffe and hope that Leo doesn't have any bosses out there.
That's doubtful. I doubtful though because again we talk about Leo having 6
Six gusts.
6 gusting options. So Ira has to be careful here. She needs the cornerstone Ogre Pawn is an interesting option. It does not have any. It can swing hard against this this lightning Pokemon, but she has decided against it. I played Night Stretcher to get that Hoot Hoot, I believe. Get that into play from the discard pile. And what can she do here aside from just promoting the Furry Giraffe and doing damage that way, though? Exactly what she do. What she would do: knock out the Iron Hand EX, do 30 to the Miraidon, take 2 prize cards, and over to Leo's here, pivoting again or promoting the Iron Leaves EX for a pivot free retreat, using Flip the Script to draw 3 cards from the Pheasant Liberty EX. And again, Leo, although Leo does play Crispin, so we're not gonna see a boss's orders. We might see a Prime Catcher though if he has that in his hand. But Crispin does charge the. There is.
There
We
we
do
go,
see
the
the
Prime
Prime Catcher,
Catcher.
and we are going to game 3, Vincent.
This is interesting, and seeing how Leo masterfully played the second round of the game. This is where, as mentioned earlier, Ira needs to set up the Giraffe immediately, or Leo will find a way to be able to knock out any of the Pokemon in the bench.
Right.
And as you could have seen, that's the winning strategy for Leo. Knock
Exactly.
out the Hoot Hoots, the Noctows with the Ampu very much to
Right.
win the matches that he has. And I think that's one of the things that's scary with the Jolting deck, because with just one Jolting charge, you can immediately charge the Iron Hand to amp you very much.
Right, exactly. So yeah, we have seen the power of the energy acceleration from Leo's deck here with the jolting charge, with the Crispin. I believe he plays 4 copies of Crispin.
He does.
Yeah, 4 copies of Crispin, 4 copies of Boss's Orders.
And I actually Arvin, I actually want to mention that I'm liking this era of the 30 HP Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
Aside from the Joltik, we have the Budu that are doing prominent
Yes.
things in the MBL.
Right.
Considering that we have a lot of Dragapults with Budus, and we also
Exactly.
have Joltik, which is one of the more interesting decks that came out. And I think this is because of the regionals that happened previous to ours,
Mm-hmm.
which had the Joltik out.
Right. So
With
yes, talking about the Joltik, the electric Joltik deck here, again, very surprising to me at least that these have. Again, we've from the report, the Joltik deck has the second most number of decks in the top 32,
yeah,
going second only to Dragapult. Right, it's not a surprise that there's a lot of Dragapult
Dragapults, yeah,
decks in the
yeah.
top 32. 11 out of 32 are Dragapult decks. We see here again the prize cards. S- Still not. We do see the Lysias appeal in the
Okay,
prize
we're
cards
not
here,
we're
though.
not gonna see the Lisa's appeal being used this time around.
Right, or probably late game, even if we see it at least.
At least
But
the
yeah.
MVP of Leo's deck this year.
Lysias appeal. We call this the Lysias appeal deck. Then. But again, talking about the Dragapult deck with 11 players playing in the top cut, but going second to it is this Joltik that
With
were
four, right?
four of them
Four.
playing this deck. But even though talking about the Joltik deck, we know how powerful it is, how interesting it is. Leo or even Ira here has to do things fast. We have less than 3 minutes on the clock for them to win this and take round one home. But I believe if not, if we call time, I'm not very sure what rules we're following. I might need to check later. I believe might need to do my research again. But if I remember correctly, I have to be corrected if I'm wrong here. We can either count price cards or go to sudden death.
Go to sudden death. I think the best of three will go to sudden death. Especially if they started and then it's time. Look, we have only 2 minutes left.
Right.
And I think they're going to sudden death.
Right. It would be our first sudden death in a long time here in the Philippines Pokemon TCG Masters Division. If we see
Okay,
it
so
though, less than 2 minutes.
we have Iron going with the Ditto.
Right. So this
So
Ditto's transformation thing, the ability, I forgot what it's called. But you can use I don't think she can. Can she use the
she
ability
can
now?
transformative
So
start. It's at the start of
transformative start.
their turn. So she can either switch to a cornerstone
Mm-hmm.
or she can switch to any of the Pokemon that she needs. But I think with the play, she went for the Fan Rotom, which
Right.
it makes sense. It does
Makes
make
sense. It
sense.
makes sense, right? She does needs those she does need the Farid giraffe, the giraffe rig at least, and couple of those owls into her bench. I do see her looking at the Hoot Hoot, probably the furry giraffe. I see a Hoot Hoot, a Noctowl, and is it? No, it's two Hoot Hoots and a Noctowl.
She
Terapagos
went to
EX plays from the played from the hand, so Ira here opting to not play the giraffe rig.
I think she's going on the offensive now.
Right.
She's seen the time. She needs to knock out the Pokemon as
She
soon
has
as she
30
can.
seconds to do anything here though, but I don't think she can do much. I see a lot of energy cards in her hand. So at least an energy attachment and pass. But that is time though. Or Sparkling Crystal and an energy attachment to the Terapagos EX. Followed by I don't think anything much. Okay, a Teal Dance playing the Teal Mask Ogre pawn from the hand and attaching that grass energy, drawing one more card.
Okay, I've seen the rulings for the game 3.
Mm-hmm.
I think if the player's not done setting up the game, or if the player has fewer price cards remaining,
Right. So, but in this case, though, they have either player has taken any price cards.
they need. I think Ira or Leo needs to take one price card and he wins.
Is it the first one to take the first
The
price
one
card?
the one who has the fewer price cards.
But time has been called though.
Yeah, so whoever knocks out the Pokemon, whoever knocks out the first Pokemon
Oh,
wins.
so it's technically like
Sudden
sudden death,
death,
but
but
they
not
don't
sudden
but
death.
not a restart.
Yeah.
Right, when it comes to best of three, I'm used to have a restart for sudden death. But let's see here. They are playing on.
Yeah.
Ira has passed the turn, and Leo has
Yeah, the
played.
game must
Pokegear
continue
here.
until either player ends up with fewer prize cards.
Okay.
So whoever knocks out the first Pokemon in this match wins. And it's been an intense match, especially for the first match in the top 32.
All right. So let's see here. Can Leo do anything though? None of his Pokemon is charged except for the Joltik, which can't do much unless he evolves into Galvantula. How much energy does Galvantula need though?
Two energy.
2. He has taken boss's orders from the Pokegear. He only has very few cards in his hand, and I believe 2 of them are energy. He has 1 Crispin and 1. Can he? No, he can't. He can't even. What's the
think
other attack from Iron Hands?
If I was Leo, I think right now Leo needed the energy booster for him to switch out the Iron Hand. Because if Leo, or at least if Iron has all what she needs on her turn, she can knock out the Iron Hands with the Terapagos.
That is true. Here we see Leo play the Crispin, get a Psychic and a Metal energy. He could he could attach one of these energies to any of his Pokemon, attaching that Metal energy into the Pikachu, and Psychic energy goes to his hand and passes it over to Ira.
So she's gonna get the Iron Zero and either another.
She's eyeing a
or
nest
Crispin.
ball.
She
A
wants
boss's orders and a nest ball, and takes and
she knocks
so
out
knocks out the Joltik
Joltik
with
for the
the
win.
Terapagos EX, I believe.
Yes.
Riotous beating. Is it riotous beating?
Actually, no. The Fan Rotom. She just needs the Fan Rotom.
Yeah, either one of those. But she
She
does not
needs-
have
she
a
needs-
stadium though. So he can't she can't attack with the Fan Rotom. So I believe it is the Terapagos.
EX.
Yeah, they're talking about it now because it's the Terapagos attacking to that Joltik, taking 1 prize card and taking the match, I believe. I think they're still discussing it, but I think that is the end game
That's
there
the match
for Ira. Okay, we see Lee
Congratulations,
scratching his head, giving a fist bump to Ira, and I believe that is our round 1, Vincent, for our Master Ball
top
League.
32 cut, and it's an intense game. Game 3. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought going to game 3 on the first round? Right, so we believe here Ira is moving on to the next round, to the top 16. Unfortunately for Leo, it is the end of the road for him. But I believe Leo is still in the leaderboards when it comes to league points. So he's still in the road to Worlds. But unfortunately for this part of the tournament, though, he is eliminated and will not continue anymore for the next round. But we believe we'll still see Ira next, or in the next rounds.
It's been an interesting set of matches. It's been one of the more, shall we say, interesting matches, especially since
Definitely. I definitely agree. Going into round 3, getting or seeing those surprise cards with the Lysias appeal, with the Furry Giraffe EX being that wall against those basic EX Pokemon, and it's I think it was a definitely back and forth between the 2 strong players.
Yes, especially now, if you can see, I think you could also see the way that Arya adjusted for game 3. Instead of going for the Varichera for the delay, she went aggressive. She went for the Terapagos, which would
Right.
initially be the more aggressive approach for the Terabox.
Right, exactly. Closing off that game 3, knocking out the Joltek with the boss's orders as well, taking the first match of this Master Ball League. So that was again our first match, but don't go anywhere. We're going to go into a break, but don't go anywhere. We still have 4 matches for you guys for this Master Ball League. Do not change the channel. Stay with us here. But we'll see you guys next. We'll see you guys later. We're gonna go into a break and see you see you later for our top 16 matchup.
fastest way to learn is just by playing. You can battle me and I will teach you everything.
Okay.
You have a Sprigatito and Lucario EX deck. I will face you with my own Quaxly and Mimikyu EX deck.
I won't lose.
A deck is made up of 60 Pokemon cards, as you can see here.
So that's what a deck is.
After you finish shuffling your cards, place your deck here.
Right.
Start by greeting your opponent. Good luck, have fun. Rock, paper, scissors,
Go! Yay! Looks like I won this part.
Then you can choose to go first or second.
Then I'll go first.
Now you see, the first step is to draw 7 cards from your deck.
7 cards.
That will be your hand.
Wow!
Do you have any Pokemon that say basic?
Basic Pokemon. I have 2.
Place the first basic Pokemon you will battle with in the active spot. If you have any other basic Pokemon, place them face down on your bench.
I'll put this Pokemon in the active spot, and this one on the bench.
Next, take 6 cards from your deck and set them face down without looking at them. Put them in the space marked prize cards.
Why do I have to lay 6 cards there?
Every time you knock out an opponent's Pokemon, you take one of these cards as a prize, and then you can add it to your hand. Whoever takes all their prize cards first wins the game.
Now I see.
Let's go over the battle setup one more time. Okay, let's start the battle. Turn over the cards in the active spot and bench.
Right! Sprigatito, I choose you!
I'm going with Zangoose.
Fine then, because I'm gonna win!
First, you must draw 1 card from your deck.
Yes, it's Riolu!
Riolu is a basic Pokemon, so you can put it on the bench.
Right!
Oh look, you have energy cards.
What's energy?
During your turn, you can attach just 1 energy card from your hand to one of your Pokemon. If a Pokemon has the right amount and type of energy attached to it, it can use its attacks. Why don't you attach energy to the active Sprigatito?
All right then. I will attach 1 grass energy card to my Sprigatito. So does that mean my Sprigatito can attack now?
It is able to attack already. But when you go first, remember that you can't attack on the opening turn. That means your turn is over.
Okay, I'm all done with my turn.
Okay. I will start by drawing 1 card from my deck. I'll attach this psychic energy to Zangoose. This white mark means that any type of energy works for this attack. Now my Zangoose has all the energy it needs to attack.
Oh,
I will use the slash attack. That's 40 damage to Sprigatito. When your Pokemon takes damage, you place damage counters on it. This makes it easier to remember how much damage it's taken.
oh man, only 30 HP is left.
I finished attacking, so now my turn is over.
What do I do now?
Hey, Ren, you have cards in your hand that say Trainer in the upper right.
I have 1 Nemona and 1 Switch.
There are many kinds of trainer cards, such as supporters or items. They're all useful cards that can help you in battle. Why don't you try using one?
Okay, I'll play my Nemona supporter card. What does this do? I can draw 3 cards from my deck.
Once you've used a card, put it in your discard pile. Important to know, only 1 supporter card can be used per turn. And remember, the player who goes first is not allowed to use a supporter card on their opening turn.
Right. I'm not done yet.
By the way, you can also attach energy to your bench Pokemon.
In that case, I'll attach a fighting energy to Riolu. Now I'll use Sprigatito's Scratch Attack. That's 10 damage to Zangoose.
That's the spirit.
I attacked, so it looks like my turn is over.
Here I go. First, I'll evolve Quaxly to Quaxwell. By playing Pokémon on top of each other, they evolve and will keep getting even stronger. Next, I'll attach one water energy card to my Quaxwell. I'll also use my Nest Ball item card. This allows me to choose one basic Pokémon from my deck. By the way, you can use as many items from your hand as you like during your turn. The Pokémon I'll put into play is Mimikyu EX.
It looks powerful. Professor, what does the EX in the name mean?
Good question. This card is an especially strong one, and it's called a Pokémon EX. Knowing how to use Pokémon EX cards is a shortcut to victory.
Pokémon EX? Wow, I want to try!
Let's get back to the battle. Zangoose, use Slash.
Sprigatito's HP fell to 0.
When a Pokemon's HP drops to 0, it gets knocked out. Since I knocked out Sprigatito, I'll take one prize card. When the Pokemon in the active spot is knocked out, it gets discarded along with all the attached cards. Then you'll pick another from the bench and place it in the active spot.
You're good. This time, I choose Riolu.
Let's go over the rules once more.
The battle's only just begun. All right, I drew Lucario EX. Lucario EX can evolve from Riolu. I'm going to evolve my active Riolu. Now I'll add fighting energy to Lucario EX.
Wow!
Lucario EX attacks with low sweep.
Zangoose has a weakness to fighting type, so it takes double the damage.
60 times 2. That means 120 damage. I knocked out Zangoose, so I'll take a prize card.
Pokemon EX cards have powerful attacks and high HP. On the other hand, if one gets knocked out, they give up 2 prize cards.
I get it.
Moving on, for my next turn, I think I will evolve Quaxwell into Quaquaval and use that to fight back.
Well, I won't be backing down.
But before that, let's go over the rules again for you. First, the rules for battles. And this is how you win. Let's resume the battle. From here on out, you'll play without my advice. It's a real match now.
Okay, I just know I'm gonna win. There's no better time than now to start playing the Pokemon trading card game. Level up your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes. I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, You cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokémon tools.
I see Pokémon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokémon tool can be attached to one of your Pokémon in play. Only one tool per Pokémon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have two Pokémon in play and two tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokémon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokémon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokémon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokémon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach two tools to a single Pokémon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokémon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokémon gets knocked out, its Pokémon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokémon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokémon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokémon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokémon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokémon. Now, what if your active Pokémon is the Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokémon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokémon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokémon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokémon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokémon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokémon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still have prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities! Oh, hey, Professor! My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha.
Terra Pokemon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokemon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away.
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokemon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way.
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokemon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokemon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokemon can only have one of those three. If a Pokemon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokemon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokemon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokemon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokemon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea. Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokemon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokemon.
If you don't have any basic Pokemon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokemon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, they can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokemon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokemon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokemon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokemon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokemon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
All right, Pokemon fans, welcome back to the Philippine leg of the Master Ball League TCG division, the Masters division as well. We're going straight into the top 16 game. We have here a matchup between Lawrence Matthew Tech and Jason Yusai. We were not able to feature their decks here, but Vincent, let's talk about the decks here. Lawrence here is pretty much using a straightforward Dragapult EX deck. Very
Yeah,
standard.
standard Dragapult EX with Dustnor.
Dustnor, and the unfair stamp ace spec. But what's more interesting, definitely the more interesting deck in my opinion here, is Jason Yusai's Espathra Wall.
And what's more interesting with the Espatra wall is that Jason has 2-2 Espatra. And also, but what's more interesting is he has 3 Monkey Dories and
3
2-3 Rhine of Snorunt. Oh wait, sorry, it's a 3-3.
3-3.
Snowrunts and Frostlass.
Frostlass. So we're gonna see a lot of damage manipulation.
We
Oh,
hope
this
that
energy card requirement manipulation.
we hope that the production team has enough dice.
That
Especially
is
since
true.
Jason has not only the Frostlass, but he also has the Maractus, one of the new
Yes.
cards that came out in Journey Together.
Yes.
It's one of the key cards, key component. I actually used this myself
Oh,
in my
really?
Zacian EX deck. And it's interesting because its ability, Exploding Needles, gives 6 damage counters to the active Pokemon that knocked out the Maractus.
Right. Also, it does have that interesting attack. Although it's only 1 energy and only does 20 damage, it
Corner.
makes
It's
that
corner.
does not let the active Pokemon or the opposing active Pokemon retreat during the next turn.
Yeah.
But we have here
I
Lawrence.
think already Mulligan
Okay,
won.
is this the second mulligan or is this the first mulligan?
First Mulligan, I think.
Yeah.
Also, it's kind of interesting. Lawrence is also a former
Right, that is
Philippines
true.
national champion. With, I think he used to play Charizard DX.
Right.
He won the Philippines
Remember
nationals with
2023?
3.
Right.
And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he responds to the Espatra EX. It's one of those decks we don't expect. We
Exactly.
didn't expect coming
This
in.
is just only Jason is using this deck in this whole 32 top 32 for this tournament, and I would say it's on the what you call it, the rogue decks in the tournament. I don't think out if you think 515 players, I think only I would say less than 5% would be playing this kind of deck, right?
I don't think we were getting 1%
Ex-
of
oh,
this. Because
Okay. Or maybe even only Jason plays it. We don't
Yeah,
know.
because
We don't know.
to be honest, it makes sense though, because if you see his list, he has 2 devolutions.
Oh, right. That is true. The
And that's going to be
technical
important
machine
against
devolution.
the Dragapult matchup, especially since Dracloak only has 90 HP.
Right, right,
And
right.
then he can just throw all the damage.
The damage
with
to
the
those
Monkey
Dracloaks.
Dories.
That is true. What we're seeing here, I think Lawrence is going second. I'm not sure if it was his choice, but see, if I'm playing Dragapult, you usually want to go first because you do want to evolve those Dreepies into Dracloaks as soon as possible. And I don't see TM evolution in Lawrence's deck list here though. So I think it was Jason who chose to go first then. And now that also kind of makes sense because Jason wants to evolve into stage 1 Pokemon as soon as possible as well. He wants to get those Espathra out, Frostlasses out to do a lot or spread damage onto the other side of the board.
And also, the thing about the Espatra EX. Oh wait, we're seeing their price.
Okay, so far I don't see anything that has a huge impact. Perhaps the 2 Buddy Buddy Puffin can be interesting. It might take a while for Lawrence to get those basic. Oh, is this I'm confused. Wait, Lawrence is on the left side. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah, yeah.
because both players play Buddy Buddy Poffins, a whole set of those Poffins. Although this is also the promo card for this tournament. Buddy Buddy Poffin definitely is a very popular card. So it might take some time for Lawrence to get those basic Pokemon out, those tiny Pokemon out. But we do see here Jason has played again the Buddy Buddy Poffin. I expect. Wait, Jason also plays Duskulls? Or are we? I think
I think
our
it's
graphics is
yeah.
okay. So
So
it
right
was. So this is Lawrence on the right side because we see the Duskull, and this is Jason on the left side.
Yes, I think that's the situation
Right.
now. And I think Lord Jason has the Budu. Budu.
Both players have
Both
Badoos.
does have Budus.
So Lawrence has Badoo. Oh, no, not Lawrence again. I'm so confused. Jason has the Badoo active. Jason is on the left side. Lawrence is on the right. So it is Jason who has both two Buddy Buddy Poffins prized, and it is Jason. Oh, that's why we saw the Dragapult line of the prize cards on the right side as well. So yeah. So we see two Dreepies onto again, I'm sorry, I'm getting confused with the graphic. So this is Lawrence with two Dreepies onto his bench now. Also getting a Dragapult. Was that from an Ultra Ball discarding a Buddy Buddy Puffin and the Pheasant Deputy EX?
I think
Was that is that an early Ultra Ball? If I although Lawrence is expecting the itchy pollen.
Pollen to come
So
in.
he's not able to use the Ultra Ball. He will not be able to use the Ultra Ball during his next turn if Jason chooses to attack the
We
itchy
should have
pollen.
an Ichipollen counter right, now,
Right.
especially with the amount of players
This
coming in with the Budu
right.
that came out. Which set was this?
This is, I believe, Prismatic Evolutions.
Prismatic Evolutions.
Right.
One of the key cards that came out of Prismatic Evolutions, which disables the use of items
Item
for
lock.
the opposing
Yes,
opponents.
I agree. It's one of those what we've said earlier, Vincent. These 30 HP Pokemon that may, at first glance, may not look strong, but is very, very irritating.
Very irritating to face against, especially
Exactly.
since if for 5 turns you get
You
the
can't
Ichipollen,
use
you can't use
items.
any items at all.
Right.
And I think this is why Lawrence, like as you mentioned a while ago, got the Dracloak immediately
Right.
out with the Ultra
It makes
Ball.
sense now.
Makes sense now.
It makes sense now. So we do see Jason here playing the Artisan to get the. Is that another two Monkey Dories
Yeah,
onto his
the
bench?
two monkeys are out with
Right.
the Artisan.
Now playing Earthen Vessel, choosing a card to discard from his hand. I think
And then-
deciding.
And as a player,
Mhm.
it gets annoying that your opponent will be able to use an item, and then with
Right.
each opponent, you won't. And
Right,
this
right,
is
right.
what's happening now. And I think he's already charging up the monkeys
Right.
in preparation for what's gonna happen later on.
For the
and I
damage
think-
manipulation.
I think he's going to put in 2 Snorants to prepare for the Frost Dash.
We'll see. I did see. I don't see. I did not see a Buddy Buddy Puffin, but he did use the Earthen Vessel to get two
Dark
Darkness
Energy.
Energy, or was that two Darkness Energies, or just one Darkness Energy?
I think that's
I think
just one.
one Darkness Energy. He discarded. He discarded the Professor's Research though. Now he has played Iono, which I think makes sense because he saw Lawrence get the Dracloak. Now he's playing Iono, putting that Dracloak back into his deck, disabling the early evolution to that Dracloak during Lawrence's next turn. But we will see. He has gotten a fresh card, fresh hands of 6 cards though, as well as Jason. We'll see. We'll see what they want to do here. Jason has played another Buddy Buddy Puffin, and as you've said, Vincent has
going to
dropped
put
one
in one
Snorunt.
Snorunt.
It's probably gonna be another one as well.
This
If not, it could be
a Flittle.
a Flittle, yes. We do want to have that Espathro wall as well.
And I think this is where it's important to take note that
Oh
Iono
no,
there.
he's just shuffling his hand
Oh,
or his
so
deck.
he did
So
it.
it's just a
He
Snorunt.
just wants Norant. I think he's preparing for the a Flittle. He doesn't have a Flittle out, which is interesting. So he's not preparing to set up the Spatra.
Hmm, that's interesting. He's choosing not. Is he choosing to just itchy pollen all the way?
Probably,
Is that
probably.
the way?
Also, there's the Flittle.
Oh, there is a Flittle in
And then
hand.
there's
Okay,
the
and another
Snorunt.
Snorunt as well.
So this is
Okay.
interesting here. The risk of what he did with the Iono kind of
Mm,
helped. Also at the same time, not only did it interrupt Florence's hand, which
right.
was surely had a Dracloak, but that's a risk there too, because you don't know if the Iono would give him more cards favorable for him, for Lawrence as
That's
well.
true. So Lawrence here also utilizing Jason's Artisan because we know stadium cards can use by both
Players.
players.
And actually, I take it that back. It's kind of more advantageous now for Jason to be able to do the Iono because he had used Ichipoden on Lawrence. So whatever items he may have gotten, Lawrence may have gotten, it won't be usable because of
Right,
that ability.
exactly. But Lawrence here didn't really get anything from searching his deck using Artisan, but he has played Arven to get that Luxurious Cape and an Ultra Ball. You know, Luxurious Cape is a very interesting card as well. It's a tool card once attached to Pokemon that does not have a rule box, gives it 100
100
HP. On the downside of once that Pokemon gets knocked out, the opponent takes one more prize card. But in this case, I think it has great value because it does give 100 more HP. But on Jason's side, because we're not gonna see him attack using Flittle or the Espathra at least for the next few turns. It's not gonna proc that Luxurious Escape plus an additional prize card on that Luxurious Escape for now at least.
One of the more interesting things, locally, Lawrence is a guy who likes to add a bit of spice to his deck builds. And I think his spice for this one is the Luxury Escape. And normally he could either put it on the Badu or, like as you can see right now, on the 3P so that
Right.
he can prepare for it to take hits when needed.
Wait, a lot of things just happened. So Lawrence passed his turn earlier, and then Jason drew a card and just declared Itchy Pollen.
Yeah.
So we see.
Chipon encounter 2. 2 guys,
Right.
2.
So we have 2 damage counters on the active Duskull now, but it is Lawrence's turn. Has taken that Dracloak to evolve one of the 3Ps. Play Recon Directive where you look at the 2 top cards of your deck, choose one to go to your hand and choose the other one to go to the bottom of your deck. Has played the second one here as well.
Actually, I think this is more interesting now, considering that he had the Luxury Escape. Because
It will take more
more
turns.
turns to kill
to knock out.
the 3P. But
Right.
at the same time, you have to remember that Jason has devolution.
Right, that is
devolution.
true.
So if he devolves the Dracloak to 3P,
That's true.
it will take more than 70 damage for it to knock out the 3P.
This is again interesting now. Lawrence has passed his turn. Jason attached a psychic energy to the Flittle and again has declared Itchy Pollen. Number 3.
Number 3.
So 3 damage counters into this active Duskull, and Lawrence still cannot use items in this turn.
And then you can see slowly but surely, Jason is building up his bench. He's building up that Espatra wall.
Very slowly though, because he has neither any of the stage ones evolved into this deck. No Espathra and no Frostlass yet from Jason's side. Now, Lawrence again has passed. Let's see if we see any progress over here on Jason's side. Is it gonna be just Itchy Pollen again? Please do something. I don't see anything. Okay,
Oh.
there we go. Itchy Pollen
Number 4.
number 4.
Fourth Ichipollen of the day.
Right, 4 damage counters on the active Duskull. And again, Lawrence, no items for you again, sir, for the 4th time.
It slowly, I have a feeling
Right.
it starts to get annoying. For 4 turns, I can't use my items. I
Right.
want to play. Let me play.
Lawrence does have the 2 recon directives per turn though, so he has been seeing a lot of cards. Not necessarily using a lot of them. Perhaps a lot of them are just item cards here.
He may use the Dusclops to knock out the Badu
Right.
with the ability, but we're not seeing it, and he has not yet gotten any.
Yeah, we don't see any Dusclops or any of the Dragapults as well, but we do see him attach a fire energy, and
The Dragapult's
stand
out.
correct, the Dragapult is out. But he needs to retreat this Duskull first. Does it only have 1 retreat cost? Because it does have
Yes,
this
it does
1 psychic energy to it.
It does.
Right. Chooses to play boss's orders.
Treats the Duskull.
Right, taking this Monkey Dory into the active and swinging, probably gonna swing with the Phantom Dive. That does 200 damage, knocking out this Monkey Dory. Will knock out this Monkey Dory, and he has the option to put 6 damage counters anywhere onto Jason's benched Pokemon. I believe it will all be on that Flittle, knocking that out again. How much HP does that Flittle have?
50.
Just 50s or
Oh,
60?
60.
Okay. If it's 60, then Lawrence is taking 2 prize cards, has taken 2 prize cards now. Moving over to Jason's board, he has promoted, of course, again, our boy Badu.
Oh,
Let's see what he does
It's
here.
only 40.
It's only 40. So Lawrence, oh, okay, I get it. It makes sense. He did not put the extra 2 damage counters anywhere because, again, Jason has a Monkey Dory or a couple of Monkey Dories that could just transfer those damage counters from Jason's board to Lawrence's board. So it makes sense. He didn't use that extra 2 damage counters and to Jason's Pokemon. But anyway, we see Jason playing another Monkey Dory and another Flittle onto the bench. But again, these Pokemon are easy targets for that Dragapult Phantom Dive. We do see here Jason playing his Ace Spec, the Unfair Stamp, which is, I believe, is a very powerful Ace Spec where if in your opponent's previous turn, if one of your opponents, or if you're one of your Pokemon was knocked out, you can play the Unfair Stamp. Or is it if you're behind price cards?
Knockout.
Knockout. It is. It's the first thing that I said. So if one of your Pokemon was knocked out the previous turn, you can play Unfair Stamp, where both players shuffle their hand into their deck. The player who played Unfair Stamp draws 5 cards, while the opponent only draws 2. So we see here Lawrence already drawing 2 cards and Jason drawing 5. I see a devolution in Jason's hand, but I don't see anything else. He does see that Arven chooses to play it.
And this is interesting, especially since normally, if you're one of the players, they'll focus on knocking out Badu. And Lawrence didn't. He went for the Flittle.
Went for the Flittle.
Because-
Right, that is true.
Because it's really, sometimes it's better to knock out the Pokemon that's going to
The
be a threat
attacker, right?
later on, rather than the one
Right.
that you want to easily knock out.
Right. So as you can see, basically we're saying Lawrence sees value in the Espathra more than the, however irritating,
Irritating,
Itchy
the
Pollen.
And he already has the Dragapult set up, so it's not really, doesn't add much.
But we did see Jason take a counter catcher from that Arven, and I believe I didn't see the tool card though. I believe he will be playing
No, it's
that
Gravity.
Gravity Stone.
Gravity Stone. He
Right.
got a Gravity Stone.
So he, oh, there we go. So he attached the Gravity Stone onto the Badu, played counter catcher on
And
the
Ichipollen number 5.
Duskull without any damage counters. Ichipollen number 5, 1 damage counter on this Duskull. Now, Gravity Gemstone, though, is a very interesting tool card. Once attached to a Pokemon, the opponent's active Pokemon has 1 more retreat cost.
And this is why we're saying the Jason's deck is interesting, because it focuses more on your opponents using more energy than they
Right.
should have. And it ruins the energy count for those
Right.
they face against.
Exactly. So, the Gravity Gemstone, makes your opponent needs your opponent to have more energy cards to retreat.
So
The
the skull,
Espathra ability needs more energy for your opponent's Pokemon to attack, and this Duskull is not going anywhere right now, unless
he
it evolves
uses-
into a Dusclops. But I think that works into Jason's advantage as well.
it's going to be interesting seeing how things are.
Okay, now
Okay, Frostlass is out. Is that the first Frostlass? Yes, that's the
Yes.
first Frostlass.
we did see it evolve in the previous turn, and the bench Dracloak now has 2 damage counters, 2 in between turns that it has taken damage from the Frostlass ability.
Yeah, the Freezing Shroud gives during Pokemon checkup, the one put 1 damage counter on all the Pokemon that has an ability.
Right, and we see here the damage manipulation over on Jason's side with the Monkey Doris Adrenabrain knocking out the bench Duskull, and again declaring Itchy Pollen number 6.
6. Itchy 6.
So 2 damage counters to the active Duskull. The bench Duskull earlier was already knocked out from the Adrenabrain, so Jason has taken 1 prize card already. Over to Lauren's side now. The Dracloak, again, by the way, in between turns, has taken 1 more damage counter. So it's down to 60 HP. This Dracloak
Jason's
is gonna be...
deck is scary actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah,
You see your Pokemon whittle down slowly,
exactly.
painfully, and then the Badoo just Itchy Pollens you.
Exactly. Yes, and we do see the active Duskull evolve into a Dusclops now. Are we gonna see the knockout onto this Badoo now? Or because if Lawrence doesn't, what's the name of the Curse Blast?
Curse Blast.
If Lawrence doesn't Curse Blast this Dusclops, it's gonna take 1 damage from the Frostlass. Oh, I thought Lawrence has passed his turn, but he's gonna take damage from the Frostlass and also take 1 more damage from possibly the Itchy Pollen. It's gonna whittle down. It's gonna be weak slowly but surely, and might also get Adrenabrained. And there you go. We do see it use Curse Blast. The Curse Blast ability is basically knock out your own Dusclops. Your opponent does take 1 prize card, but it can do 50 damage to any of your opponent's Pokemon. Lawrence choosing to do that 50 on the Badoo. So Lawrence takes 1 prize card. Jason also takes 1 prize card. Now, Lawrence, though, is still not finished with his turn. He promoted this Dragapult EX. Well, Jason also promoted one of the Snorrons. And has he declared Phantom Dive? Yes, declared Phantom.
And knocked
Not
out one
yet.
of the a while ago, one of the Flittles.
No, was it the Flittle or the... Wait, things moved very fast. I wasn't able to. So he knocked out definitely one of the Pokemon. Well, the Snorunt was knocked out, and then
Yes. And then
the 60 damage went into the
other Flittle.
Flittle. Okay, the Flittle. Okay, there. Thank you very much, because it was fast. And then 1 damage counter on the Dracloak. Now another one as well. With the Adrenabrain plus 3, that Dracloak on the bench has 7 damage counters on that. It only has 20 HP left. Are we gonna see another Adrenabrain to knock it out? We do. Okay, so that Dracloak, that is the second Adrenabrain, and that Dracloak is knocked out. So Jason will take another prize card here, and has I think in total he has taken 3 prize cards now.
But still, Lawrence is in advantage, especially since
This is a
the
fat
Dragapult-
Dragapult. 320 HP, I believe, right? It's
no,
330.
not anymore. Because the Luxury Escape doesn't work when it's Dragapult.
No, but it's still Dragapult. It still has 320
Yes, 320.
HP, right? Jason played Buddy Buddy Poffin.
Yeah, I think Jason already game 1. So we can
Oh.
start with game 2. So look at the clock, we're at 30 minutes. Jason
Oh, I
has
think
30
Lawrence has conceded.
No, Jason.
How he
Jason.
conceded?
Jason conceded. They're preparing for game two.
May
That will
have
match.
realized that he was already on the back foot.
Yeah, they're already in a disadvantage, so he just
Okay.
went in and focused on the preparing for the next game, and
Are
it's
you sure
smarter.
though? I think Jason was like, wasn't he on an advantage there? Lawrence only had the Dragapult.
He doesn't have anything.
He
If
doesn't have an
he
attacker
doesn't,
now, I realize. Okay, so we did get confirmation. Jason did concede. Lawrence takes game one. That makes sense though, because we're looking at time management here. We only have 45 minutes for 3 games.
and it's very smart because instead of what we've seen a while ago with the Arya and Leo
Mm-hmm.
matchup, where I think we game two was already at 14 minutes. We're seeing
Exactly.
at 30 minutes
Exactly, that
between.
is true. So Jason here is, I would say, rather definitely in a disadvantage, being down 0-1. And his deck, I would say it's we've been saying it. He's been attacking, or he's been putting damage counters slowly, although surely, but slowly. Time is not on Jason's side here.
Yeah,
He needs to win 2 games in less than 30 minutes.
with the spotter needs a setup, needs to have the Badu out first, and that he would delay the progress of Lawrence to getting the Dragapult and knocking out all of those in the bench and the active Pokemon.
All right. Think Jason here has chosen, if might need to get confirmation here, but Jason has chosen to
Go first.
go second. The marker is on his side though. So I think the marker is on his side, but the graphic arrow is pointing towards Jason. So I'm confused. I'm sorry.
Okay, so what do you think right now would Jason need to do to win?
Jason needs to
Arvin?
do a lot of things fast. A lot of things fast. He needs to put down as many of those damage manipulating Pokemon to his advantage. Play as many buddy Puffins as soon as he can. Evolve those Pokemon as soon as he can, so that he can do damage using his Frostlass to Lawrence board as soon as he can. And Adrenabrain, possible damages. I don't think Itchy Pollen is the attack here. I think it should be Espathra.
I think right now with Jason situation, it's Maractus.
Maractus?
Maractus. Because not only if Lawrence knocks out the Maractus, it gets 6 damage.
That is true.
So it lowers the required attack
That's true.
for the Espatra to knock out the Dragapult.
I would agree, but again, Jason is on the disadvantage time-wise here.
Time wise, that's
So
true.
I still believe because Espathra can deal is the bigger
Cyball-
damage dealer.
Yeah, the Cyball attack of Espatra
Exactly.
is 30 damage for each energy in the most active Pokemon.
Right.
And I think the total damage so far for the Espatra is on its own 30, and then you have to 3 for Dragapult, so that's
Right.
90, 120. I think that's 120 for the Espatra.
That is true, but Jason can just charge up that Espathra as much as he can, though.
That's true. That's true.
He can have to like infinite energy cards there. But let's look at the prize cards. We do see one Dragapult and one Draclo over on Lauren's side. But what's interesting here, the Gravity Gemstone, the one of
The one of
from Jason's side, and one
Frostlass.
Frostlass as well out of the 3. Maybe not that big of an impact, but that one of Gravity Gemstone though. And yeah, aside from that, not much. The Blood Moon Ursaluna is one of as well, but it's on the bottom part of the prize card. He's probably gonna get that early if he does get prize cards early. And you don't expect the Blood Moon Ursaluna early game anyway, so he does not need that card yet.
As you can see, I think Jason put out the. Is that like the fairy? The
Cleffa.
fairy- Cleffa.
It's the Cleffa.
And
It's
the
with the grasping draw
grasping
attack.
draw attack, which doesn't require the energy,
Mm-hmm.
but it allows you to get up to 6. 6?
7, I think.
7.
7, if I remember correctly. So it's a very strong attack to charge up your hand, because you're not gonna do anything in the active anyway, so might as well draw cards.
And then here we've seen another 30 HP Pokemon
That
out.
is true. It is another 30 HP Pokemon. So we see Jason attach the darkness energy to that monkey door, of course, so that he can use Adrenabrain, but use Professor's research to discard his hand, including one of those luminous energy, which is only one copy in his deck, so he'll not be able to utilize that anymore on either his Monkey Dory, and can he use it on the Espathra?
He could. He could.
Right. So that's a waste of the luminous energy, but he did want more. He wanted to see more cards. He wanted that Badu at least, what you see now played on the bench. But again, this is what
Ichipollen, number 7.
Ichipollen number 7. But this is what I've been saying. He needed Buddy Puffins. He needed those basic Pokemon into his bench, but we only see 3 of them played right now. Now on over to Lawrence.
It's also actually, if you look at Jason's area, it's dangerous for him to have 2 30 HP Pokemon in the field, especially facing against a Dragapult.
Right.
Because the Dragapult can easily just knock out both of them and another active Pokemon if Lawrence so
Exactly.
chooses.
Not to mention, Dusclops Curse Blast can knock out those 30 HP
Yeah, that's
Pokemon
true,
as
that's
well.
true.
But over to Lauren's side of the board here, does get that 1 damage counter from Ichipollen, the Dreepy I'm talking about, and he is not able to use item cards again, but he is able to utilize Jason's Artisan to get the Dreepy from the deck into his bench. Now he has chosen to play Jack. Jack allows you to search 2 evolution Pokemon. Is it 2 or 3? 2. Okay. So he has chosen to get this Drac Cloak and 1 Dusclops. So he can choose to evolve this Duskull now and probably knock out one of the 30 HP Pokemon, but has chosen first to evolve the active Dreepy into the Drac Cloak and use Recon Directive. Look at the top 2 cards of his deck. Get one of those and put it into his hand, and the other one goes to the bottom of the deck. And has passed. No Curse Blast? Okay. Now over to Jason's side. He has evolved. Okay, this is getting
Frostlass,
interesting.
Snorunt,
Snorunt into Frostlass. Utilize the Artisan to probably get another Snow. No, that's a Monkey Dory.
second Monkey's out. Let's see what's going to happen, especially now that Frostlass is activated. The Freezing Shout ability where at Pokemon checkup, any Pokemon that has an ability gets 1 damage counter.
That is including Monkey Dory. So both Monkey Dories in between turns or during Pokemon checkup does get 1 damage counter each. It looks kind of what you call it, sadistic to add add damage counters to your own Pokemon, but in this deck though,
as long as
it
you
works
can,
to his advantage because of Adrenabrain. Okay. Jason has attached another darkness energy to the second Monkey Dory. Has not declared Ichipollen yet, so let's see what. Oh, there we go. Ichipollen number
8.
X. I don't know. Or the probably
It's
number 8.
interesting. Now in this situation, I think it's going to be important where Lawrence is setting up a multi-price knockout, considering that maybe he starts loading up the Pokemon in his bench with energies. So it's going to be interesting to see how Jason responds to it, especially with 2 30 HP Pokemon.
That
I
is
mean,
true.
they have been really useful, yes, but now it seems like they're a liability with a Dragapult coming out like this.
That is true.
So let's see if Jason would be able to, if the risk Jason has for the field compared to Lawrence is, rewarding.
That is true. I definitely agree. So yeah, I was just about to say that Dracloak definitely should have had 3 damage counters on it, and it's good that they've already corrected that because aside from the Itchy Pollen, the active Dracloak does also take damage from the Freezing Shroud in between turns. So here over on the Lauren's side, he has evolved another Drippy into the Dracloak, has chosen to utilize both Recon Directives, but again, he still can't play item cards from his hand due to that Itchy Pollen. So let's see what he can do here. Is he finally gonna Curse Blast? Because if he does not, this Dusclops is also gonna be in danger from Freezing Shroud and Adrena Brain. So let's see what he cooks up here. I see him thinking, I see him pass over to Jason's side, and Freezing Shroud activates. So 1 damage counter of each on each of the Pokemon that have ability, the Dracloaks, the Dusclops, and the Monkey Dories as well. So we see here over onto Jason's side, choosing to utilize the first Adrena Brain, putting 2 damage counters from the Monkey Dory onto the Dusclops. That's what I said here. That Dusclops is in danger. It has 5 damage counters in total right now, but Jason has not used the second Adrena Brain yet. I think he's going to do that now to force that Dusclops into just 10 HP left, forcing it to either evolve the next turn or even like Curse Blast next turn, or I believe it's gonna get knocked out in between turns from Freezing Shroud as well. And we see him declare. Did he declare Itchy Pollen yet? No, he has chosen to play Artazon, and a third Monkey Dory has come to Jason's bench or board. Let's see if he attaches an energy to that so he can utilize a third Adrena Brain, but he can't use it now though because there's no more damage
More
counters on
damage
his board.
counters. But then with Frostlass, he has what? He has 3
Right.
damage counters in the air, up in the air,
All right.
on coming in his turn. After
That
this
is
one,
true.
so
Again, he's
and if you think about it, it's going to be painful since Adrena Brain transfers 3 damage counters from your Pokemon to your opponent's Pokemon. It's a total of 90, which is enough to knock out the Dracloak, which has
Right.
90 HP.
that is true. He has declared a Chipotle number 9, and we have now a total of 7, including Freezing Shroud. Damage counters on this active Dracloak. 6 on the bench. Dusclops.
It's really painful to see what's happening in Lawrence's Pokemon getting damage without doing anything at all.
Yeah.
And it's going to get worse with the Adrena Brain and the Freezing Shroud.
All right. So we do see. I'm really worried about this Dusclops as well as this active Dracloak, because if he
Just
does not evolve either or both of these Pokemon, they're gonna get knocked out soon, right? So the active Dracloak does use Recon Directive. He does have another Recon Directive on the bench, which he's gonna use as well. Lawrence has seen four cards off his deck now. Is evolved into a third Dracloak and a third Recon Directive for this turn as well. Let's see what he's again. He's still not able to use item cards though.
He has, if you look at his hand, he has the 3 Dragon Balls in his hand. But he can't evolve because he needs the Recon ability to get to surf, to go
Right.
through his deck.
He needs Recon Directive to see cards, and as well as it's gonna be pointless to evolve to Dragapult without any energies.
And he also
Attached to your
has only
Dracloak.
1 Crispin.
Oh,
That's the dangerous part.
right.
He only has one
we have not
Crispin.
seen Crispin in a while.
I think that's what Lawrence is doing. He's trying to look through his deck, sift through it, to get a Crispin, or even just an energy.
Oh, there we go. But yeah, here we did finally see him use Curse Blast with that Dusclops, knocking out the Cleffa, I believe. So both players take 1 prize
One prize
card.
each.
Lawrence evolves the Dracloak on the bench into a Dragapult here, as well as attach a fire energy card to that same Dragapult, but he needs to find a way to either retreat. If he evolves the active Dracloak, though, he can't really do much with it. He needs to retreat this Dracloak or do something with it at least. Or just wait for it to get knocked out. That doesn't make sense, though. He needs to do passed. He has passed over to Jason's board. So the active Dracloak gets one more damage counter. Oh, no, wait, no! It was the freezing
Shroud.
shroud that knocked. No, no, no. It was the curse blast that knocked out the Frostlass. The Cleffa is still on the board. I have to correct myself. I thought the Cleffa was knocked out. It was the Frostlass that was. I believe Lawrence evolved into a Dusknoir.
He slowly evolved into a Dusknoir a while ago.
Right. Okay. So
Now,
there is no freezing shroud in between turns, so that's also why we have only 8 damage counters on the active Dracloak. But still, this is gonna get knocked out with Itchy Pollen. But we see Jason play a Snorant. This Snorant is gonna evolve into a Frostlass soon. But however, Jason, even though he has 3 Monkey Dories, cannot utilize Adrena Brain because he does have 0 damage counters on his board. So let's see what he cooks here. He's probably just gonna do, well, he's gonna Itchy Pollen at the end of this turn. I guarantee it. He has attached a Bravery Charm to that Snorant, giving it 50 more HP, so it doesn't get easily knocked out by the Dragapult or like a Dusknoir. But we're not gonna see a Dusknoir there. But there we see the Itchy Pollen knocking out the Dracloak, and Lawrence cannot use items still. So we see Lawrence attach a Psychic Energy into Dragapult and evolve the Duskull into the Dusclops, giving as a threat to that Snorant again. So what Lawrence can do here is Cursed Blast to that Snorant.
but the Snorant has Privy Charm.
But he can also use Phantom Dive to knock out both the Snorant and the Badoo. That's what I'm thinking here. But before that, he has chosen to utilize Recon Directive. Let's see what he does here. He does choose to boss's orders the Snorant, Phantom Dive knocking out the Snorant, and both the Cleffa and the Badoo taking 3 prize cards.
This is, as I mentioned a while ago, the danger of having these kinds of Pokemon out with a Dragapult. He can Lawrence can easily knock out more than one. He can do multiple prize knockouts with
Right.
the use of Phantom Dive, and
That is
having Jason having low HP Pokemon in the field is not only detrimental, it's also a liability to him. Look, and this is where it's really obvious now.
Right. Although I would agree, I think Jason does not. He has played Night Stretcher and still chose to get that Badoo from the discard pile, play it onto his bench, used Artisan to get another Snorant. So he's still banking on Itchy Pollen, I think.
Still has, I mean, one could hope. One could hope.
But he's still on the back foot here, though. He has still 4 prize cards left and just a little bit over 11 minutes to win 2 games. He is definitely in a disadvantage here. Lawrence, still I would say, would be a little bit more comfortable now that he has
The first win.
the first win, as well as this Dragapult that can do a lot of damage, a Duskull that can Curse Blast, Recon Directive to see 2 cards, and he only has 2 prize cards left. So it's not gonna be easy for Jason to. He needs to cook here, really. He needs probably a miracle to win this match, I would say.
What I can see him doing is he could boss the Dracloak and then either use the wait,
He's gonna attack with
He's gonna
Monkey
attack
Dory,
with
bro.
Monkey Dory.
Let's go. Monkey Dory's attack. I forgot the name.
The Mind Bend. It's
Mind
Mind Bend.
Bend.
It's 60 damage, and then the defending Pokemon is now
Is
confused. So there's a possibility that he could delay the inevitable if Lawrence has terrible rolls.
I think it's too little too late though. I would say. Because
Still anyone's game.
Lawrence
Confused.
is it?
Confused.
Is
Uh,
it?
If Lawrence is able to switch out the Pokemon, then it's done. It's a done deal.
Is it?
But what
Well,
does
yeah,
he
that
have
is
in
true.
hand?
He has played Recon Directive. Lawrence does have a rescue board. We haven't seen it though.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Retreat options. Yes, he does. He does play one switch and one rescue board. So we might see one of those come into play. He does attach the fire energy into the bench. Dracloak. But to what extent, I don't think he can do anything else here aside from perhaps Curse Blast onto the Badoo.
Probably.
Yeah, that's he's thinking. He's thinking. He has less than 9 minutes.
Curse. Oh,
No
he
Curse Blast, just a pass. Wait, does he
No, he
flip?
attacks, he attacks.
Oh, he
He attacks
attacks.
with Phantom Dive.
He has declared an attack.
And it's a heads.
Phantom Dive,
it's
it's a
heads.
heads.
And
And
it's
that
done.
is
That's it.
that is the
Lawrence
game.
wins with Dragapult and Phantom Dive with the confused Dragapult. I might add.
Confused Dagapult, flipped heads. It may not be clear because the coin is still dark, but it's definitely a heads. Knocking out both the Monkey Dory and perhaps just the Badoo or even the Snorant on the bench.
If it was me, I would focus on the Badoo. The Badoo's been annoying the whole game.
Yeah, but if I was Jason, I wouldn't have played the Badoo,
Badoo, yeah.
nor the Snorant,
Actually,
right?
that would have been if he was able to set up at least Espatra. But
Right,
no.
yeah. Because, yeah, both the Badoo and the Snorant were targets for Phantom Dive, basically targets for game. He was banking on the Tails coin flip, but that's also really dangerous.
Chance. So it's chance.
That's dangerous. Leaving your game into RNG, I think it's.
Did he start with Cleffa a while ago? Did he start with
He start-
Cleffa?
He started with Cleffa and then the Monkey Dory.
Ah,
Right.
that too. He added more targets.
Exactly.
Easy targets, easy pickings for
So
the
that
Dragapult.
is unfortunately an elimination for Jason Yusai. Lawrence Tech with the standard Dragapult deck moving on to top 8.
Top 8.
Almost there. Just one more. If he wins that one more match, he gets to one of those and Zoroark stamped. Which I think is very nice. One of those
I wish I have one myself. But, we're here
new
casting.
cards from Journey Together. Hopefully, can we get one of those? Just for shiz and giggles. But anyway, that is it for
The
top 16. And yeah, we see Lawrence Tech take that. We see this is again a testament that Dragapult is
It's
very popular because it is very strong with almost any matchup, I would say, even if we have here what we've called the rogue deck, right? The Espatra EX with the Monkey Dories, the Frost Lasses, and the 30 HP Pokemon. It's not that expected of a matchup for Dragapult, but you can see here, it's a 2-0 match.
And yeah, you can see here, this is why the Dragapult is still one of the, I can say, best decks in the format right now.
Yes.
It can face against a lot of the, what you call this, even rogue decks, even decks that you don't expect to face. And I would commend Jason for getting into top 16 with a
Definitely.
deck like Espatra EX where people have not expected it. I doubt people would see it maybe in the future. However, with the
We'll
new set
see.
coming in, I
Uh-huh.
think Frostlass and Snorunt will come out again, and I'm hoping to see that too in the future.
Right, we'll
Maybe I'll
see.
be running it myself.
We'll see that in your future games, Vincent. But right now, we're going to take a break again. But again, don't go anywhere. We're going to go to our top 8 matches next. And we're going to go into a break. Else, we'll see you guys soon.
Learn how to play the Pokemon card game in just 9 minutes. I got my first pack of Pokemon cards. Thing is, I have no idea how to play the game.
What did you say? You don't know how to play with your Pokemon cards.
Huh? Who are you?
I'm Kay, a Pokemon card scientist. But you can call me Professor Pokecard like everyone else here.
Professor Pokecard?
Let's see. Now that's a pretty nice deck you've got there. Just you wait. I'll make you into a Pokemon card master in no time.
What?
The Pokemon trading card game lets you battle using your favorite Pokemon. And the fastest way to learn is just by playing. You can battle me and I will teach you everything.
Okay.
You have a Sprigatito and Lucario EX deck. I will face you with my own Quaxly and Mimikyu EX deck.
I won't lose.
A deck is made up of 60 Pokemon cards, as you can see here.
So that's what a deck is.
After you finish shuffling your cards, place your deck here.
Right.
Start by greeting your opponent. Good luck. Have fun. Rock, paper, scissors.
Go! Yay! Looks like I won this part.
Then you can choose to go first or second.
Then I'll go first.
Now you see, the first step is to draw 7 cards from your deck.
7 cards.
That will be your hand.
Wow!
Do you have any Pokemon that say basic?
Basic Pokemon. I have 2.
Place the first basic Pokemon you will battle with in the active spot. If you have any other basic Pokemon, place them face down on your bench.
I'll put this Pokemon in the active spot, and this one on the bench.
Next, take 6 cards from your deck and set them face down without looking at them. Put them in the space marked prize cards.
Why do I have to lay 6 cards there?
Every time you knock out an opponent's Pokémon, you take one of these cards as a prize, and then you can add it to your hand. Whoever takes all their prize cards first wins the game.
Now I see.
Let's go over the battle setup one more time. Okay, let's start the battle. Turn over the cards in the active spot and bench.
Right! Sprigatito, I choose you!
I'm going with Zangoose.
Fine then, because I'm gonna win!
First, you must draw 1 card from your deck.
Yes, it's Riolu!
Riolu is a basic Pokémon, so you can put it on the bench.
Right!
Oh look, you have energy cards.
What's energy?
During your turn, you can attach just 1 energy card from your hand to one of your Pokémon. If a Pokémon has the right amount and type of energy attached to it, it can use its attacks. Why don't you attach energy to the active Sprigatito?
All right then. I will attach 1 grass energy card to my Sprigatito. So does that mean my Sprigatito can attack now?
It is able to attack already. But when you go first, remember that you can't attack on the opening turn. That means your turn is over.
Okay, I'm all done with my turn.
Okay. I will start by drawing 1 card from my deck. I'll attach this psychic energy to Zangoose. This white mark means that any type of energy works for this attack. Now my Zangoose has all the energy it needs to attack. I will use the slash attack. That's 40 damage to Sprigatito. When your Pokémon takes damage, you place damage counters on it. This makes it easier to remember how much damage it's taken.
Oh man, only 30 HP is left.
I finished attacking, so now my turn is over.
What do I do now?
Hey, Ren, you have cards in your hand that say Trainer in the upper right.
I have 1 Nemona and 1 Switch.
There are many kinds of trainer cards, such as supporters or items. They're all useful cards that can help you in battle. Why don't you try using one?
Okay, I'll play my Nemona supporter card. What does this do? I can draw 3 cards from my deck.
Once you've used a card, put it in your discard pile. Important to know, only 1 supporter card can be used per turn. And remember, the player who goes first is not allowed to use a supporter card on their opening turn.
Right. I'm not done yet.
By the way, you can also attach energy to your bench Pokémon.
In that case, I'll attach a fighting energy to Riolu. Now I'll use Sprigatito's Scratch Attack. That's 10 damage to Zangoose.
That's the spirit.
I attacked, so it looks like my turn is over.
Here I go. First, I'll evolve Quaxly to Quaxwell. By playing Pokémon on top of each other, they evolve and will keep getting even stronger. Next, I'll attach 1 water energy card to my Quaxwell. I'll also use my Nest Ball item card. This allows me to choose 1 basic Pokémon from my deck. By the way, you can use as many items from your hand as you like during your turn. The Pokémon I'll put into play is Mimikyu EX.
It looks powerful. Professor, what does the EX in the name mean?
Good question. This card is an especially strong one, and it's called a Pokémon EX. Knowing how to use Pokémon EX cards is a shortcut to victory.
Pokémon EX? Wow, I want to try!
Let's get back to the battle. Zangoose, use Slash.
Sprigatito's HP fell to 0.
When a Pokemon's HP drops to 0, it gets knocked out. Since I knocked out Sprigatito, I'll take 1 prize card. When the Pokémon in the active spot is knocked out, it gets discarded along with all the attached cards. Then you'll pick another from the bench and place it in the active spot.
You're good. This time, I choose Riolu.
Let's go over the rules once more.
The battle's only just begun. All right, I drew Lucario EX. Lucario EX can evolve from Riolu. I'm going to evolve my active Riolu. Now I'll add fighting energy to Lucario EX.
Wow!
Lucario EX attacks with low sweep.
Zangoose has a weakness to fighting type, so it takes double the damage.
60 times 2. That means 120 damage. I knocked out Zangoose, so I'll take a prize card.
Pokemon EX cards have powerful attacks and high HP. On the other hand, if one gets knocked out, they give up 2 prize cards.
I get it.
Moving on, for my next turn, I think I will evolve Quaxwell into Quaquaval and use that to fight back.
Well, I won't be backing down.
But before that, let's go over the rules again for you. First, the rules for battles. And this is how you win. Let's resume the battle. From here on out, you'll play without my advice. It's a real match now.
Okay, I just know I'm gonna win. There's no better time than now to start playing the Pokemon trading card game. Level up your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes. I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokemon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach two tools to a single Pokémon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokémon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokémon gets knocked out, its Pokémon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokémon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokémon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokémon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokémon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokémon. Now, what if your active Pokémon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokémon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokémon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokémon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokémon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokémon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokémon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities! Oh, hey, Professor! My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha!
Terra Pokémon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokémon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away!
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokémon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way!
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyzed again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokémon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokémon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokémon can only have one of those three. If a Pokémon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are 2 ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, they can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokémon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokémon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
Discover the power of Stellar Terra Pokemon EX in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet Stellar Crown. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Currents crackle and dragons roar in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet Surging Sparks. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Memories in twilight glow, holding tight, won't let them go. Through the high and the low, you were always there for me. My treasure, the love you share is my treasure, like a precious gem. Memories in twilight glow, holding tight, won't let them go. Through the highs and the lows, you were always there for me. So smile through the pain, no matter what came our way. Now I found what's deep in my heart. My treasure, the love you share is my treasure, like a precious gem, holding so close now, and I won't let go. Deep in my heart, it's fading, but still shining.
Party with Ogre Pawn at the Festival of Masks in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet Twilight Masquerade. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
game in just 9 minutes. I got my first pack of Pokemon cards. Thing is, I have no idea how to play the game.
What did you say? You don't know how to play with your Pokemon cards.
Huh? Who are you?
I'm Kay, a Pokemon card scientist. But you can call me Professor Pokecard like everyone else here.
Professor Pokecard?
Let's see. Now that's a pretty nice deck you've got there. Just you wait. I'll make you into a Pokemon card master in no time.
What?
Hello once again, Pokemon fans, and welcome back to the Master Ball League 2024-25 Pokemon Asia Championships Series Philippines. We are now down to our top 8 in our TCG division, in the Masters division. So we are going to be featuring a match between Juancho Saldana and Carlo Ocampo. But before that, can we go ahead and look at the top 8 leaderboard? All right, you see here, Juancho Saldana over on the right side with the 12th seed, going against Carlo Ocampo. He just went against Antonio George Francisco. Tiger Francisco. And we will also be having Juancho's partner Ira also proceeding to top 8, going against Pocholo Pascual. But aside from that, on the left side of this bracket, we have Ivan Reyna once against the first seed, Marco Luis Cabrera, who will go against who we just featured in top 16 earlier, Lawrence Matthew Tech. And last but not least, we have Denzel and Edmund Pua for top 8, for the rest of top 8. All right. Now we'll be seeing the deck that Juancho will be, or is using. This is, I believe, Vincent, the same 60 that he and Ira are using?
Yeah, he's using the same Terra box that Terra used a while ago when Ira faced against Shai. So it's going to be, we're going to see the usual Terra box shenanigans that we kind of expected for the deck.
All right, exactly. So we might see Farigiraf EX again. Right.
But what's more interesting right now is the Carlos deck, since this is the first, I think this is the only Journey Together deck
from top 32.
In the top 32, now in the top 8.
Right. So I'm also really excited with this End Zoroark deck. Let's see how it battles against Juancho's Terra Box deck. So we're looking at the prize cards right now. Still
nothing to.
I think
it's going to be problematic for Juancho right now since he has 2 Noctowns in the prize card.
That is true. As well as, is the Terrapagos a one of? It is, right?
Yeah,
he
it is.
kind of, I think a lot of times he might have to rely on other attackers aside from the Terrapagos though, because Zoroark EX has 280 HP. He might have to, I believe he might have to rely on Cornerstone as his attacker, or like the Tealmass Ogrepon, because Zoroark EX is weak to grass.
Yeah, then we're seeing right now Juancho starting off with the usual Terra box build with the Fan Rotom at front. We're setting up his 2 Hoot-Hoots at the bench, while we have Darumaka for Carlo, which is an important support Pokemon for the End Zoroark when it evolves into Darmanitan, which is going to be important also later on as Zoroark becomes End Zoroark.
That is true. And yes, I believe we have to say this is the quote-unquote usual or ideal start for the Terra Box decks over on Juancho Sal, which we didn't really see when Ira was featured, because Ira was going against that lightning Joltik. So she had to go out of the standard route.
Yeah, I think the only time that she started with Fan Rotom was when she had the Ditto in the front.
Right.
And that's pretty much it. Now on the side of Carlo, it's really important since Carlo is one of the latest players to join into the Pokemon TCG.
Right. He's relatively a new player, right?
He actually won the one of the Ultra Ball leagues when Zoroark came out.
Right.
So he actually also, I think that's just a UBL, 2 UBLs ago. And now that he also came into the top cut for the latest UBL
Right.
with Zoroark.
Right.
And
So,
actually, when Zoroark came out, I wasn't a fan of the deck. But because of what he's done, I am now kind of a believer.
Oh,
in
really?
Zoroark.
Okay. But yeah, I've been a believer of generally the Ends deck. I don't really even call this the Ends Zoroark deck. It's generally Ends deck,
Ends
right?
deck, yeah.
I have this came, I did immediately build it. I like it a lot. I've been using it in new expansion battles or in gym battles or gym store battles. So yeah, if you want to start playing the Pokemon trading card game, it's good to start in those gym battles or even new expansion battles with new decks. And definitely this Ends deck is definitely one of the stronger new decks that came out of Journey Together.
Yeah.
And we did see here Carlo Ocampo played the Buddy Buddy Puffin to put 2 Zoroarks, the baby Zorowas,
Zorowas.
into his bench, attach a Darkness Energy to one of them, and also dropped one more Ends Darumaka into the bench and passed his turn.
Yeah, it's really
Over-
important also to take consider one of the reasons why Zoroark is a strong Pokemon in the field right now. It's of its trade ability,
Exactly,
where
that's
it
true.
we saw this with Kirlia,
Mm-hmm.
pre-rotation. Now we have it in Zoroark, where you a player can discard a card in their hand and then draw 2.
That is true. Trade is definitely a powerful draw support. But we have here on the one shoe. So this is interesting. He has chosen to play the Girafarig. I'm not sure. Is Farigiraf, because Farigiraf does not wall out the Enzoroark EX or any of Carlos Pokemon at all. I'm not sure if Wanchu is aware of this or not. But we'll see. I see the cornerstone Ogre Pawn is expected though, because this does wall out
The Zoroark.
does Enzoroark, although it is susceptible or vulnerable to Enz Darumaka. It's very strong against the Enz Zoroark, and its attack is also it's decent. It has a decent attack, right? So Wancho has chosen to pass, I believe. Did Carlo already draw his first card? He did immediately attach and evolved into
Actually-
that Enz Zoroark
Actually, one of the more interesting things with Carlos
and just passed.
Carlos deck is that his Zoroark runs Heroescape.
Right, that is true. When I saw the deck list, I was like, I don't play this card. Like, I have an almost the same deck build with Carlo, but I don't know why I'm still using Prime Catcher. Perhaps I'm just really comfortable with the
With the
Gusting.
Gusting, yeah. I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense. Especially since the only way Zoroark is able to attack the backline is with the Rmanitan's
Right.
second attack. However, the trade-off is that it loses all its energy.
Exactly, that is true. So overall onto Wancho's side here, he attached a rescue board into the Rotom to retrieve the Rotom and, as expected, attacked using the cornerstone Ogre Pawn, knocked out the active Enz Darumaka. Now Carlo has promoted the Enz Zoroark EX.
Still waiting for Carlo to evolve his Zoroark to Zoroark because that's where things start juicy for Carlo.
That is true. Now I think Carlo, although he has Buddy Buddy Puffin in hand, I think he's hesitant to play his Badoo because Wancho is playing the Girafarig. He might be aware of the Girafarig's attack or Farigiraf's attack, able to add 30 damage to the bench. But I believe he just played Ultra Ball, discarding a Buddy Buddy Puffin and a Nest Ball to get that End Zoroark and evolve one of the Zoroas and bench. So Carlo here has now access to 2 trades. That's easy access to 4 cards from the top of his deck. As long as he pays, 1 card for each 2, discard 1 from the hand to draw 2 cards. Let's see if he does the exact thing here. He has attached the Defiance Band to the Ends Darmanitan and played Iono. Both players shuffle their hands to the bottom of the deck. Wancho draws 5 cards, Carlo draws 6 cards. Although he still has again access to 4 cards with those now 6 cards with 3 Ends Zoroark in his board. So technically Carlo has seen or is going to see more than 15 cards. Wait, what's the total there? Draw for turn 1, Iono to 6, that's 7, and then 6, 13. 13. Seeing 13 cards off the top of his deck.
It's going to be interesting, especially since if Carlo is able to use NSPP up.
Right. He does. We do see the Earthen Vessel here getting 2 Darkness energies. But as we've said earlier, Vincent, this Cornerstone Ogre Pawn does not take damage from the Ents Zoroark. So Carlo will have to rely on Ents Darmanitan here. He's probably gonna be digging for one of those reversal energies to swing and do damage to this Cornerstone Ogre Pawn and perhaps maybe knock out one of the Hoot Hoots. Let's see here. So that's his 3rd trade. I don't see NSPP up nor a switching. Wait. Okay, that's the 3rd trade. I thought that was already 3 because he has put markers on all 3
I think at this
to
point,
get confirmation on that.
Carlo would switch out Ends Darmanitan. He would attack with either Flame Body or the first one. However, considering that
Right?
the energy is not in the not enough energy in the discard pile.
Yeah, he might use Backdraft here, but the Body Cannon does allow him to knock out one of the Hoot Hoots though, limiting Wancho's access to trainer cards.
But then I would, if it was me, I'd just focus on the Giraffe ring.
That is true.
However, it's
But
still.
let's see what he does here. Yeah, there he goes. He
Hoot Hoot.
does do Flame Body Cannon, damaging or doing damage to this
Hoot?
Cornerstone Ogre Pawn and knocking out one Hoot Hoot. I believe he has to discard that reversal energy though.
Yes.
There we go.
So that's 90 damage on the Ogre Pawn and then 90 at
No, that's 120 with the
120.
Defiance Band.
Oh yeah, Defiance Band. Still has an answer for that.
So let's see here. Wancho thinking about his options here. He does still have one Hoot Hoot in the bench. So he still has access. Choosing to charge a Grass Energy into the Giraffe Rig though. Let's see here. Playing Nest Ball. Perhaps gonna get if he has a Pheasant Dipity. Does that make sense? Or the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn also makes sense because Zoroark is weak to grass. But he has attached that grass energy to the Giraffe Rig though, so
But then
this is
He
interesting.
can still teal mask. with
Yeah.
Teal mask.
So
Teal
I'm
Dance.
guessing Teal Dance or Pheasant Dipity for flip the script, maybe, perhaps. Or what else can he do here? The Terapagos EX is prized. So we see a Professor's Research discarding his whole hand and drawing a fresh 7. I do see he's gotten a Noctowl and Pheasant Dipity, I believe. So choosing to evolve the into the Noctowl and utilize Jewel Seeker because it does have the Terra Pokemon. The Cornerstone Ogre Pawn is a Terra Pokemon as well. Getting a Crispin and what's the other one? I didn't see. Boss's Orders and two supporter cards. Although he has already played Research, he's taking those to one, prepare for the next turn, and two, maybe perhaps thinning out his deck and playing no, he does not play the Pheasant Dipity, just choose it to attack and knock out the active Ents Darmanitan.
It's one of those things that you have to consider. Is it that the festivity can be a liability for the defending for the Poké player. Sometimes it can either use yes the flip the script can be helpful, but at the same time that means it adds more to price or target for your opponent to do. And sometimes it's a balance between the advantage of having 3 cards or getting a 2 pricer target.
That is true. I agree. So here Carlo has used Ends PP up to charge Enzorark from the Darkness Energy from the discard pile into that Enzorark. So again, Ends PP up is one of the new cards from Journey Together. This Ends PP up allows you to attach a basic energy from the discard pile to any of your Ends bench Ends Pokemon. He has also attached another reversal, the second reversal energy onto that Ends Darumaka, but it has not evolved yet, although he has played the Ultra Ball to get that Ends Darmanitan. This is 120 plus. Is it a knockout? How much HP does the Ogre Pawn have?
It's
180,
like
I believe.
210.
You sure?
210.
It is 210. So 120 plus. It is enough. It can knock it out, and can also perhaps knock out the Rotom or do damage to the Girafarig, whichever he sees more value in. He plays Iono to one get a fresh hand of 5 and Wancho getting only 4. He still has access to, I think, 2 more trades. I believe he has already used 1. He has 2 more. Okay, there's trade number 2. Discarding Buddy Buddy Poffin and drawing 2 more cards. Ooh, another Ansdaruma. How many does he play? 3. I thought 1. He played Super Rod. I believe he played Super Rod.
And then he got his 3-2 with it.
Right. So he plays a 3-2 line of this Ends Darmanitan.
That's why I think he went with what you said earlier, Arvin. You saying Flame Body Cannon to knock out the Ogre Pawn and the Fan Rotom.
Right. So he takes 3 prize cards there, so that should be he should
That's
have
a
taken
huge
already
move for
4,
him.
right?
That's a huge move for Carlo. And I think what's interesting with Enzoro work is that he has answers even for a setup like this.
Right.
Especially if you play your cards properly, if you're ahead, if you are behind, you can make sure that you'll be able to maximize the reversal energy.
That is true. Enzo or this Ends deck does love to come from behind, not go come from behind with the reversal energy Defiance Band as well. Yeah, now Wancho though promoted the Girafarig and has I believe he played Nest Ball to get the Pheasant Deputy and now has chosen to utilize Flip the Script to draw 3 cards. But what can Wancho do here though, Vincent?
I think at this point he could focus on building up the Girafarig to be able to have a wall for the what do you call this, for the preparation for next. However, I think he
has attacked using Girafarig though.
And right now I think Carlos is in a huge lead. Especially if he has already Reshiram in the field. So that means that Reshiram could also add more to the pool of attacks Enzoro can use.
Right. Though there's some people that say it's Ends Reshiram could also be like a dead card, a liability, because it does not, or the deck does not run the energies that it needs as a soul Pokemon. It doesn't run fire nor lightning energy. So you'll have to rely on Enzoroark to use to copy its ability or to copy its attack in order for it to be useful. But yeah, the Girafarig Psybolt there does 30 damage and flip heads, but he flipped tails, so he would have been able to paralyze if it was heads. But anyway,
I think it's interesting to see what happens next, since aside from the Flame Body Cannon and from Starmanitan, but also the Ends Reshiram has the Virtuous Flame which is 170 damage.
Does 170
And also
damage.
powerful rage, 20 damage for each damage in the
Damage counters on the
the Pokemon.
attacking and Zoroark.
This is why it's important to note that Carlos build has the hero skip,
Right,
so
exactly.
he can charge up the attack for powerful rage.
That is true. Well, what we're gonna see here, he has not declared an attack, but he's played Palpad. Also played, and the interesting new card here, the Stadium Ends Castle. Once Ends Castle, or as long as Ends Castle is in play, all Ends Pokemon have no retreat cost. So these Ends Zoroark, Ends Darmanitan, Ends Reshiram, they can retreat as much as they want. I don't know, only once per turn, but
Once per turn.
as long you don't have to pay
You
energy
don't have
cards
retreat cost.
for their retreat costs, right? So we're gonna see here Wancho after his Giraffe gets knocked out. I think Carlo is down to one last price card, I believe. Wancho has promoted the Pheasant Dippity EX, but what can he do here?
Do you think he has a chance here? I think
He might need a miracle or some sort. What can he do? Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, Teal Dance Sparkling Crystal, and another attachment could knock out the Zoroark. Perhaps no, it has the Luxurious Escape. It does not knock it out, I believe.
he brings out the Wellspring.
The Wellspring, okay.
I think he's going to use his strategy that he's been using.
Okay. He uses a manual attach per turn to retreat the Pheasant Dippity. He has
Oh, he's
played
using
boss's
Sob.
orders. Sob
Sobbing.
onto the Ends Reshiram, doing 20 damage. But even if this Reshiram has no retreat cost, but because of Sob,
He
it is
can't
not
retreat.
allowed to retreat.
So right now we're seeing Juancho using his typical strategy of delaying, being
Right.
able to set up and prepare for a possible comeback
Right.
for the situation he has.
I believe he still has to. He needs another attacker, man. He needs the Teal Mask or the Teal Mask, right?
Or the Pikachu.
Pikachu?
Pikachu. Because Pikachu can take the damage.
That is true. That is true. He needs another attacker in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
But he has chosen to play Crispin, getting the water and the psychic energy. Wonder where he's attaching these two. Of course, Teal Mask Ogrefon. Is he swinging for? But he does play the Area Zero Underdefs, negating the Ants Castle. He
He's using he could
he
possibly
used Sobbed.
Sob.
He used Sob.
I think he's preparing multi-price knockout for this one.
How can he take 4 price cards against 1 though?
He can take 3 with
3.
torrential pump,
And
Yes.
then knock out one of the Darmanitans.
2 of the Darmanitans because it's 120 damage.
But the Darmanitans have 140 HP though.
That's the thing.
So it's still not a
maybe,
knockout.
maybe he could switch. He could switch to one of the Darmanitans, knock it with torrential pump,
So 2 price cards.
then knock the Reshiram.
Where does he get the next 2? That's what I'm saying, Wancho. You should be cooking something here, or you need a miracle, man.
Oh, there we go. Teal Mask.
Yeah,
I
okay.
think what he could do here is switch boss one of the Darmanitans, attack with torrential pump, and then
He used sobbed again though. Okay, I can't say anything. Wancho
wait,
is definitely
wait.
a really good player though. He must be cooking something up.
wait, it's already, I think okay. He is down to 1 prize.
Yeah, so that's why. He needs a miracle here. But Wancho is a good player. He's a good caster, even
But
greater caster.
He doesn't. I think Carlo already used all his reversal energy, so he can.
That is true.
one
But he
vote
can't even
Darmanitan.
utilize reversal energy. He's ahead in prices. He's one
Yeah,
price card
So I
left.
think the plan here is sub until he can prepare the Teal Mask. So
that
then
is
when
true.
he switches out,
No, it's like sobbed and torrential pump two price cards.
two
Then
price
once the
card.
Teal Mask is charged, you knock out one of the Zoroarks.
Yeah, he moves.
Okay.
He moves the Teal Mask forward
Right.
because the what you call this, the end Zoroark won't be able to knock out the Teal Mask.
That is true.
and
That
then
is
knock
true.
out at the same time.
Let's see.
So he still has
Plays a
to-
Yono though. That's not to Carlos' advantage. He's drawing to 1, but he still has access to 6 trade. So he's
This is-
almost decking out though. Look how thin his deck is.
This is the advantage of having trade.
Right. That is true. He has 3 trades, but his deck is very thin. He chooses to. That's trade number 1. It's basically just getting his hand back, right?
Yeah, it seems like it.
Okay.
Did Wancho get the boss?
He just passed. He doesn't really need the boss right now, does he? Does he need it now?
No, we could. Like I said, like I mentioned, torrential pump, right?
Right.
Get the Darmanitan, knock it out.
Knock
with
out.
the
Knock
Reshiram,
out the Reshiram as well.
and then Teal Mask.
Teal Mask. It's gonna be the Teal Mask is gonna be struggling though because the Zoroark has a luxurious escape on it, so it will take 2 turns.
Yeah, but it's weak. It's weak to,
but
to grass.
How much damage does it have? Does it give in total?
It's like
It's 5
nine-
energies, right?
5 energies.
So that's
300, 300. That's 300.
300 flat,
Yeah.
or is that times 2? So 600.
No, I think it's. We're failing our math here.
Well, let me
Five
see.
energy
Teal
times
Mask.
20. That's 150
150. So only 300. It's not knocking out the Zoroark with the cape.
with the cape. So he needs 2 bosses. Does he have 2 bosses?
He already played 1 earlier.
So yeah.
He needs a counter catcher. Wait, it's 30, 150. No, 150 plus 30, 180. It's still not enough.
Still
It's
not
only
enough.
360. There
See-
goes the
see?
boss, though.
Here we go.
There goes the boss, but he needs to
Torrential
charge the Teal Mask if he wants to do damage the coming turns. It's Sob! Okay. Is it Sob? It's Sob, so that's
Sob.
weakness as well. So 40 damage. Can't retreat. He can't do anything.
He wants Colonel to deck out.
Deck out! There we go. That is another win
That's another win
condition.
condition.
Right.
And we just realized it.
For those who don't know, when we say deck out, that means you don't have you basically use all of your deck. If you basically lose when at the start of your turn you can't draw any more cards. So I think that's what Wancho is banking. But here Carlo has played Professor Sturo scenario to take or get the Ends Darmanitan into his hand and promote the Ends Zoroark with the Luxurious Cape. This is gonna be close.
Still, the thing is, Carlo can't knock out the Wellspring.
That is true. He can only do 90 to the Wellspring and 90 to the Noctowl. And the Elm Zoroark does not have energies.
It's gonna be problematic for Wancho now if he allows.
No, he's gonna sob, man.
He's gonna.
That's a teal dance. That's gonna be a sob. I believe. I believe in the sob for the deck out. Come on, let's
Needs-
see. Does Carl only have 1 card left in his deck?
Yeah.
It-
It is 1 card.
Okay, it is 1 card, and then it's the Ant's Castle, and that is the game. The first game. That was very surprising, Vincent.
Very intense.
I totally forgot about the deck out thing, though. So Wancho, like at the start, it looked like he was at the back foot. It looked like he was at the very disadvantaged spot, seeing
he
that
didn't
Carlo only
see
had
the deck.
exactly. So Carlo only
see
had
the
1
deck.
prize card left, but the MVP there is Sob.
I mean, I've seen this happen.
Oh.
I've seen this happen. Juancho did this in a previous major tournament.
Oh.
That he won with sub. He was able to set up. He was able to prepare with Wellspring.
Exactly.
It's one of
that's
his-
true. Man, Sob, even with Ant's Castle, totally useless. You can't retreat. Even if you don't have a retreat
doesn't-
cost, you have to rely on Professor Sturlusinor, which Carlo only runs 1 copy of. Well, most of these Ends deck only run 1 copy of this Professor Sturo scenario. So Very well played, I guess, for both players, but definitely good game from Wancho there with Sob.
And yeah, it's like at this point, he's just sobbing inside. And outside,
Carlo is
Carlo
sobbing
is just
inside.
sobbing outside.
Okay, so we haven't even. Oh my gosh, man! I thought it was gonna be the teal mask play, but the deck out was there.
I mean, it was an option,
Mm-hmm.
but at the same time, wait, who won? We need to get the win first. Who won?
Now, if I'm Carlo here, after that, I would be careful with using my trades from now on. Right? Seeing that the deck out is there, even though I have access to at least there. Like in every turn, he had access to 3 trades.
3 trades.
So, but we didn't say it was his downfall. Okay, can we see the prize cards now of this second game? I think Wancho is going second and Carlo has chosen to go first. Carlo starting with a Badu.
Here we go.
And ends, even forgot to draw for turn. Ends Darmanitan and Zoroa. Attach the darkness energy to the Zoroa. Can we see the price cards though? I'm very curious
I'm
about
very
the price
curious
cards.
What the price cards will be. And still, we see Wellspring.
Yes,
Oh,
the
oh.
MVP of game 1.
Okay, so Carlo won game 1.
Uh-huh.
It was a nice.
Oh wait, Carlo won game 1?
Carlo won game 1. So it was close. Yeah, because I think Zoroa still had their Manitan because of the flame body card.
Right, that is true. Knocking out the Noctowl on the bench.
Yeah.
How much HP does...
The
Wait, I thought Wancho won that. I'm so stupid. I'm so sorry, guys. It's
Noctowl,
210. So he
210.
couldn't have knocked out the
couldn't have
Wellspring.
knocked
He
out the
could only
Wellspring.
have knocked out the Noctowl. Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry. My bad.
At this point-
I really thought Wancho won it with Sob.
Yeah, it would have been nice. I think right now, hope. But then, we had, I think, 25 minutes in the clock.
Just
Since
20 and a half minutes.
20 and a half.
So if Wancho wants to win this match, he needs to do a lot of things fast.
Are we going to...
There we go. The fan rotom from the nest ball.
Yeah.
We're gonna do the fan call here. I believe it's gonna be 3 birds because Giraffe Rig here is not. It's not gonna be any of any help to Wancho, right?
Yeah. He can't even... I mean, it can.
It can help a little bit, but I don't think it would be. Its value is definitely less compared to like getting a Teal Mask Ogre Pawn from
If this was Goldengo, maybe. But no.
perhaps,
But no.
but it's not. So we're seeing 2 Hoot Hoots, 3 Hoot Hoots come into play. Is he playing all of those? He is. There comes the crisp. Oh,
There we go.
are we gonna see an early sob?
Yeah.
An early sob or an early torrential pump to knock out 2 Pokemon? It's gonna be. It's probably just sob without the prismatic crystal or sparkling crystal.
If he has
Sorry.
if he has Steel Mask, then that answers one of our questions.
Right. But if he has the sparkling crystal here, he can take an easy early 2 price cards, right?
Oh, he's putting it both on.
Does he have
Wellspring.
Cornerstone? Crystal anywhere? Oh, it's just Sob. So Sob doing 20 damage.
So
The Badu can't retreat.
basically, Carlo is not allowing Wancho to get items. Wancho is not allowing Budu
To retreat.
to retreat. It's just denying each other.
So no retreat and no items. Let's see here. He has played Professor's Research. Carlo needs to evolve all of these Pokemon in his bench. Does get the Ultra Ball there. He's probably gonna get the Enzoroark or Ensdar Manitan, but more probable to get the Enzoroark there. SIR. Can I get jealous with the 3 SIRs in the deck?
No, you
I
should
only
be-
play full arts in mine.
You should be jealous also with the gold cards.
The gold. I
He
have
also
gold
has
cards.
gold
Oh,
cards.
gold energy cards, right?
And also
Is this a fully blinged out
Yes,
deck?
it is. It
Is that a Master Ball Badu? If it is, Carlo,
Is it?
can I trade? Because I said I've definitely built this deck. I have an almost the same 60 cards for Carlos deck, but I don't have this kind of bling. I don't have the SIRs. Although I am using this illustration rare, Zorua promos. They're very cute,
They're very cute.
very nice, exclusive to the ETB.
It's going to be interesting how things are going to pan out, especially now with with the time
Right.
element.
Has Carlo declared Ichipollen? He does not have energy.
Doesn't-
Wait, Ichipollen does not
Doesn't-
have energy.
doesn't
Why
declare
why
energy.
didn't he do Ichipollen then? Or he has. I'm sorry.
He has.
I'm so
He has.
sorry.
Look at the
See,
Wellspring.
the Wellspring,
Has one
the
time.
dice is camouflaged to the
Oh,
blue
okay,
because it's blue.
Now, see here where what is doing. He's already charging up the Wellspring to
Right.
torrential
As
pump.
well as the cornerstone. So attaching. So basically, torrential pump. The question is here. You have options. Do you knock out one of the Zoro or one of the
Dermanitans. The Dermanitans
answered?
will-
Okay.
The Dermanitans going to be the problem.
But why isn't the Badu knocked out? Oh, it is. Okay. So the Badu and the Ents Darumaka. You want to take 2 prize cards.
One of the weakness of Enzo work is the reliance on support Pokemons in the field.
Right.
So if you take out the Dermanitans, the Darumacas, the Shiram,
Alright?
that means
It's pretty useless.
completely
It's
useless.
not gonna
See,
copy
I think
anything.
that this is one of the reasons why I think that I wasn't really what's the word?
You didn't believe in
I didn't
Zoro.
believe in Zoro War.
You're doubtful.
Yes, I was.
But we see he does have another Ents Darumaka that he can evolve. Choosing to utilize trade there.
But then Wancho can just keep on sniping.
Right, that is true. Ents PP up to charge the Zorua. Wait, this is where my OCD hits. If you notice, Carlos energies, not all of them are gold.
well,
Not all of them are gold. I just saw one there that's regular. Is that regular or is that reverse?
reverse. That's reverse.
See, my energy cards in my deck are all reverse.
Well,
They're all reverse. They're not gold, but they're all reverse.
that's the difference.
But yeah, I still really like the Enzo Arc SIR though. So
Yeah.
Ents Castle coming into play here. And the research as well to draw a fresh 7. Carlo, you're gonna get decked out if you keep doing that, right? But we'll see here. He's probably gonna evolve this Darumaka if he has the chance to. Okay, dropping another Darumaka that is a target to torrential pump again. But let's see what he can do here. He's gonna cook another nest ball, probably a Pheasantipity X or Ants Reshiram, or it is Ants Reshiram.
He only has 3 Darumacas, right?
Right. So only one was knocked out. He still has 2. The 2 of them are in play right now. One he can evolve,
What Wancho
but
can
he
do
does
here-
not have access though.
What Wancho can do here is pump up the Wellspring,
Mm-hmm.
Torrential, then boss one of the Darumacas, and then Torrential,
Torrential
pump.
pump. But he does not have enough energy for torrential
Yeah.
pump though. He
Let's
already
see
played Crispin.
if he has enough energy later on.
Oh, he
also
might.
doesn't-
Still has not played his Sparkling Crystal.
Yes, he hasn't played the Sparking Crystal yet.
That must be
Yet.
it. But it has taken 170 damage
Does he have 2?
from the what was the name? Very vicious. I forget. I play this deck, but I don't remember most of the attacks. It's the Ents Reshirams. What is it, Vincent? You can't remember. But it does 170 damage to the active. The Wellspring Mass now has 180 total. So that is Virtuous Flame. I was close. I said
Very
vicious. Virtuous Flame, 170 damage. So he has played Professor Sturo Scenario to get the Wellspring Mask into his hand. And he has attached Psychic Energy to the Cornerstone. Again, we have to take note the cornerstone Ogre Pawn does not take damage from End Zoroark because it does not take damage from any Pokemon that has any abilities. We have to update the price cards here. I think Wancho has already taken 2. Carlo has not taken any yet. And he has chosen to attack with the cornerstone, doing 140 damage into the End's Zoroark. Now over to Carlo's side.
I mean, what demolish? The Ogre Pawn's attack demolish is 140 on its own, and it doesn't get affected by
Any
the
weakness,
or
any resistance.
So it's a solid 140 attacker
Right.
without any effect at all.
Right.
So we're waiting on what Carlos going to be doing this turn. And if you
Yes,
can
actually,
see,
he has already
the time-
traded once, right?
the time is ahead. Carlos ahead with 1, and the
Yeah.
time is
Carlo,
running
the time is on Carlo's side here.
yeah.
Although price cards wise, he is a little bit behind. But again, as I said earlier, the Ents deck does like to play from behind. It has access to Defiance Band. It also plays the reversal energies that can give or that allows the Ents Darmanitan to attack with just 1 attachment.
And
So this is going to
Zoroark
be untrained.
retreated to put forward the Zoroark.
Right, so maybe Carlo does not have much going on in his side. Basically using this Zoro as a meat shield. Is that a pass?
Yeah, he passed. And
Okay.
now it's Wancho's turn. He's going to evolve the Hutu to a Noctowl and probably get either a boss's
He wants boss's orders here,
to
yes.
knock out the Zoroark
Right?
to be two prices ahead.
He
uh,
wants
2
boss's orders
prices.
and he might also want to charge another attacker. Like either the... I would say we'll want the Wellspring Mask to get easy 2 price cards, or the Tail Mask Ogre Pawn. Well, we'll see what Wancho does here. He's still in the Jewel Seeker phase. He has not decided anything or any trainer cards from the Jewel Seeker yet. But Wancho, time is not on your side. You have 10 minutes to win 2 games. Choosing to get a Crispin and a Nest Ball. Nest Ball probably gonna get played now. Are you going back to your deck? It's gonna be either Tail Mask or Tail Mask, right? Yes or yes? Just Tail Mask, I believe.
Pikachu.
It's Pikachu! Right, because it's gonna... Zoroark is gonna have a difficult time knocking out this Pikachu. He does have the Metal Energy. Maybe that's why he opted for that. Opted for the Pikachu. Playing Crispin to charge the Pikachu with the Metal Energy. And the Lightning Energy goes to his hand. He's probably gonna attach it to that same Pikachu as well.
Yeah, he's
Maybe.
preparing to do the Topaz Bolt for
Right.
Pikachu EX.
Is he not attaching it? There we go. Okay. So that Topaz Bolt next turn is gonna be just 1 more attachment to that, and it can knock out almost any of Carlo's Pokemon. Now he has taken... Wancho has taken a total of 4 prize cards now. And... No, was it just... No, 3. Just 3, I'm sorry. He did not... he did
It
not
was just-
evolve the Zoroark.
It was just the Zoroark.
So we have here another Zoroark promoted into the active. Is this gonna... Are we gonna see this evolve into the end Zoroark? It's gonna be a counter catcher though to the Pikachu first. That is true. It is played because Carlo is behind in prize cards. And then what can Carlo do here? Do a little bit Defiance Band. He still can't knock out this Pikachu though because the Strong Heart ability does not allow it to get knocked out from full HP. But Carlo chooses to just scratch. I have used Scratch in multiple games before. It's not very reliant, but it does the work here for Pikachu to be specific because it does deactivate or disable the strong heart ability already. So, although Carlo still looks like he's on the back foot here, Wancho, boss's orders. If I'm Wancho, I wouldn't want to use Topaz Bolt. You don't want to do that, right? Yeah, he can't play the Hoot Hoot because he has maximum bench space. He did choose to attack using the Topaz Bolt, knocking out that end Zoroark, putting him to one more price card left, so he could just knock out any of these Pokemon, perhaps with the Cornerstone.
It's
But
probably with the cornerstone, either
Right.
the Termanitans or the Reshiram's.
Or assault landing on the Zorua. But no, Carlo will definitely evolve the Zorua, taking that Night Stretcher with the Arven. He's probably going to use this Night Stretcher to get an End Zoroark from the discard pile, evolve this active Zorua, and knock out the Pikachu. And then we'll see what Wanchu will do after that. Yeah? Trading away the Power Glass. Probably not gonna use Flame Body Cannon at this point.
I think it's enough for the Reshiram attack, the Virtuous Cannon.
It is 170 plus 40. Does it get a knockout to the 200 HP Pikachu? So it's gonna be down to what Wanchu will do after that. Because Wanchu is down to his last price card,
And then
right?
the time is
Right.
at 6 minutes, so it's
6
enough
minutes
time.
at that. So Virtuous Flame to knock out the Pikachu, but what can Carlo do after that though? If this end Zoroark does survive the next turn, but let's see what's Wanchu gonna do here. Is he gonna take it? Does he have boss's orders? He needs just boss's orders, right? Or like Jewel Seeker for a boss's orders or something like that. He probably doesn't have the Noctowl. I think all of his Noctowls are knocked out, or one is in play. One is in play.
So he still has 3.
He already played his Professor Tsuro
Oh, there we
scenario
go.
though.
He demolished. With
Oh, so the End Zoroark does survive.
it was-
So what can Carlo do here to catch up? A Monkey Dory to manipulate the damage. But wait,
I'm
I just
confused.
noticed, why is Wancho 1?
I'm confused right
I'm
now.
confused. We need to get confirmation. Wancho is 1.
Okay,
Okay.
Wancho won.
So Wancho did win the previous
win.
game. So I was right. I was right all
You
along.
were right all along.
I stand not corrected.
You sit down corrected.
You sit down corrected.
So Wancho won. With the deck out. Notice.
With the deck out, right. So and Wancho is down to 1 price card though. So I was about to say that Wancho is gonna
Demolish.
need to do a lot of things out in game 3.
In game 3, but
But apparently
there's no game 3 at all.
apparently there's not gonna be a game 3 or Carlo pulls off a miracle here.
Or Wancho will demolish him with
Demolish him again. Because yeah, there's no way he knocks out the cornerstone, right?
Yeah, no way.
And even if he promotes the Darmanitan to swing for a flame body cannon, that Darmanitan is 1-8 KO with the demolish, right?
The question right now is it Darmanitan in Russia, right? Powerful
He
range.
passed. Or
Powerful
not
range.
pass. Iono.
Powerful range is 20. So how many damage is there in...
But Cornerstone does not take damage from Zoroark though.
Right,
But
right.
don't forget that.
Right, I forgot.
Don't forget that.
I forgot.
He can only take damage from the Darmanitan which gets 1 hit KO from Demolish. So it's probably checkmate. Oh, wonder! You don't have boss's orders. Countercatcher? Countercatcher? Does he play countercatcher? He does have
Does.
2. Ends PP up? What is Carlo doing? He's just playing to his outs, maybe? It is counter catcher. But if you knock out this Noctowl, Noctowl and one Hoothoot. Okay, you don't knock out the Noctowl. It's 1 HP left, but Wancho, as long as he retreats this Noctowl, finds a way to retreat the Noctowl.
And it's an energy. Top
He
deck
top
energy.
decked an energy. That's crazy.
It's over. It's over. With a sub and a demolish. 1-1.
Top decked an energy after an Aneono to 1.
It's a protagonist. It's a
Plot
it's a
armor. He gets plot armor.
anime finish.
Wancho.
Anime finish. What an anime finish.
All right.
And there's 2 minutes left on the clock.
All right. Again, I do sit down corrected. Wancho did win game 1, and he has now won game 2 to secure his advancement to top 4.
The 4.
And unfortunately, I would have wanted En's deck to win this. I thought it was a 50-50, but we see here that Wancho did come out victorious after 3 games.
2 games.
Oh, 2 games. I'm
2
sorry.
games.
Wow. Unexpected top deck. Unexpected deck out. Well, from me at least.
With a demolish and a sub.
Right.
Wancho inches closer to worlds.
Exactly, yes. So that was a top 8 match. I'm super excited now to watch it.
Watch
Top 4.
what's
Aren't
gonna
you guys? Aren't you Vince? Aren't you excited to watch top 4? Aren't you guys at home like to watch top 4? See all these variety of decks, surprise us with the different kinds of plays that we are going to see in high level in the Master Ball League here in the Philippines.
Actually, what's going to be interesting is the matches later on, since the top 4 will have Wancho and his partner face off.
Wait, did Ira win? We'll find out later. We'll find out. We'll find out.
Find out if they face off. They will be playing against each other.
They're in the same bracket, so if Ira won, they're gonna face each other.
The same list.
The same 60.
The same 60.
In exact mirror. Okay, that's gonna be exciting if we're going to feature that. But anyway, guys, we're gonna go into the break. Next up is gonna be top 4. Watch out for that. Don't change the channel. We're gonna come back after this break. See you guys soon.
Currents crackle and dragons roar in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet Surging Sparks. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Memories and twilight glow, holding tight, won't let them go. Through the high and the low, you were always there for me. My treasure, the love you share is my treasure, like a precious gem. Memories in twilight glow, holding tight, won't let them go. Through the highs and the lows, you were always there for me. So smile through the pain, no matter what came our way. Now I found what's deep in my heart.
Party with Ogre Pawn at the Festival of Masks in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Twilight Masquerade. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Game in just 9 minutes! I got my first pack of Pokémon cards! Thing is, I have no idea how to play the game.
What did you say? You don't know how to play with your Pokémon cards.
Huh? Who are you?
I'm Kay, a Pokémon card scientist. But you can call me Professor Pokecard like everyone else here.
Professor Pokecard?
Let's see. Now that's a pretty nice deck you've got there. Just you wait. I'll make you into a Pokémon card master in no time.
What?
The Pokémon trading card game lets you battle using your favorite Pokémon. And the fastest way to learn is just by playing. You can battle me and I will teach you everything.
Okay.
You have a Sprigatito and Lucario EX deck. I will face you with my own Quaxly and Mimikyu EX deck.
I won't lose!
A deck is made up of 60 Pokémon cards, as you can see here.
So that's what a deck is.
After you finish shuffling your cards, place your deck here.
Right.
Start by greeting your opponent. Good luck, have fun. Rock, paper, scissors,
go! Yay! Looks like I won this part.
Then you can choose to go first or second.
Then I'll go first.
Now you see, the first step is to draw 7 cards from your deck.
7 cards.
That will be your hand.
Wow!
Do you have any Pokémon that say basic?
Basic Pokémon. I have 2!
Place the first basic Pokémon you will battle with in the active spot. If you have any other basic Pokémon, place them face down on your bench.
I'll put this Pokémon in the active spot, and this one on the bench.
Next, take 6 cards from your deck and set them face down without looking at them. Put them in the space marked prize cards.
Why do I have to lay 6 cards there?
Every time you knock out an opponent's Pokémon, you take one of these cards as a prize, and then you can add it to your hand. Whoever takes all their prize cards first wins the game.
Now I see.
Let's go over the battle setup one more time. Okay, let's start the battle. Turn over the cards in the active spot and bench.
Right! Sprigatito, I choose you!
I'm going with Zangoose.
Fine then, because I'm gonna win!
First, you must draw 1 card from your deck.
Yes, it's Riolu!
Riolu is a basic Pokémon, so you can put it on the bench.
Right!
Oh look, you have energy cards.
What's energy?
During your turn, you can attach just 1 energy card from your hand to one of your Pokémon. If a Pokémon has the right amount and type of energy attached to it, it can use its attacks. Why don't you attach energy to the active Sprigatito?
All right then. I will attach 1 grass energy card to my Sprigatito. So does that mean my Sprigatito can attack now?
It is able to attack already. But when you go first, remember that you can't attack on the opening turn. That means your turn is over.
Okay, I'm all done with my turn.
Okay. I will start by drawing 1 card from my deck. I'll attach this psychic energy to Zangoose. This white mark means that any type of energy works for this attack. Now my Zangoose has all the energy it needs to attack.
Oh,
I will use the slash attack. That's 40 damage to Sprigatito. When your Pokémon takes damage, you place damage counters on it. This makes it easier to remember how much damage it's taken.
oh man, only 30 HP is left.
I finished attacking, so now my turn is over.
What do I do now?
Hey, Ren, you have cards in your hand that say Trainer in the upper right.
I have 1 Nemona and 1 Switch.
There are many kinds of trainer cards, such as supporters or items. They're all useful cards that can help you in battle. Why don't you try using one?
Okay, I'll play my Nemona supporter card. What does this do? I can draw 3 cards from my deck.
Once you've used a card, put it in your discard pile. Important to know, only 1 supporter card can be used per turn. And remember, the player who goes first is not allowed to use a supporter card on their opening turn.
Right. I'm not done yet.
By the way, you can also attach energy to your bench Pokémon.
In that case, I'll attach a fighting energy to Riolu. Now I'll use Sprigatito's Scratch Attack. That's 10 damage to Zangoose.
That's the spirit.
I attacked, so it looks like my turn is over.
Here I go. First, I'll evolve Quaxly to Quaxwell. By playing Pokémon on top of each other, they evolve and will keep getting even stronger. Next, I'll attach 1 water energy card to my Quaxwell. I'll also use my Nest Ball item card. This allows me to choose 1 basic Pokémon from my deck. By the way, you can use as many items from your hand as you like during your turn. The Pokémon I'll put into play is Mimikyu EX.
It looks powerful. Professor, what does the EX in the name mean?
Good question. This card is an especially strong one, and it's called a Pokémon EX. Knowing how to use Pokemon EX cards is a shortcut to victory.
Pokemon EX? Wow, I want to try!
Let's get back to the battle. Zangoose, use Slash.
Sprigatito's HP fell to 0.
When a Pokemon's HP drops to 0, it gets knocked out. Since I knocked out Sprigatito, I'll take 1 prize card. When the Pokemon in the active spot is knocked out, it gets discarded along with all the attached cards. Then you'll pick another from the bench and place it in the active spot.
You're good. This time, I choose Riolu.
Let's go over the rules once more.
The battle's only just begun. All right, I drew Lucario EX. Lucario EX can evolve from Riolu. I'm going to evolve my active Riolu. Now I'll add fighting energy to Lucario EX.
Wow!
Lucario EX attacks with low sweep.
Zangoose has a weakness to fighting type, so it takes double the damage.
60 times 2. That means 120 damage. I knocked out Zangoose, so I'll take a prize card.
Pokemon EX cards have powerful attacks and high HP. On the other hand, if one gets knocked out, they give up 2 prize cards.
I get it.
Moving on, for my next turn, I think I will evolve Quaxwell into Quaquaval and use that to fight back.
Well, I won't be backing down.
But before that, let's go over the rules again for you. First, the rules for battles. And this is how you win. Let's resume the battle. From here on out, you'll play without my advice. It's a real match now.
Okay, I just know I'm gonna win. There's no better time than now to start playing the Pokemon trading card game. Level up your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes. I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only 1 stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be 1 in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium name as the one currently in play, that's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only 1 tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokémon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach 1 tool to each Pokémon during the same turn if you want.
1 per Pokémon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokémon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokémon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokémon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokémon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokémon gets knocked out, its Pokémon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokémon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokémon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokémon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokémon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokémon. Now, what if your active Pokémon is the Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokémon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokémon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokémon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokémon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokémon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokémon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities! Oh, hey, Professor! My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are 2 different things. Gotcha!
Terra Pokémon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokémon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away!
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokemon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way!
Alright, hello once again Pokemon fans and welcome back to the Master Ball League 2024-25 Pokemon Asia Championship Series in the TCG Division, Masters Division, Top 4. So at this juncture we are going to be featuring the Top 4 match with Denzel Vistan and Lawrence Tech. But before that, let's go ahead and look at the current leaderboard for top 4.
Okay, I think right now, what's interesting with the two decks? What do you think?
Well, Lawrence, we already saw his deck earlier. Pretty much a very standard Dragapult.
With the Luxury Escape?
Was it Luxurious Escape?
Yes, Luxury Escape.
Yeah, Luxurious Escape. That was Hero Escape. I was thinking Hero Escape. But yeah, Luxurious Escape and Unfair Stamp. And on the other hand, though, Denzel is playing one of my favorite decks. If not, I mean, I've played a similar. I played Gold Dengos ever since it came out, basically. So yeah, we're looking at the leaderboards right now. Again, we're featuring Lawrence Matthew Tech playing the standard Dragapult, and then Denzel Vistan with the Gold Dengo EX deck. On the right-hand side, we have Juancho Saldana, which we already just witnessed his plot armor earlier, going against. Wait, I forgot. But this is now Pocholo Pascual. All right.
Now we're seeing Lawrence's deck once again. It's the usual Dragapult with the spiciness of the Luxury Escape. I talked to him a while ago about it, but now we're seeing your deck.
Yeah,
Your
this is
deck?
the deck that I would have used if I played in the Master Ball. Actually, Vincent, yes, it's the Goldengo EX with the Dragapult EX as well. So, Dragapult is there to go against the Cornerstone, right? And although Denzel Vision is kind of it's a little bit of spicy, there's a little spice to his deck. He's using or he's playing the Genesect, the baby Genesect that
What does it
disrupts.
do? Doesn't
As long
allow
as there's a
anyone-
tool attached to the Genesect, your opponent cannot use his A-Spec. So anyway, we have here the price cards. Nothing too impactful. Maybe perhaps just the Badoo there. It's one of two. Or wait. Denzel is playing a Badoo? Or is this? Or this is the other way around again. So Denzel's price card was on the left side. Lawrence on the right. Lawrence Badoo, which is 1 out of 2 copies that he plays, is price. But Denzel does not play a Badoo. He does not have a Badoo in his list.
There we go. The names are right now.
Right.
Lawrence is on the right side, Denzel's on the left. We see a typical start for both players with
Right.
Gimme Gold at the front for Denzel and GP for Lawrence. at the
Right,
start.
so Lawrence is going first.
What do you think is the strength of the Goldengo Dragapult?
And Goldengo is just very strong. You know, you Energy Search Pro for 7 cards, easy knockout on a Dragapult, right? So it's rain, make it rain attack as long as you discard, or for every energy card you discard from your hand, does 50 damage. So if you have 7 energy cards in your hand, you discard all those, easy 1-hit KO on a Dragapult, right? But the challenge there is how to get those energy cards into your hand. So that's why the list has Energy Search Pro, you have Earthen Vessel, you have Superior Energy Retrieval to get those energies perhaps from your deck or from the discard pile to your hand. And aside from that, Goldengo, I think that's why I like playing, because this has an all-around good draw power. You have possibly access to 4 coin bonus, right? So if the Goldengo is in the active, you can coin bonus to draw 2. If it's in the bench, you'll draw 1. Now, aside from that, you play a 2-2 line of Dracloak. So you also see possibly 4 more cards, right? So there's a lot. Aside from that, you also flip the script. So there's just so much draw power in this Goldengo deck.
So basic from what I've seen, the Goldengo Dragapult relies heavily first on the Goldengo with the Dragapult as the secondary attacker.
Yes. A
Since-
secondary draw support, secondary attacker. But in this case, in this matchup, Denzel doesn't really have to use his Dragapult.
Yeah,
He may
that's true.
just, put the Dreepy there for Drag Cloaks, but you don't have to attack with Dragapult. You have there the T. Is that TM Evolution or is that Rescue Board? You want TM Evolution if you're going second, so that you evolve your Goldengos in the bench. But he said he decided to evolve Goldengo and one Drag Cloak, which kind of still makes sense.
I think for this one, it makes more sense, especially I think one of the things that Dragapult lacks is the punch to knock out one in one hit, right?
Yes.
So, and I think that's where
agree.
Goldengo comes in. And I
Yes.
think it switches around where the Goldengo and the Gimighoul are supported by the Dragapult.
Dragapult,
Especially
Drag Cloak.
in matches, in matchups where the Ogre Pawn
Right.
is there prominently.
Exactly. So the Ogre Pawn, we saw it with Wancho's deck earlier. It does not take damage. The Cornerstone Ogre Pawn, yes, does not take damage from any Pokemon that has abilities on it. Goldengo does have the ability coin bonus, so you can't do damage. So previously, if you don't have an alternate attacker, your opponent would just place down Cornerstone Ogre Pawn and then just win the game. But in this case, with Dragapult now in the equation, it can do damage to that Ogre Pawn as well as support with the Phantom Dive, doing 260 to the bench, right?
I think this is one of the matchups that happened in the seniors division I think a
Oh,
while
okay.
ago. And the Goldengo only had Sizor.
Mm.
And then the Terrabox player just brought out Cornerstone and he won.
Right.
And he's now the seniors
Yeah.
champion.
Oh. So
Yeah, so that's why it's
Seniors?
interesting. Seniors. It's Lance.
Lance?
Lance.
Lance is playing Goldengo?
No, he was playing
Ah,
Terrabox.
Cornerstone. Okay.
was playing Terrabox.
sorry.
His opponent used Goldengo.
Lance, Goldengo. Okay. Sorry, that makes sense now. Because I know Lance. He does not play Goldengo.
No, he
It
doesn't.
was like
It's Terrabox.
Terrabox. All right, but in this case, Lawrence still has this Badoo, has access to.
But those things.
Yeah, Badoo things.
But those things.
It did already Itchy Pollen. Do you see the Gimme Ghoul with one damage counter?
That's 10.
That's how we see the
Genesect.
Genesect. So if Denzel attaches
And the
a
energy.
tool, what tool does he play?
Ace.
The rescue board.
Rescue board.
Rescue board. If the rescue board is attached to this Genesect now, Lawrence will not have access. As long as that Genesect is in play and has that rescue board, Lawrence will not be able to use his unfair stamp.
Yeah, the Ails Notifier is the ability of the Genesect.
Yes, exactly.
The thing here is the only way for Lawrence to counteract that is using
Jamming Tower?
which
Well,
he has.
no, because there's still a tool attached. It just doesn't have an effect.
Right.
Right.
It's
So
not
he
the
has,
different
and
tools.
there's in this format, there is no card that that removes tools from
I'm
attached
missing Lost
Pokemon.
Vacuum. I'm
We lost Lost Vacuum. There's only one card in the, if I'm not mistaken, there's only Ruffian that you remove
Right,
tool
right,
card,
right.
and I don't think Lawrence plays that. So his only option, if he wants to use the unfair stamp, is to knock out the Genesect with the rescue board on it.
Yeah.
So and it's essential for Denzel as well. I didn't think of the unfair stamp, but yes, the unfair stamp is actually, it makes sense because Goldengo wants to draw a lot of cards. You usually have a big hand, and you don't want to lose that big hand after an unfair stamp, right?
That's what usually happens with the winning combination for Goldengos.
Exactly. So we see here we see the draw power of that Goldengo EX deck with the Recon Directive. Denzel here also playing Cypher Maniacs. What's the name? Here. Cypher Maniacs. I forgot. I play this card though. Cypher Maniacs something. Which
Code breaking.
Code breaking there. I only call it Cypher Maniacs anyway. So yeah. So Cypher Maniacs code breaking lets you look at your deck, put any cards of your deck and the top two into the top of your deck, and With that, you can use Recon Directive, you can use coin bonus to either get any or look at those cards that you want from the top of your deck, right? So now we have Lawrence. Let's see what he's gonna cook here.
I think right now, I think it's going to be who flinches first wins.
Right. Although we do see Lawrence, as you notice, Lawrence has not played any of his Dragapults because sometimes evolving to a 2-prize attacker can be at your disadvantage, especially going against a Goldengo. So you know Goldengo can hit a lot, especially with Energy Search Pro. But if you don't have any Pokemon or 2-prize Pokemon, you basically deny the Goldengo player with 2-prize.
As long as,
Second 2-prize.
as long as you don't have a target,
Yes.
the truck won't hit like a truck.
Exactly.
If it's, knocked out. But then, yeah, I think right now, whoever gets the 2-prize out is the one who's going to be ahead, I think.
Yes, I agree. But we see here Lawrence retreating the Dracloak, keeping it safe away from Goldengo's Make It Rain. Retreating and attaching a fire energy to it anyway, though. But we're probably gonna see a counter catcher. Alright, the Badoo was knocked out earlier. So we have your counter catcher to a Goldengo that is not charged with 1 energy. Kind of denies or makes Denzel need 1 more energy for a knockout. He has chosen to utilize Recon Directive. I don't know about the sequencing. I usually like to coin bonus first before doing Recon Directive.
What's the difference?
So when you play coin bonus, if the Goldengo is the active, you utilize its coin bonus. You just draw 2 cards.
Right.
If you play Recon Directive, you look at the 2 cards, then you choose one that goes to your hand. The other one goes to the bottom of your deck.
So what makes it better than just...
I don't know. It's tomato. It's basically the same thing, but I personally like to draw my cards first.
Right.
Because that's why I don't like playing Lost Zone, or I did not like playing Lost Zone, because when you flower selecting, you Lost Zone, you put 1 card in the Lost Zone. I don't like that.
Don't
that.
remind me. Don't remind me. I played Lost Zone for 2 years.
Right. So yeah. So basically I don't like using Recon Directive first that way, because I'd rather have it as like a sort of last resort, or do it last. Yeah, but in this case, Denzel apparently gives more value, or likes to use Recon Directive before he does coin bonus.
Don't remind me of my PTSD of Lost Box. I played it for 2 years, so I know how it feels.
I know. I played it once it came out, and then like I played a regional with Lost Zone, and then after that I just let go. It's never again. Flower selecting, and then you get a very hard. If it was like 2 battle VIP pass, that would have been an easy choice. But you get like what you call this? You flower selecting, you get Mirage Gate and a Super Rod.
Oh. No. Just no.
And then it's your last Super Rod.
No, just no.
So yeah, here I think Denzel is still in his turn. This is the thing about Goldengo. You take long turns. Because you have a large hand, he does choose to just make it rain, discarding 2 energy cards from his hand to knock out, do 100 damage and knock out the Dreepy. Now Lawrence, he's down, he's on the back foot here. Denzel has already taken 2 prizes, after knocking out the Badoo and that Dreepy. Denzel here, well, let's see if he finally plays a Dragapult. So once he does, you notice Denzel has not played his Ace Pack yet.
Yes,
He has not.
Can't. Both of them can't play the Ace Pack. That's what that
Really?
means.
Both of them?
Both. Let me double check.
That kind of makes sense though, because when I was building the deck, I was still on the fence of using Energy Search Pro, or keeping Prime Catcher, Because I was used to using Prime Catcher with the the Palkia engine with the Iridas and everything, but all of those are rotated.
Oh,
So
sorry.
Energy Search
Your
Pro.
opponent can.
Opponent, see,
Opponent only.
opponent. So he can still use his Energy Search Pro. So this Dragapult, it looks menacing for a stage 2 with 320. The Luxurious Cape is attached to the Duskull. Jamming Tower, maybe just to get rid of the Artisan. But again, take note, Vincent, you mentioned it before. This Jamming Tower, although it deactivates the effect of the rescue board, it does not deactivate the effect of Genesek's ability.
Yeah, because
Right.
it's still a tool.
There's still a tool attached to it. Although the tool does not have an effect,
It's
at
still
the
a
end of
tool.
the day, it still has a tool attached to it.
It's still a tool.
So let's see here. Is Lawrence gonna Phantom Dive? He's probably gonna Phantom. Not Stretcher for the Badoo. But why though? You don't need Badoo anymore, do you? Or maybe in the late game because again, the Gold Dango will need to have to um, rely on item cards such as the Energy Search Pro, Superior Energy Retrieval, and even sometimes the Earthen Vessel to get energy cards. But now the third Gold Dango comes into play. So that's Denzel looking at an additional of 1, 2, 3, 4, drawing additional 4 plus 1 more from Recon Detective. That's 5, but basically seeing 6 cards from the top of his deck. So like if I was Denzel here, there, Cypher Maniac's code breaking, find your Energy Search Pro. If it is, it's not prize, is it? We didn't see it in the price cards, right? There, is he? Oh, that is Energy Search Pro. He's eyeing. He's probably going to put that on top of the deck. Either Recon Directive it or just draw it using coin bonus. If he has enough energies in the deck, now this is what you need to do as a Gold Dango player though. You need to make sure and you need to know what energy cards you have in your deck. Even if you have like, for example, if you have like 8 energy cards in your deck, but they're not different, because Energy Search Pro only allow you to get 1 of each type of energy. So if you have duplicate numbers, like for example, if you have like 2 fire or 2 psychic energies in your deck, you can't get all of those energies using Energy Search Pro. You can only get 1 of each of those energies. So we did see there Denzel checking or double checking his energy cards, now playing Energy Search Pro. Now what I usually like to do is lay out all my energy so that so that my opponent knows. So you had there the metal, the darkness, fire. Again, my OCD is triggered. Denzel, your energies are not from the same sets. I see
Silver border.
right. I see silver border team up. I see silver border. That's the galaxy thingy.
And then yellow border.
Yeah. So let's see here. Does he have enough energies? There,
Oh, there we go.
there is the. Did Lawrence just shuffle Denzel's discard pile? Or no, did he shuffle or did he just look at it? He
He
probably
just
just
looked
looked
at
at it. But that's superior energy retrieval. Because sometimes I do that. When I see my opponent looking at their discard pile, I'm just like, I want to cut your discard pile. But that's just me being a boomer. But anyway, we do see Adrenabrain. And then, yes, that means Goldengo only needs to discard 6 energy from the hand to do
To make it
300
rain.
damage with Adrenabrain. That is a knockout on that Dragapult. So Denzel has taken now a total of 4 prize cards. But now you have to take note, Badoo is in the active. Denzel will not be able to use superior energy retrieval. But he still has Adrenabrain.
Lawrence needs to time this properly.
Alright.
Because if he doesn't, he could be easily knocked out by the Goldengo.
He's on the disadvantage though.
Yeah,
He's
he
in the
is.
back foot.
He is.
He has not taken any prize cards. Denzel has Adrenal Brain to knock out the Badoo. Unless Lawrence has like infinite Night Stretchers, he won't be able to Itchy Pollen all the time or all his turns, right? So eventually Denzel will be able to use Superior Energy Retrieval, knock out those Dragapults, or even find the boss to knock out this Pheasant Deputy. That is another target for for the last two prize cards. You see here, Lawrence has utilized Flip the Script as well as one of, just one actually. Recon Directive now has chosen to play Arvin. But Lawrence needs to cook something really bad here, or needs a miracle or something like that. He is eyeing the Ultra Ball and the Rescue Board. If he's gonna Ultra Ball and Rare Candy and the Rescue Board instead,
He's going to involve the Drippy?
there is no
Oh,
Dreepy.
the Dust Door. Dust Club,
The
Dust Door.
Oh! I forgot. Do you have Ghost in this deck? There it is. We have the Dust Noir to knock out the active, perhaps? That's gonna be interesting though, because if he does use Curse Blast, it allows Denzel to take one more prize card. So Denzel will just need to one energy card to knock out this Badoo for the game.
There's a possibility Lawrence can use Iono so that
No, he's already played Arvin
Oh, he
to
already
get the
played
Rescue
Arvin.
Board and
Right,
the
right,
Rare
right.
Candy.
he use Cursed Blast.
He can't use. Oh, knockout on the Genesec. He can use Unfair
And
Stamp.
First Stamp.
Wait, 150. Dustnor is 150. Knocked out on the Genesec, which is 110.
110.
But again, Denzel has one prize card left. Correct me if I'm wrong, right?
Yeah,
the
one
the
prize
graphic
card.
is just it's delayed, but that's fine.
One prize card left.
One prize card left there. So if Lawrence doesn't knock out this active Goldengo, he could just Adrenal Brain for Green. He doesn't even need an energy. I correct myself. He just Adrenal Brain for game.
Actually, since he needs to segregate the damage to 2.
Who?
Lawrence, since
Still, but yeah, but he.
it's 2.
You're banking on the or hoping that Denzel doesn't have energy retrieval, right?
Yeah.
It's the thing. It's the thing. So it's 2. 3 twos, and then a
3 twos.
knockout on this Goldengo.
Yeah.
That is
Because
possible. That's the best Lawrence can do, I think.
If Lawrence puts in any 3 damage on any of the bench, Denzel just
Or he
wins.
can choose not to put damage anywhere, right?
No,
Can he?
No, you have to.
Ah. Wait, was that just Adrenal Brain for game?
Yeah.
I believe so. So that is it. Game 1 goes to Denzel Vistan with his Goldengo Dragapult deck. Both players playing Dragapult, but in different ways.
It's like one whole subspecies of Dragapult
Exactly.
players.
You know, Dragapult is very powerful. It's very strong, very popular. As I said earlier, out of the 32 on the top 30, 11 players are playing the standard Dragapult. If you count Goldengo, that's 12 players playing Dragapult. I didn't even count Goldengo there playing Dragapult. But I was only counting, the standard Dragapult line from the decks. But yeah.
And
So,
now
yeah.
they're pile shuffling.
This will take a while. Guys, it's best of 3. You should pile shuffle. If it was me, I wouldn't have pile shuffle best of
We're
3.
gonna
But
pile shuffle. Why 7?
why? I pile
6.
shuffle to 10.
Why?
Because counting to 10 is easier.
What?
1, 2, 3, 4, 10, then
6.
20.
So 6, then 10 stocks of 6 cards.
But no, you're counting 6 and then 12, 18, 24. That's difficult.
I agree to disagree. I prefer
But
pile
yeah, those
shuffling
people who see
6.
me pile shuffle, I pile shuffle to 10 because they ask me that a lot. Why do you pile shuffle to 10? Because it's easy. I can count easier to 10 than to 6, or by 10s than
By 10.
6s. right?
I agree to disagree. So I think it's
But
preference.
7 doesn't make sense though.
Yeah,
We
7
agreed with
doesn't
that,
make sense. Yeah.
right? Okay.
7 doesn't make sense.
But we have here, I think Lawrence is still going
See, this is what
second.
happens when you pile shuffle with 7. You give a mulligan.
There is a mulligan here. First one of these. Yeah, Lawrence, why do you pile shuffle to 7?
I think he's pile shuffle to 8 a while ago.
He did?
Yeah, he did.
Why the variations in your pile shuffling?
I have an idea, but I don't want to mention it on stream.
But yeah, still like pile shuffling to 10 makes the most sense. But anyway, anyway, it's still a mulligan. Is it? No, it's not a mulligan. There is a basic energy from Lauren's hand. Denzel has chosen to take one more card as well. We're waiting for Lawrence here to set up his price cards, and we should be good to go. Can we see the price cards before we start? There we go. So,
Oh, the Genesix is there.
the Genesec is prized, and 2 energies are prized as well.
And Lawrence is using the new Buddy Buddy Puffin.
Wow, there's a Master Ball stamp on the Buddy Buddy Puffin. Are we allowing that? Is that even legal?
So it's the same Puffin.
But not much, not too impactful on Lauren's side. The multiple copies of all these cards in his deck. But on Denzel's side, again, the Genesec is priced. 2 energies, which are essential to doing more damage.
I think the
Are
only
also
thing
priced?
the only integral thing in Lawrence's price is the Night Stretcher.
All right.
The one of Night Stretcher he has.
Does he have any recovery? Any other? No, just 1 Night Stretcher, right? That is true. That is true. Let's see here. Denzel is going first. He's gonna search. As you can see here, that's a benchmark of a good Pokemon player. Looking at all of your decks, he kind of stopped there because at the end of his deck, he's gonna realize that 2 energies are prized. 1 metal, 1 fire. Then that metal energy is essential to making your Goldengo attack with Make It Rain. So he's gonna realize that, but I think he regrets discarding that lightning energy using the earthen vessel because he might struggle later on. But we'll see here. He still has still quite a number of energy cards from his from his deck though. So still not out of the game. He's also playing Nest Ball, probably another Gimme Ghoul here. We did see 1 Gimme Ghoul was prized as well though, and he will also realize that the Genesec is prized. Has he realized it yet? We can't answer that unless we can read Denzel's mind. But yeah, it's probably just another Gimme Ghoul because again, there's no Genesect. It's probably not gonna be a second repeat. It's a Monkey Dory.
He's bringing out the Monkey Dory early this time.
Kind of not. Well, I personally would have preferred the 3rd Gimme Ghoul, so that I can draw more knowing that I have 2 energies prized. So I have more chances to, get energies from my from their deck and get more of those resources that I need from the deck with the draw power. So, but he has chosen to attach a darkness energy onto that Monkey Dory and played Pokegear. Although he can get a supporter card, but because he is going first, he will not be able to use that supporter card in this turn. Perhaps on the next turn, he can use... What is he getting? Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking. There we go. Lawrence going second here. Personally, I would have wanted... Or ideally, you'll want a Badoo active so that you can Itchy Pollen as soon as you can or as early as now. But let's see here. Denzel is probably going to pass, and he does pass. Lawrence is going to play. We see the price cards again. Buddy Buddy Poffin. Probably Dreepies. Couple of Dreepies. But he is again checking his deck. Checking out his resources. Checking or finding out what his price cards are. He's going to realize that 111 line of his Dragapults are in his prizes. His Night Stretcher is prize.
Right now, Lawrence is, I think he needs to set up the Dragon Pods as soon as he can so that he
Yeah.
can keep on attacking. The advantage here of the, at least of what we're seeing right now is that Denzel doesn't have the Dengos out yet.
Yet, not yet.
Not yet, but
Yes,
that can change.
Badu makes sense. I was gonna say I would have wanted Lawrence to get a Badu as well. If he has a way to retreat this Drippy. Ichipollen this early is actually very useful as well. Because you're denying, energy search pros, you're denying ultra balls, but yes, attach enough psychic energy and retreat this Drippy so that he can promote the Badu, play boss orders, gust out the Drippy, Denzel's Drippy, and probably gonna declare Ichipollen here. There we go. So Denzel, although he has kind of a more interesting board right now, he is not allowed to use item cards from the Ichipollen, or because of Ichipollen, but he has utilized Recon Directive. And he did have that Cypher Maniacs code break. That's interesting, he didn't play Cypher Maniac before you play, or before utilizing Recon Directive. He would have had, he plays Arven instead. Kind of makes sense. You want the TM Evo.
And the Earthen Vessel too.
No, you can't play Earthen Vessel though.
Oh yeah, right.
You still want
Ichipollen.
maybe any item card, perhaps. But you at least he's looking at the rescue board though. I would have wanted. Perhaps he doesn't have energy in his hand. That's why he opted for rescue board. That doesn't go to your discard pile, sir. It goes to your hand. Okay, that's glad. I'm glad he realized that. So rescue board. Is he going to? Oh my gosh! Is he going to use minor errand running?
He did.
Because he did not get a TM Evo. He did evolve one. It's rescue board. Oh, it's gonna be a knockout. He wants to knock. He wants to use coin bonus. Find some energy cards.
He attaches the meta energy on Goldengo.
Is he gonna get an energy card? He needs just one to knock out the Goldengo. He does. We see the grass energy for the make it rain 450 on that Goldengo. One prize card down for Denzel Vistan here. Let's see what Lawrence does here. He does. It's still anyone's game right now, and he does play the Pheasant Deputy. Flip the script allows him to draw 3 more cards here. But I don't think there's gonna be a knockout over on Lawrence's side here. Right? And that Drippy is gonna be in danger if it doesn't get out of the active. So he would have although Lawrence Night Stretcher is prized, he cannot get his Badu, at least for now. He does play the Nest Ball. Probably another Drippy or a Duskull perhaps. He does see here, you see there, he's looking at his deck. He does see he has an Unfair Stamp. And he's looking at tool cards. He's looking at his A spec, but he played Nest Ball. This is interesting. He has another Badu. I didn't even realize that. He has two Badus in the deck. And he has played Arven to get the Unfair Stamp and the Luxurious Escape. This Luxurious Escape probably is going to go to that Badu. So that Denzel will need to discard at least 3 energy cards to knock out this Badu. However, if he does knock out this Badu with the Luxurious Escape, he is going to take 2 prize cards. So this is going to be interesting. But he's going to be disrupted with the Unfair Stamp down to the 2 cards though, 2 hand cards. While Lawrence is going to be drawing 5 cards. Let's see here. And, this is the first time we've seen this card back. We have the Iron Bundle.
I think this one is best used, especially if Lawrence wants to gust one of the Pokemons in the bench.
All right.
He wants to snipe it with, especially since if it's a good way to disrupt the field for the for Denzel in
Right.
favor of Lawrence.
Exactly. So as we know, the Iron Bundle's Hyper Blower, as long as it's in the bench, you can discard the Iron Bundle and it
Switch one
basically,
of the opponent's
yeah, your
bench
opponent has to switch
active
his
Pokemon.
active Pokemon to one of the bench Pokemon. So again, one of those interesting tech cards that may not look useful at first glance, but we'll see. It will be utilized in an interesting. Might be used in an interesting way here. Now, so we see here Denzel scoping out Lauren's discard pile. Looking, what did he just? Ah, looking at boss's orders. He's looking at Lauren's gusting options. Let me also check here. He does play 2 boss's orders, 3 counter catchers, 1 iron bundle, of course, we see it there. So yeah, that is quite a number of gust. We've already seen 1 boss's orders played. The iron bundle is there, so he probably still has 3 counter catchers and 1 more boss's
And then
orders
he evolved
in
the
the deck.
Gimigo to a Goldengo, so he has access more to coin bonus.
At least 3 more cards here off the top of his deck. And Recon Directive as well. Coin bonus. He's drawing 2 cards because that Goldengo is in the active. I'm seeing item cards on Denzel's hand that he cannot use. Just 1, sir. Don't draw 1 more. You're gonna be penalized for that. If you do, did you already see it? Is he claiming that he has not seen it? I don't think he's seen it though. So you have to be careful there. You have to remember that if your Goldengo is in the bench, you draw only 1 card. Because if you draw 1 more card, that means you've taken advantage, and that you're usually, or you're probably gonna get penalized for that. So you have to be careful, Denzel.
I think at this point, so what do you think would Denzel need to do to win? Since Lawrence is only giving 1 target for the 2 prizes.
Basically, knock out Pokemon as much as he can. If he can knock out the Pheasant Deputy this turn, that would be ideal. But knocking out the Badoo is not bad as well.
So he can have access to items now too, right?
Right. So I think they're trying to resolve it here. I think the judges want to shuffle Denzel's deck just to be sure that he does not know the next top card. I'm not sure. We're gonna have to get confirmation of what's gonna happen here. Is he gonna get penalized? I personally, yes, you have to be careful. But I have to give him the benefit of the doubt, though, that he may not have taken or have not seen that second card at the top of the deck. And as a judge and as a player, you have to remember that. Even as even as an opponent, you have to be wary. You have to be aware that your opponent is only drawing the right number of cards. That's good that they caught it early. I'm not sure if he's gonna be penalized.
And what would be the penalization is?
No, we don't know. Did he? I think he already attacked. Yeah, usually, as a judge here, I don't think a warning would be given if I was the judge. How about you, Vincent?
But then this is a top table, so things are striker in the top table in the stable.
That is true. That is true.
So that's why, as a judge, I think it depends on the severity of the what he has done.
He has, okay, so I'm not sure we have not received confirmation if there is a prize penalty. We assume that Denzel's deck was shuffled and he has passed over
I think he got
the
warning.
turn.
A warning.
Okay. But we're speculating here though.
Yeah,
we
we're
might
speculating, we have no
we might
words.
need confirmation about that. But at the end of the day, he has passed the turn. It's now Lauren's turn here playing the Earthen Vessel. Getting that fire and psychic energy. I just noticed this. Lauren's energies are the old
The
one.
old ones, the old basic ones, right? I actually have that too.
Oh, he played Arven. What does he do here? He needs rare candy and a rescue board. A rescue board goes to maybe the Pheasantipity or not. Don't have to attach it now. What's important is you evolve your Dreepies there, so that Dragapult is good to go, locked and loaded to do Phantom Dive. But here, if you're Lawrence, do you Phantom Dive? Do you Itchy Pollen? Okay, we see the Hyper Blower being utilized. The Iron Bundle is discarded, so then Zell has chosen to promote the other Golden Go into the okay, counter catcher anyway for the Monkey Dory. Are we gonna see a Phantom Dive finally? Yes, we see a retreat to that Dragapult is promoted. Phantom Dive knocks out this Monkey Dory. And Lawrence has the option to place 60 damage counters to any Pokemon on the bench and chose to put it on that Goldengo. The Goldengo is down to 200 HP now, which can be KO'd again by that Dragapult's Phantom Dive, unless the Goldengo knocks out the Dragapult first. And Lawrence does not have another rare candy, we know, because we have the deck list, and he only plays one. So Denzel here has chosen to use Recon Directive. He
think right now,
got, I think it's a Professor Turo scenario in his hand.
I think right now Denzel's on the deficit with the amount of energies in play.
That is true.
And then Lawrence
Oh,
needs
no.
to evolve the 3 pieces as soon as he can.
We have to realize is though, although the graphics is not saying, Denzel has already taken 3 prize cards, I believe, knocking out 1 Budu and 1 Dragapult EX earlier, but now he has played Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking. I didn't see what he chose there, but he has chosen any 2 cards from his deck, shuffle the rest of the cards, and then place those 2 cards on top of the deck, and he will definitely draw those either using coin bonus or flip the script. Let's see here. And he already pointed to flip the script.
So he's getting
The 2 cards that he chose, and then 1 more. We did see him get Energy Search Pro. I think that was one of the 2 cards that plays on top. Played Night Stretcher, possibly just 1 more energy. Or the Monkey Dory. Okay, that makes sense. You attach the Darkness Energy to the Monkey Dory so that this Goldengo cannot be 1-hit KO'd by Dragapult. Or not, technically not 1-hit, but cannot be KO'd by Phantom Dive if you move the energy, or if you move the damage. But Denzel, I think he is short on energies though. He may be able to use Adrenabrain, but he may not be able to knock out this Dragapult with 1 hit. See.
I think he has it.
He has enough energy. He's counting them now. I don't think so. That doesn't look like the... Okay,
So he
superior
has a
energy
superior energy
retrieval. 4-3. He's probably gonna Adrenabrain. Is he or is he not? Does he have enough? Okay, there it is. So he did have a total of 8, I guess. So move damage there. And then he's gonna need 6. Sorry, stand corrected. 6 energies to knock out the Dragapult.
Coin bonus first.
Drawing 2 more cards. He did. He, he just got another superior energy retrieval. And one more coin bonus. Again, careful there to only draw one instead of two. You don't want to get penalized.
3, 6.
Three more.
I
Just
think
three
he needs
more.
3 more energy.
Okay, that is a knockout on the Dragapult. Now Denzel has taken 2 more prize card. He does have 1 prize card left. Am I wrong? Is it still 3? I remember him knocking out the Badoo and 1 Dragapult,
So I
right?
think it's one less.
1 less, right?
Oh,
That's
it's
3. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Take note though, there's still Genesect there, but that Genesect is useless useless at this point because Lawrence has already used
And then you
his
look at
unfair
the
stop.
time.
Ah,
Look at the time.
right. Wait, did he not knock out the Badoo? What did he knock out earlier? Ah, he did not knock out the Dragapult.
You didn't.
Was it scenario? Man, I'm such a boomer. I'm so sorry. All right, you see, Lawrence has played use flip the script and 2 recon directives, essentially seeing 7 total cards.
I think he has enough. I think by this turn, Denzel has enough to knock out the Pheasant DPT
Right,
with the SCR in hand.
that's true. So,
The question now is how can Lawrence respond?
right. So basically, Denzel has game next. Or, no, not really, not yet. Because as long as he has enough energy, he has game. So he can Adrenaline Brain, knock out the Badoo, 1 prize card, and then, as long as you have enough energies for the Pheasantipity, that's a total of 5 energies. He is going to the finals. I don't want to jinx it though. Lawrence might have as much plot armor as Wancho.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Let's see. Okay, he has chosen to retreat the Pheasantipity. So he's gonna make Denzel work for it. So he cannot even use superior energy retrieval because of the itchy pollen. But he can still Professor Cyril's scenario.
He almost made a mistake there.
Almost plays it. Right. And then Adrenaline Brain for knockout. And then, oh wait, what?
Oh, what? He didn't use
Oh,
Adrenaline
did
Brain.
it have?
He didn't use Adrenaline Brain. That was enough for a knockout.
He should have used Adrenaline Brain first and then see Lawrence promote whatever. If it's not the Pheasantipity, it's you still knocking out either a Dracloak or a Duskull, right? Am I tripping? So that's just 1 Badoo, not from Adrenaline Brain, but from
The make it
Make
rain.
It Rain?
Oh, he
Did
doesn't
it have
damage.
and did it have like
doesn't
a
have
bravery
damage.
charm? Did it have what was attached to it?
Oh wait, it had Luxur's Cape.
Luxurious Escape. So that's why Denzel has taken 2 prize cards. Okay.
It had Luxur's
Sorry, I was
Cape.
tripping. I forgot about the Luxurious Escape. Okay, Lawrence here has played a Yono to cut Denzel's hand into 1, but take note, Denzel does still have access to 2 coin bonuses and 1 recon directive, so that's seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at least, and then at most 6 if you do switch shenanigans with the Goldengos. I don't see him. Yeah, he has 1 switch. But we see here Lawrence
has one
retreating.
switch.
And he's gonna Phantom Dive. It's gonna be dangerous though. Denzel just needs enough
He
energies.
just needs 1 knockout
Or
to
a
win.
boss. He only has 2 cards in his hand though. Was that Cypher Maniacs? Yes, it is Cypher
Cypher Maniac.
Maniacs. So he needs energies. He needs energies, energies, energies. That's what he needs. Does he
think
play?
It's enough for him with the Adrenaline Brain. The ones he's been doing all
Right,
this
right,
time,
right, right.
Adrenaline Brain, and then Make
Yes.
It Rain.
So he needs to be careful though, not to screw up whatever he Cypher Maniacs here.
He's almost done.
Right, because on top of the Adrenabrain, he still needs 6 energies. He has 1 card in hand and then 2 cards off the top from Cypher Maniac. Another coin bonus and a recon directive will give him.
So Potty Puffin and an Aner.
He
Number
needs
2.
neither of those.
Yeah. He can throw
He
it.
just used
He can
this
throw
for
it
SER fodder, but I'm not sure if he has enough. I don't think he has enough energies yet. Not yet, though.
SER1.
SER will get him 4. He needs 2 more. He needs 2 more. Does he? Oh, he has another SER. Even if he discards one of the energies there, he needs
enough.
3 from it. Does have enough, and that is it. Denzel Vilstan taking game 2 with Goldengo Dragapult. Knocking out the Dragapult there from Lauren's side. And yes, that is it, ladies and gentlemen, for our top 4 featured match. We do have some time left, a little bit under 4 minutes left. But Denzel Vilstan is one of our top 4 players in our next matchup. Before we go into top 4 though, and before we go into break, as you can see here, we have a plethora of other items. Should I help you with the other glove, or are you good?
No, I'm good.
Okay, so Vincent here will showcase the top prizes that these top 4 players are gonna get. Well, technically, not all of them are gonna get these. But yes, starting with Vincent, that is the Master Ball exclusive card sleeves. All players in the top 32 are gonna get these card sleeves. These are also available in our merchandise area. If you're in the area, go ahead, go there. I know it's limited to one card sleeves per person, so get them as soon as you can, because they're gonna run out. Next, we have the Master Ball stamp exclusive Buddy Buddy Poffin, which all of our players, all of our 515 players are gonna get this. But this again, although 515 players are getting it, it's exclusive only from Master Ball League. So I don't have it. I'm actually very jealous. I want one. All right, I want this. I want all of these. But these 2, the top 32, are gonna get this exclusive Master Ball League playmat as well. So if any of the top 32 players don't want their playmat, I would gladly take it off your hands, as well as your Buddy Buddy Poffin. Why not? Aside from that,
There we
this I'm being very careful because I don't have gloves on. But this is, it's not very clear. It's a little bit far from the camera, but there ends Zoroark stamp exclusive Master Ball League. So again, this we already talked about earlier. I also really want one of these, but there's only 4 of these going out to our top 4 players in the Master Ball League. So very, very special card. I don't want to do any damage to it, even the frame. So there, okay. And then of course trophies. We have the champion, the finalists, and the top 4 have their own respective trophies that they're gonna receive as their prizes as well. So that is it for our top 4. Then of course the rest of the prizes that everyone is getting as well. So if you want to, hopefully in the next Master Ball League in the next season, you might want to start practicing now, as soon as now for the next season. I'm hearing we're going to have major events as soon as Worlds End, or like after Worlds in August. So we might expect them like in September, October of this year, as early as that. So don't waste your chance. If you want to play the trading card game, get your packs. You can connect with your local gym shops, right? So yeah.
And they're still setting up for the finals.
Right.
I think it's Juancho and Denzel who's going to.
Oh, Juancho won his matchup. Okay, that's good. But I think we're going to go to break first before we go and get into the game, or are we going straight to it? Yes, we'll go to break first. So again, don't go anywhere. We have the finals coming out soon. We'll see you guys very, very quickly. Bye-bye. All right, hello once again, Pokemon fans. Welcome back. I knew it was gonna be quick right here, but we're finally here. The moment we've all been waiting for, the finals of the Master Ball League 2024-25 Pokemon Asia Championship Series TCG Division. We have Wancho with the plot armor, and we have Goldengo player Denzel. Both of these decks I really, really like. And I think they're already finishing up. It is already beginning. I think we're going to switch over to the game. I hear the announcer say begin, though. We have the prize cards.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
The MVPs for, I think it's
Oh,
switch again.
shoes.
Switch again, guys. The
So-
MVPs for Juancho's battles are in the prize.
Right. The Sauber
And the Destruct
and the wall that is Cornerstone Ogre Pawn
is
is prized. And what's thing is if Wancho does the bottom top thing, it's gonna be the last card that he's gonna get. So this is, oh my, the impact that this prize card is. Without access to this, Denzel, or without access to this, Wancho will be vulnerable to Denzel's Goldengo EXs. So Wancho here will now realize after this fan call that his price cards are not so good. He's gonna have to work around a deck having the deck without Cornerstone Ogre Pawn.
But I
Hopefully Denzel realizes this as well, because
But I think here this is the advantage of the what do you call this? The Terra box for this one, since Wancho has access to easier knockouts. If you can see, the Pikachu's not there. The Terrapagos is not there too. So still has attackers, he still has options.
that is
What-
true.
What the current prices Juancho has, it just means that he doesn't have access to his most signature plays. I call it his signature plays because he's been known to use Wellspring and Sub to win big tournaments before.
So yeah, we'll have to see what both of these players are gonna cook in this finals match. And I just noticed now, sorry, this is best of 3, but we have 75 minutes
Yes,
on
it's
the
75
clock.
minutes for
Well,
the
less
grand
than that
finals.
now, right?
For the grand finals for this one. And you have seen Juancho starting off with the usual fan rotom at the front and Hoots at the back for Terra box. Meanwhile, you
Right.
have Denzel still doing the 3P and the Goldengo things. Same
Right.
time.
So if I'm Denzel here, because I'm actually honestly I'm more familiar with the Goldengo deck. I would have you want to have as many of the Goldengos as early as you can. So if he's playing Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking here, I don't know what he's gonna put on the top. Let's see. I did not see either of the cards.
Yeah.
We'll
But
see
I
here.
think right now, he can still play some of the cards. He can. You also have access. I think. Yeah, Wancho also has access to Terrapagos, which has an annoying second attack. Which
That is true. So as long as it's the opponent is not using colorless Pokemon,
Crown Opal. He can hit with the Crown Opal and protect the Terrapagos for a turn.
all right. We see Wancho here playing the Teal Mask though, maybe just for draw power. Teal Dance to attach the Grass Energy and one card. Is that a top deck Terrapagos EX?
And I think
Oh no, it's Area Zero. Sorry.
also I think right now Juancho has the advantage since he also has the Fairy.
Definitely an advantage
Definitely a
because
knockout, a
now he
knockout.
has played boss to Gus out Denzel's only Gimmighoul and has used Rotom's crash landing on you. No, assault landing.
Assault
Sorry. Sorry, Vince. I'm so into K-dramas as well. That's what I call.
His attack.
It's attack, crash landing on you. But it's assault landing. As long as there is a stadium card in play, it does 70% the opponent's Pokemon,
it's-
knocking out the Gimmighoul.
It's enough not only to knock out the Gimmighoul, but also the Dreepy as well.
Right.
And if Denzel doesn't back up his bench with enough Pokemon immediately, he's going to have a very, very tough time in the first round.
Right. This Dreepy is good, definitely in danger again with that assault landing. But we see Denzel here kind of sending up with the Buddy Buddy Puffin, and I did see him have that TM evolution in his hand as well. That is, I think, what he got from Cypher Maniac's code breaking.
Denzel responds, you knocked out my Gimmighoul, I put two more. Both at the same time.
Right. And two Goldengos gonna come in. But again, he's still kind of in the back foot because, again, Assault Landing will definitely knock out this Dreepy unless it evolves into a Drac Cloak. I think we see it here. Okay, I think it's kind of safe for now.
For now,
He can Recon Directive, see two more cards, choose one to put in his hand.
yes, one
The other
energy.
one goes
He
into
puts,
the bottom of
he
the
puts
deck.
the energy at the bottom.
Yes, he does not need the energy right now because I know he has an energy in his hand that he can use for the TM evolution. He can use as an attack instead. Night Stretcher. Did he not have energy? I stand corrected. I thought he had. I was pretty sure he had an energy in hand.
I thought also too.
Right? So instead of going to Gimmighoul's, this metal energy is attached to that Drac Cloak with a TM evolution, evolving two Gimmighoul's from the in the bench into those Goldengos.
And this is where I think Juancho needs to masterfully craft how to take out the Gimmighoul's, the
Goldengos, right?
at the back line. He can either, one of the things that Juancho also needs to worry about is the amount of draw power he gets for every knockout. Since Festivity is there, and also the Goldengos are there as well.
Right. So it's like, do you knock out the Goldengo? Do you knock out the Pheasantipity? That's up to Juancho. Let's see what he does here. He does have a Noctowl in hand, so he does have access. I'm pretty sure that's a Terrapagos SIR. Wasn't it? Wasn't it?
Yes, it is.
It is. There we go.
There we
All
go.
right. So we have the Jewel Seeker as well from the Noctowl. What is he gonna get here? Does he need energy? Is he gonna pump up this Terrapagos, or do we see? We do see the
He's gonna go
Crispin.
with Crispin, and then he's gonna
He's probably gonna get the Sparkling
Sparking
Crystal.
Crystal.
And do we see it, Vince? Do we finally get to hear Crown Opal?
It's been a while.
In a while. He got a nest ball though. So another Pokemon will go to his bench here. It's probably mayhaps draw support. Not a draw support.
gonna get-
Alternate attacker.
Water and grass, so he only
Okay,
needs
played Crispin first. I thought he was playing nest ball. Alright. Crispin first. That is gonna be attached to that Terrapagos. A Sparkling Crystal I did not see. Okay, so the nest ball will give us a Pheasantipity. I don't think he can use it now because there was no knockout on Denzel's turn. Yeah, none of his Pokemon was knocked out, so that's basically a free Pheasantipity right there, just for. Doesn't matter anyway. Juancho has a lot of bench space. Is he gonna be just beating it?
with the
Unified beatdown. It is still a knockout on that Drac Cloak though. Okay. It is gonna be Unified beatdown, knocking out the Drac Cloak, lessening the draw power on Denzel's side, but he still has technically 1, 2, 5, 6, at least 6 cards. He gets to draw, not even just see. Draw at least 6 cards here. And even was it a top deck energy search pro?
Yes, it was. It was.
Bro, both these players have plot armor. What can I say?
They're both anime characters.
Energy Search Pro searching one of each type of energy. We see 5 so far.
Oh, I think
6.
I think I know what Wancho was doing.
7.
He's trying to get the prices out. Since he knows that the ogre pawn
Is
is in the
prize.
prize.
Both his ogre pawns are both types of ogre pawns. Let's see, I want to be 8 different types of energies coming out from Denzel's deck. So that is a maximum. If he's gonna use all of it, he probably is not. Maximum of 350 damage just out from an Energy Surge Pro.
Yeah. And I think that's why he also knocked out the Dracloak, so he won't be worried about the Dragon Pod coming in.
Right.
If he gets the cornerstone, it's Denzel's going to be in the corner.
Right, that is true. Let's see here. Perhaps Denzel has realized that Wancho's Ogre Pawn is prize. We'll see if he puts down. He has more Dreepies, right? He runs 2-2-1 line of
He
the
has 2-2.
Dragapult. And we did not see any of them prize, so it's probably gonna get one of them. He did get an. Is that a Night Stretcher? Looks like it from here. So that might be used to get that Dreepy or not. You know,
We don't know yet.
I don't know yet. But it's probably gonna. He's probably gonna do that now, right? He's not gonna play Arvin to get a. Was that Night?
Oh, the Genesect.
Oh, and there is the boss's
So it's
orders.
Countercatcher.
It was Countercatcher, not Night Stretcher. Okay. But Denzel has to be careful, though. That he basically is enabling Crown Opal in this way, because he did not knock out the Terrapagos and chose the Pheasantipity instead.
I mean, it also makes sense, but at the same time, it doesn't.
It was his choice. He chose to knock out the
He
Pheasantipity.
decided that
Yeah.
he doesn't want Wancho to get more cards.
Right. He values the Pheasantipity more than the Terrapagos. But if Crown Opal is a thing, Denzel's gonna be in trouble. But let's see if Wancho gets to pull it out. Or pull it off. Pull it out. It's not pull it
Yeah,
off.
and since Genesect is already out, he can't use the Sparking Crystal.
That is true.
He has the electric energy.
That's
on.
his deck though. He's still looking at his deck.
Yeah,
He's still playing Jewel Seeker.
yeah, that's the thing. He could just Earthen Vessel.
He's
Yep.
getting boss's orders though. Boss's orders and
And
is it Night Stretcher?
Stretcher. Okay.
Does he want an energy or does he want the Pheasantipity back?
I think he's gonna go for the Pheasantipity and get it so that he could also get possibly the. He's either going to be defensive or he's going to be offensive.
He got the boss's orders though. He's probably gonna knock out the Genesect. I'm saying probably.
Probably.
Okay. There's the flip the script.
to
Energy switch.
Energy Switch, Crispin.
Crispin.
Is it enough for the Unified Beatdown?
Unified Beatdown knocks out the Genesis.
Oh, he's
but
getting
it's
the
for the
Pheasantipity
Pheasantipity. That is also a knockout on the Pheasantipity though. Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Is it 2? He still has Ultra Ball. Okay, so that makes sense. The Ditto, this discarded from the Ultra Ball.
So Unified Beatdown, for those who are watching, it means that each each Pokemon on your bench gets times 30 damage.
Right, so that's 30 times 5, 150. That's 180 damage, possibly, onto that Pheasantipity. But we have one more here.
that
This
the
is the
In-
Pikachu. That is a knockout now on the Pheasantipity. So you might be wondering, why does Wancho have more than 5 Pokemon in his bench? Because we have Area 0 under depths. As long as you do have a a Terra Pokemon in play, you do get more bench slots. That's a total of 8 bench Pokemon that he has placed 7.
Okay,
Is that an energy switch?
the Energy Switch
To the Pikachu. Okay, from the Teal Mask. That makes sense.
Girafarig.
So, yeah, Girafarig just for, more bench space so that he can do more damage.
That's enough for
He's
him to
not
knock
probably
out.
going to keep that there if Denzel, I don't think is playing any stadiums. So there's, he does have one Artazon. if he discards this or if he bumps up the
Oh, he
bumps
got the Wellspring. He got the Wellspring
from the prize
for
cards.
the prize card.
Right. We have boss's order
Wow,
to the Pheasant
this
Deputy.
match, they hate Fez. They hate Fez in this match. They keep on knocking out the Fez.
Pheasant
Why?
Deputy, it's not your day.
The Fez is just not surviving.
Definitely not. Either player's Pheasant Deputy does not live long. So it does get knocked out from here. I believe he has enough energies. Does opt to play coin bonus. Or you did get an energy from the coin
From
bonus.
the coin bonus.
One more coin bonus. Be careful to only draw one. And then that is a knockout on this Pheasant
He has
Deputy.
some metal in his hand. He needs to prepare the what do you call this? The Goldengo.
Yeah, he might want to charge up the benched Goldengo as well.
In a brawl between the two, I think Juancho would come out on top just because of the Terrapagos and the Crown Opal attack.
Right. But I think Juancho is confident here. I think he has game. He just needs to charge up this Pikachu. And we think he has it.
I think it's it.
We think we have it, ladies and gentlemen.
That's it.
That is it.
For that's round one.
Denzel does not. Okay, he's just waiting for Juancho to declare it. Topaz Bolt for 300 damage onto that Goldengo, even if he discards all those energy. That is game one.
Juancho.
Over to Juancho.
And the crowd goes wild.
That was definitely it was an interesting match there because it was definitely back and forth. Both players knocking out.
It was a boxing match. It was a brawl between
Definitely.
the two, and each one targeting each other's Pheasant Deputy for
Yes.
not flipping the script. They don't want the script to be flipped. So
That
now
is true.
we're looking at game two. Hopefully, we see a better turnout for the prizes.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what I said earlier. Even if Juancho had his two MVPs in the prize, he still has options. It's because of the
Right.
deck. And I think, well, normally it's people say it's not the deck, it's a player. But then you have a player like Juancho getting a deck like Terrabox. It's a player and the deck.
Terrifying.
It's
And it has
terrifying.
plot armor.
Yeah, also has plot
It
armor.
has plot armor.
Actually, for those who are watching or are not familiar with what's happened this whole season, Juancho is one of the top scorers. He's one of in the leaderboards. I think he's
Yes.
the third.
This
in the
guy,
Philippine
man.
leaderboard.
Yes.
And that's why he's not here with us on the
In the
caster's
caster's table.
because he's playing.
He should have been the one casting this,
Yeah.
but this guy
This guy
has the audacity to play and go to the final stage, but probably even taking this all the way,
Yeah,
right?
I think.
Just getting all of it.
But at the same time, I'm not going to discount Denzel yet. He has fought hard.
No, man,
He has fought 500.
bro. I've
14.
been saying this. I'm biased to Goldengo.
Yeah.
I was even gonna say it's still anyone's. Even if Juancho has won game one, it's still anyone's game,
I know.
right? It's still anyone's game. I still
if-
believe in the Goldengo.
However, if Juancho gets the cornerstone, I think it's going to be a big problem.
No, I disagree.
believe-
Dragapult will pull its weight, even though it's a one-off. Because in my deck, we don't have the same 60. I don't have the same 60 as Denzel. In my deck that I built with Drago, I play a 2-2-2 line because I get scared when it's I get terrified when it gets prized. And because in the format right now, there's no card aside from redeemable ticket to get cards from the
prices, right.
prizes.
But then,
Heavy ball has been rotated.
but then, Juancho has Lidis Clefairy EX. That's the thing. If Dragapult comes out, Clefairy comes out too.
Clefairy is squishy though. How many
That's true.
energies does Golden go? I think Clefairy is also weak to steel, isn't it?
Yes.
See, so very squishy. So
So let's see.
let's see. I think
Is it going to be a brawl like the round one, or is it going to be, I don't know, one-sided? It's still the cards are not yet out.
we'll
The
see.
jury's
We'll see
not out
here.
yet. We'll see. Guys, if we can show the price for both players so that we could have an idea of what we could expect.
Okay,
Oh
we
my gosh.
see the
The
wellspring,
wellsprings there.
and Wancho is going first. Price
Oh, well. This is, well,
Pikachu,
well, well,
Sparkling Crystal.
well.
Let's see who has the
Let's see.
stronger plot armor.
Let's see who is the true protagonist of this tournament. Let's see who's the
Oh
true
my gosh.
anime. Let's see who's the true anime player.
Okay,
Anime
Wancho is
character.
going first though, and he has already searched his deck. Yeah. So he's gonna realize Pikachu is
knows.
prized.
But then he
Sparkling
knows.
Crystal is prized.
But then he knows.
He
that
has
he has the wellspring.
Cornerstone
He has the
and the
cornerstone.
Wellspring.
And similar to real life, his cornerstone is going to be the cornerstone of his strategy
Yes.
for this turn.
Exactly. But
Let's see.
we can't discount Denzel. Dragapult is still a thing. Can definitely do a lot of damage to both the Dragapult and these owls in his bench, or Wancho's bench. But Wancho does have that sub option. Keep this Drippy on the active,
It's kind of funny that you saw a Drippy.
right?
It's like Drippy eyes, Drippy,
And then you sub.
then sub.
But he can't do it now because it's his first turn. He can attach the energy, but he's Wancho choosing to play 3 Hoot Hoots immediately. I think he realizes he needs a lot of those trainer cards. He needs a lot of, especially the Gus, Boss's Orders.
Bosses, orders, Area Zero, all those things.
Okay, Denzel here is top deck a Goldengo, not Gold, Gimme Ghoul. Another Gimme Ghoul. I would have wanted to start with the Gimme Ghoul. If he had that in hand, why didn't he place it as... Anyway, I'm not the player.
Anyway, that's why we're commentating.
So we have 2 Gimme Ghouls now on Denzel's bench. Let's see if what he does here. Cypher Maniac's code breaking, of course. He's probably gonna set up TM Evo shenanigans. Gonna count his energy cards. Gonna count his Pokemon. Gonna realize that one of his Goldengos is prized. Was it just one Goldengo? It was just one, right?
Only one.
He plays 4 line, so that's not a big deal at all. Well, so far for now, it's not a big deal.
It's not a big deal, but maybe later we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
All those energies are there.
Yeah, he's eyeing the Goldengo.
It's a
Another
very
card.
critical moment for Denzel. That's why he's trying to decide properly on what to do. Because it's make or break for him. And
Yeah.
Wancho can afford to lose this if he wants to. Or if the situation dictates that he
Right.
loses this
What
round.
do you think Denzel put here? I think it's just 2 Goldengos now. If it was me, I would have been just, get as much draw power, just set up 2 Goldengos. But I believe it was a Goldengo and one other card. Perhaps another Cypher Maniacs?
Cypher Maniac?
But I'm not sure. I didn't see it. Oh, maybe a
Change the
rescue
6
board.
out.
Okay, he does want to keep the Drippy alive in case Wancho plays that cornerstone.
But then,
He
let's see what
passes.
Wancho decides to do. Does he focus on Torrential Late?
He has the cornerstone in hand. He's not playing it yet.
He wants a surprise.
Right. If I was Wancho, yeah. Oh, there we go. We have... Do we charge the Wellspring? Do we charge the corner? It's probably going to be the Wellspring knocking out both the Genesect and the Drippy on the bench. Oh, no, he does not have enough energy. Sorry. My bad. He can only have at most 2 energies
can
attached to
only
this
sub.
Wellspring because the Sparkling Crystal is prized. So he can only sub.
He can only sub.
I'm sorry, guys. I get excited. easily.
I know, I understand.
But yeah, we have to remember that the Sparkling Crystal is prized. So
And the
if-
A-Spec is there. The A-Spec blocker is there.
yes. Let's see here. Sub for 20.
Sub for 20. Boo-hoo.
And
Boo-hoo,
this
Genesect.
Genesect, even if you attach a rescue board to it, cannot retreat. Although we see that Denzel has evolved. This he got from the Cypher Maniacs. Code breaking.
Does he have? He has one Turo, right? He has one Turo.
Yes. I'm not sure if he wants that Turo right now, though.
Yeah, it's
I
too
believe
early.
he
It's
was.
too early.
He set up a Jack. That's a Cypher Maniacs. I would bet it's a Cypher Maniacs. Or yo, no, I'm not sure. I didn't see it. It's an Arven. I'm none of the above.
It's okay.
It's an Arven. Right, so he might. Is it a good play to attach the TM Evo into this Genesect? Just evolve the Dreepy and the. Yeah, I think so. I think that is his play. Attach an energy to this Genesect so that it can evolve the Gimmighoul and the Dreepy. Has also played Earthen Vessel there as well to get energies from the deck.
So
Probably gonna
so the
attach the
play here
Psychic.
is he's going to evolve the Gimmighoul and the Dreepy to Dracloak and to Goldengo.
Yes.
And I think he wants to have the Dragon put out as soon as he can.
Yes, but we have to take note. If Wancho has on the Crespin here, these two Pokemon are still not safe.
Or bye-bye.
Yes.
I would say bye-bye.
The Genesect and the Dracloak. We have Jewel Seeker for a Crispin Wancho. Am I reading your mind right? Crispin.
reading your mind right, Wancho?
Oh, yeah. Two Crispins? Is that two Crispins?
It's two Crispins.
Two Crispins.
It's going to be crispy. It's going to be crispy,
Two
sir.
Crispins.
It's crispy.
You. Okay, I see you, Wancho. I see what you're doing there. I see it.
Oh no.
No more
I
Genesect,
see the
no more Dracloak.
I see the confidence. I see the confidence in what the Wancho's doing. He's gonna.
He's not gonna allow Denzel to take or get his Dragon
Yeah,
Ball
he's gonna
out.
go torrential pump out.
It makes sense though. I think that's the very optimal play.
Yeah. And they're gone.
Torrential Pump, knocking out the Dreepy and the Genesect. Overall to Denzel's board here. Wancho has not taken his price cards yet. But can he get that Pikachu or does he go bottom top? We will never know.
We'll see. We'll see.
Alright, so in Denzel's side here, he has played an Artisan, utilized it, activated it to get that Dreepy into the bench. What if, Vince, Wancho got the Sparkling Crystal and we see another Torrential Pump to the Dreepy? Because we know Wancho has the Crispin, right?
Yeah, he has the Crispin in hand.
Or unless it gets disrupted, but I believe Denzel doesn't play any disrupt at all, aside from Iono. He only runs
Is it
one
possible
copy.
we could see the prices, guys?
Yeah, it would be
It
yeah.
would be
It'd be nice to
awesome.
see the what
see
Wancho
this.
has taken.
Wait, do we see it? Do we see the spec?
It's
I
not
don't-
in his hand. There it
Oh,
is.
they're still, it's
They're
there.
still there.
It's
Two
still there.
owls, Sparkling Crystal, and the Pikachu. So, still anyone's game, I would say.
Still anyone's
Still
game.
anyone's game.
Still anyone's game.
All right, let's see what Denzel can do here. He could knock out the Wellspring Mask, but he's gonna. Wancho will definitely promote that
Next.
Cornerstone next. Denzel will not have an answer to it unless he doesn't have rare candy. I know he doesn't have rare candy.
He
Even though even if he has rare candy, he
And
doesn't play Crispins
and
as well.
Wancho knows that he doesn't have rare candy, so it's going to
Right.
be tough for Denzel to set up because I know Wancho is going to target the Dreepy once
Yes.
it's out.
So if he cannot torrential pump, he's probably just gonna boss demolish it. He does have two Hoots in the bench, so it's not gonna be difficult for him. We don't know yet though. If he took a boss instead of that Crispin, would have known. But maybe he does not want Denzel to have that
Wait,
information.
what? He
It's a
passed?
pass. He doesn't have any resources. Perhaps no energy
No
search pro,
energy.
but he did play the Cypher Maniacs though, so perhaps in the next turn he's ready. But this is dangerous. Denzel or
Oh, no.
Wancho still has access to Crispin, so this. We'll see. Is he either gonna sob? Is he either gonna demolish? He can't boss anymore though because he's played Crispin. Let's see what he does here. Crispin is probably, because there is water energy, it's probably gonna go to the Wellspring Mask. Probably, I'm saying probably. It's not my final answer yet. See, it's going to the Cornerstone.
Alright.
Is there a way to retreat? There is the rescue board,
It's out. The
and we
corner.
get a demolish into this Goldengo,
The
and we know
Cornerstone's there.
again. This Goldengo EX cannot do any damage whatsoever onto this Cornerstone because, yeah, this makes me miss canceling Cologne.
Yes.
They just,
Yes.
it just rotated. There's a lot of Goldengos, the canceling Cologne, Heavy Ball, Irida, those pieces, the Palkas that makes Goldengo
Such
very,
a
very
threat,
strong.
Such a threat. Sigh.
I can sigh as many as as many times as I can, thinking about the rotation.
Okay.
But we see the Arven getting the rescue board and the Energy Search Pro.
But then,
But then there's no. Does he have counter catcher?
yeah, he has.
He plays one counter catcher. We don't know if it's in hand though. He took out the Energy Search Pro from the Arven. So we don't know if he has counter. He probably has, knowing that he is confident in playing Energy Search Pro here. Or is he just thinning his deck?
I think without
And he's only
knowledge-
getting 5 energies. How many energy does he have in his discard pile? Because usually, like from the last Energy Search Pro that we saw Denzel do, he got 8 energies. This time, not too valuable, just 5. Energy Search Pro nonetheless. He still does have access to coin bonus though. Coin bonus on the active, coin bonus on the bench. If he's able to evolve into Dracloak, still has Recon Directive, hopefully. The energy cards go to his hand.
Yep,
It
so
does
he has
evolve
Recon
into
Directive.
Dracloak. So seeing more cards this turn. Darkness Energy. Yeah, might as well do that for now.
For the Adrenabrain,
Yeah.
Dracloak, Recon Directive.
Recon Directive. What is he getting? I can't see. But it's there. So we're probably gonna see Adrenabrain.
And
Yeah,
coin
after these
bonus.
coin bonus though. I see Nest Ball. That's gonna be probably, if he has another Dreepy. It was knocked out earlier though.
Yeah,
It
was
could be
out of earlier.
Pheasantipity.
It
But
could be
that
Fez.
Pheasantipity is, can be a liability though. It is. I think he is getting the Pheasantipity EX. Just more draw power here, so that the Denzel can prepare for next turn. Because technically, right now, unless he plays boss, he can't play boss. He already played Arven. Can't really do much, but Adrenabrain and pass after the flip the script and the coin bonus though.
Okay, coin bonus again. Yeah, he's thinning out the deck, probably trying to get.
Wait, I see not.
Oh, Adrenabrain.
Oh, there. Yeah, he can't flip the script. 'Cause there was knockout. There was no knocked out on the previous turn. So Adrena Brain 30 damage transferred over to the
Fan
Rotom.
Fan Rotom.
That's nice. And has he passed yet? There's no pass yet. There you go. There we see the pass. Right. Wancho is on the advantage here. He can demolish for knock. Is it knockout? All right. Okay.
No.
He just called it. It's not a knockout, right?
Yeah, just one more.
So
Because
that's 270
becau-
total. 250.
250. Because
So
of the adrenaline a while
right.
ago.
10 HP left for this active Goldengo. We do know Denzel plays Professor Turo scenario, but I'm not sure if we have access to that. We will see. He does have access to coin bonus and recon directed to try to look for that. But he will recon. No. He is
Adrenabrain.
going to Adrenabrain first.
Actually, if Juancho still has Crispin, what he can do is he can torrential pump for a multi-price knockout.
Right. But that is denied if because Denzel has evolved into this Dragapult, attaching a fire energy to it. Did he recon directive or did he miss that?
I think he missed it.
Oh no.
Ayun,
Play the
no.
Yono. Ah. Would have been better to play to recon directive first. Or did
Let's
we
see.
not see it?
We did not see it, I guess. But then we just have to figure out what Juancho's gonna do now that the dragon is out.
Right.
Clefairy's gonna be there. I'm telling you. The Clefairy's gonna be out.
Yep. We'll see. See the Clefairy. And I know
Oh.
Wancho plays the full art Lily's
Yeah,
Clefairy X.
full art.
I want to see that card on stream as well. Well, let's see here. Denzel definitely thinking about it. He has access to 2 coin bonus. I'm not sure why he's hesitating though. Is he thinking about not decking out from sub?
That's a possibility.
Right.
Oh wait, they're checking. I think they're checking.
Discussing something with the judges.
Yeah.
Or is it did he shuffle his deck using Iono?
Oh no, they're trying to. Okay.
And that's okay though. It's reversible. You can definitely just shuffle Denzel's deck, then shuffle the hand. Yeah. But he did get already get a warning earlier from the extra card. So is he gonna get penalized? We're gonna have to wait for confirmation. If anything,
They're on the table.
we do see judges over onto the stream table. So
If
yeah.
it's going to be a price penalty for Denzel, it's going to be critical for him. He doesn't need that. He doesn't want that.
I don't want to say this because I'm very biased, but I was saying, no, don't give him a price penalty. I still believe in Goldengo, but that price penalty is... We still don't have confirmation. We're waiting for it. I think time is going to be called because the judges... Or not, timeout, time pause. Yeah, I do see the time paused over on our graphics. What do you think happened? Was that what actually happened? He shuffled his deck after
I think
Iono
this
because
is,
I still see his hand.
yeah.
I still see
This
his
is
cards in his
where
hand.
it's important to remember that this is high stakes. This is for the travel award
Right.
and the points.
Well, both of them get the travel award
Oh,
though.
actually, that's true.
But it's the champion.
The champion, the
Being
right,
the champion.
the right to say that I am the Philippines champion.
Exactly, yes.
And it's really, I understand that it's so tense, and sometimes people just have to step back and look especially if critical mistakes
Exactly.
happen. And I
Yes.
think that's what's happened here. I think this is the first time Denzel is in the finals, so I understand the nerves.
Oh, I didn't even consider that, but yeah, that makes sense. He's playing Goldengo though, so he's alright.
I meanwhile, Juancho is used to being in the top table in the stream
Right.
matches. So I think
Yeah, he's
in terms of
used to
experience,
stream. Yeah,
in terms of
experience-wise,
experience-wise,
I
Juancho's more
agree.
used.
That is true.
So I think that we also need to take into account how Denzel is still the first time here,
Mm-hmm.
and the way that he's not used to having this kind of attention to his
Right.
matches. So maybe
The nerves are there.
the nerves are there.
But
So we're still waiting.
waiting
on
for
the
a
decisions.
resolution. They're still discussing with the judges.
So what do you think is going to happen, Arvin?
Ah, I don't want to say it again.
But you know,
But if it is what it is, there's gonna be we might see. There's a chance that we might see a prize penalty here. Okay, they marked Monkey Dory because it did already
The
use
Adrenabrain.
Adrenabrain, but I'm not sure why. I'm still waiting for confirmation.
my question right now is: does Goldengo have enough to retreat and then attack with the Dragon Bolt?
Did he already play a supporter? Because I know he has Turo scenario, right?
Yeah,
He could still
does.
dig. Right, he could still coin bonus for 3.
So
Okay,
they're back. They're back.
they are back. The time should restart or start again. Okay, here we go. Nwanchu has drawn his. We still don't have news. Casting table is waiting for news on what happened there. But we do see Wancho drawing his 1 card for turn. And it has stopped. Has it stopped again?
Okay, they're starting.
Okay, we see thumbs up. We see thumbs ups, thumbs ups, ups. What's the plural of thumbs ups?
Thumbs up.
Thumbs ups. Mhm. Okay, so we're getting news that he played nest ball to get the Pheasantipity. Then the nest ball went back into his hand and then played Iono. The nest ball went back into the deck.
Okay, so that's
Went back to the bottom of the deck.
gonna be a problem. That's gonna
Is
be.
it that's kind of reversible though. You can just
but
take
then,
out.
But then remember, he had a warning a while ago. So
Yeah, that is true.
what's the verdict though? We're still waiting. Because remember, for those who are watching, if you get 2 warnings, you get a price penalty.
I don't want him to get prize penalty.
Yeah, I don't want to.
No one wants prize penalty,
one
right?
wants prize
I
penalty.
know either of these players want either of them get a prize penalty, but if it is what it is,
Okay,
well,
so
we are
they're
continuing
back.
though. Wancho has played the Area Zero under depths. We have not gotten the final verdict. We just got the news of what happened.
So they're continuing the game. They're continuing the match. with-
Okay, and yeah, Wancho has declared demolish and has taken 2 prize cards. Right? So, over onto Denzel's side now, he has promoted this Dragapult EX. If he has the Psychic Energy, it can knock out the Dragapult. No, not knock out the Dragapult can knock out the cornerstone and perhaps the Fan Rotom as well.
Now I think this is where the Pikachu comes in.
Right? Or the Clefairy.
Terapagos.
Or the Clefairy.
Oh, the Clefairy.
I want to see the Clefairy though. I want to see the full art.
Is that the Clefairy?
No, it's a Mew.
The Mew.
Is he gonna genome hacking? Oh! Genome hacking! Use Phantom Dive to declare 400 damage if you have Lily's Clefairy in the bench as well.
Right. Right. Oh my gosh. That's crazy.
It is gonna be a crazy play if Juancho gets to pull that off. But Juancho has already taken 4 prize cards now. Let's see. I want to see the Clefairy at least.
Yeah, what
Even though we don't, even if we don't get genome hacking, just Clefairy, just play Clefairy, man. Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking, played by Denzel here. Right. Do you see here? Juancho is down to the 2 prize cards with that sparkling crystal still in there. Noctowl still in there.
But he still has 2.
How does he charge genome hacking?
Did he use?
Does he play energy switches?
Yeah, he did. He has 2.
Did he already play them?
No.
I don't think so,
I don't
right?
think so.
So he can still Teal Dance, energy switch, Crispin,
Then
and then genome hacking.
genome hacking. Nest ball.
Is that Clefairy?
No,
Noctowl,
not it. Wait,
Nest Ball,
wait,
Crispin.
wait.
Yeah.
This is it.
Please, please. I'm so excited, man.
You want to see the SIR?
Crispin, okay. Nest Ball. Nest Ball for Clefairy. Nest Ball for Clefairy.
Clefairy.
Teal Dance. Are we going to see Teal Dance? Teal Dance energy switch. Oh no, he's charging the Clefairy.
Wait. Yeah, he's charging the Clefairy.
I want you to do genome hacking though. No.
Well,
no. Aww.
at least you saw the Clefairy.
At least you saw the Clefairy.
At least you saw the Clefairy.
The Clefairy. There's no
At least you
genome
saw the
hacking, but
Clefairy.
still the Clefairy. He did not have, probably did not have energy switch, so that's why no Teal Dance.
Yeah, but still,
But still,
yeah, the Clefairy.
what's Clefairy's attack?
It's the
What's the name? I know what it does, but what's the name?
Full Moon Rondo.
Full Moon Rondo does 20 more damage for each bench Pokemon, both yours and your opponent. So, Juancho has played the Area Zero Underdefs, maxing out his bench, maxing out the damage of Lily's Clefairy with the weakness, right? Because if you don't know, Fairy Zone, Lily's Clefairy's EX ability turns Dragon weakness
against
into Psychic. So, of
Psychic.
course, Lily's Clefairy is Psychic.
So that was a masterful play from Juancho.
Definitely
And
crazy
well done
final
for-
play.
And then well done for Denzel, who has really fought hard to get here in this in the second finalist. My
finals.
goodness,
Yes.
it's been a long day, and we've seen a lot of good matches today.
Yes,
And I
definitely.
can say that it's been exciting series of battles for the Master Ball League.
Yes, I agree. So yes, I have to congratulate all of the winners, of course, but especially Juancho, and thank you for Juancho for ending the finals with a bang.
With the
Definitely
Told you-
Clefairy
I
play.
told you, it's a Clefairy. If he brings out Dragapult, the Clefairy's out.
Oh, I had so much faith in Goldengo though, but alas, he's still in the finals. He still gets the travel award.
At least
I'm happy, Denzel. I'm still happy Goldengo
is there.
gets a travel award.
Yes.
But yeah, at this juncture though, this is the end of our stream. This is the last match. But again, congratulations to all the winners. Congratulations to the top 32 and all the players who've played with us. Thank you to everyone who has watched at home. Thank you to everyone who has joined us here in the venue. It has been a great 2 days of high-level Pokemon TCG gameplay here in the Master Ball League 2024-25 Pokemon Asia Championship Series. So, any last words, Vincent?
Play on. Play on.
Play on!
Play on.
Yes, again, if you want, it's never too late to start playing the Pokemon TCG. Aside from the Master Ball League, aside from the coming Worlds in August, the next season after that, we will have more events. We'll have the Premier Ball League, Great Ball Leagues, and even your local gym battles. Join all of those. Let's have some fun. But alas, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for watching this stream. But we'll see you guys next time in our next event and our next Master Ball League next year. But the next time, we will see these players will be in Worlds.
Yeah.
Right, I believe in Anaheim. So we'll see you guys there. Thank you very much. It has been an honor to cast for you guys for Master Ball League. It has been really, really fun. I hope you guys all enjoyed as well. Thank you very much. This is goodbye, but we'll see you next time as well. Bye bye.